Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is the championship day for EU challengers here on Call of Duty. We have 3 teams remaining, but only one can walk away. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Christoph.
Very excited for our championship Thursday here, Brycey. We get them every now and then, and excited to see how this one goes down. It should be very, very interesting. We've got 3 teams remaining, as you mentioned, and all 3 teams are fighting for that top prize. There is definitely one favorite, but can the other 2 upset the apple cart, Bryce?
Well, we'll have to see how this populates in the end, but this is how it's all been playing out so far. You can see in 9th to 12th, Anakin Corps, Special Teams, Miracle, and Drillers didn't get any further. Then, in 7th to 8th, we've got Clutch Rain and Exceptional. Clutch Rain, a bit of a surprise, placing that low down in this one. Then yesterday, we filled out the rest of this left-hand side. Noctum Esports and 5 Media Clan going out at 5th and 6th, and the Falcons fell at the hurdle of top 4. That remains with our top 3, Tom.
Yeah, top 3 yet to be decided. Very interested to see who is going to come out on top. But this is how things have went down when we went through our bracket. Of course, you can see Oma just cruising on through. But yesterday was mostly about the losers bracket. And a team that have been making their way through that losers bracket quite handily from losers round 1 is Team War. Now, they've started to improve. But based on what we've seen at the beginning of the season from them, Brycey, they came out so slowly.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, really. I mean, it's almost like we missed a bunch of stuff because Team War really didn't look like the Team War we saw previous Elite. Obviously, there had been some roster changes. And then you come down to the playoffs. Looks like a whole new team again, but not the roster, just the gameplay. Certainly have been impressive, fighting their way to this top 3 minimum. How much further can they go?
I mean, it's surprising in 2 different ways. It was surprising to see how they started. And then it's surprising to see that they've turned it around as quickly as they have done. Now, F got really impressed yesterday, and he's going to have to impress again if Team War is going to want to come out with the winners side of things, because I mean, look, they have some very, very tough matchups coming up over this next couple of hours. I mean, the first one immediately out of the gate is going to be a tough one, but they have absolutely improved. The surprise was to see them look as bad as they did. Not too much of a surprise to see how they're looking now.
No, it certainly is, of course. Team War, though, can they go the distance? Well, up first, they're going to have to take on Team Revived, who will be looking to get even further in this tournament. They've had a good time as well, and I tell you what, it surprised a few people just how well this team has actually been playing. A few upsets going down, but it might be a few players to keep an eye on for the future as well.
100%. I think as we've been mentioning, or at least I've been mentioning throughout, Pac is really, really impressed. This Roy's looked like kind of back to his old self, so to speak. He has been around for quite some time. Dizzy's been in and around for a few years, as has Connor, and these guys are performing very, very well. They've had a couple of close shaves with some of the top teams, a couple of moments here and there. The SnD yesterday up against Omit looked pretty solid, and it's going to have to be really good again. We know Team War been feeling good about theirs too, so it's really going to come down to search and destroys in that very first game. But yeah, Revive do have some work to do, I think, to become one of the top teams in terms of potential to go on to win it. I still think they may be a little bit far away today, but realistically speaking, I think if you were to offer them a top 3 placement, elite challengers stage 2, they absolutely would have taken it.
Yeah, they said it would. And just to run this one down, Dizzy, Pac, BB Connor, and Disarray will be Revived Gaming. And that kind of sets up nicely our first game of the evening. Here are the maps we'll be looking at. Vista Hardpoint, Karachi Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Rio Hardpoint, and Invasion Search to end things if we get that far, Tom.
I'm curious if we do get that far, because War really have started to warm up. They've started to come into this one off the back of an absolute pasting of Falcons last night, whereas Revived only had 1 game yesterday in that winners bracket final going up against Omit, where they pretty much got it handed to them, really. I mean, the control looked fantastic. Maybe that's a map they can look to, but Invasion is very, very different to Highrise. Other than that, though, they need to turn this one around. Karachi Search and Destroy didn't look too bad for them either, though, but for Team War, you'll be feeling good about map number 1. It's going to be an interesting game, but a lot of people will not be looking past Team War and their resurgence so far.
Well, we'll have to find out, but if you are curious about all the wonderful Call of Duty action we have today, this is how today does play out. We start in Europe. We'll Revive versus Team War. It is an elimination game. The loser goes out. The winner goes to the grand final, where they'll meet at 4 p.m. Omit EU versus Revived or War. So Omit EU ready for whichever one comes down the pipeline. Then we switch to North America. August versus Boston, and they're going to try and get to play Houston Spartans at 8:30 p.m. time.
And that should always be interesting. It always is over on the NA side of things. And I'm curious to see how Europe goes down before that. You got a full night of Call of Duty action. If you are wanting to get yourself set down nice and comfortable, you got our faces. Then of course you got Shift and Stud later as well. Should be a good day.
Yeah, it certainly should. I mean, I don't know much about our faces. Ours are looking pretty poor, but hey, it's the only stream you've got, so you're just gonna have to deal with it because there's no Bravo. It's just the 2 games here in Europe. Obviously, this one, and then we go into our grand final, best of 7. But Ton, gut feeling, who wins this one?
I mean, you can't look past Omit, right? They won in the previous season, did it in convincing fashion. They haven't lost a game yet. I think it's very, very hard to look past Omit. Well, who they're going to be going up against is what we're deciding first. Revive taking on Team War straight into this one. Vista Hardpoint to kick things off. And we've seen Revived start their series against Omid on this map specifically yesterday. Can they start better than they did, though, here against Team War? It was a really tough start. They found themselves 40 or 50 points behind pretty much from the get-go. And then from there, never got themselves back into contention. And that's not what you want to see if you're a Revive gaming fan. That's a complete wipe for Team War to kick things off.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start there from Revive, but now they're going to try and stack and go again and just trying to get their eye in, really. This first hardpoint, more or less a double warm-up. All these players will warm up shooting bots, maybe a bit of a scrim beforehand, but this is different. Tournament gameplay is always where you have to hone yourself to a razor's edge.
Opening salvo. Really going Team War's way so far. 5 games, just need to get a couple of kills on the board, get up and running with 5 and 2 from Harry. Out of 50 seconds of a hard point over towards P1 is not a bad start whatsoever. Make it 6 and 2. Dominant from Harry so far. And that kill feed is once again looking very good for Team War. 35 seconds and counting. Already underneath their belts and setting themselves up lovely for P2. Revive Gaming, slow start once again.
There they go. Here comes the first challenge. Afro's already pushed up, though, and this means Revive Gaming are going to have to dig through the corners first to get anywhere. There are players from Team War everywhere on this map as they go through the trades. It is allowing Revive Gaming, though, to slowly but surely push through.
It's about time. Dizzy will find a breakthrough. After does eventually get taken down. 35 seconds to play for here over towards P2. And you're thinking about that P3 rotation. It's be coming up nice and soon. Harry now pushing in, can't find the second. The trade is there. F dot can't find a kill onto Connor, but eventually gets traded out. So Team War break it back pretty much immediately. Revive Gaming only managing to find 13 points off the first 2 hills so far. For me, I think it's about a rotation and a reset for them right now. Team War are setting themselves up here to make the push through. Revive Gaming, the ones already over towards New. It's going to come down to this gunfight, if anything, though. Harry has found a route back round. Team War now pushing through from Old. Dangerous position again for Revive Gaming. Looking like Team War do have control.
Just waiting for them as well. Sees the first one, and they are just a bit more concise on these rotations. Harry for the reach out. Gets perfect timing on Disarray. And that's been kind of the story we've been looking at so far. Revive Gaming just have not been able to get things going their way at all. Dizzy, though, that might be a big kill. The pinch is coming through. A little bit of time potential here for Revive.
Can they find a way in? Need to try and find something, because so far Team War have dominated. Rotations have been there. Kill feeds look very good. Eventually Revive need to get themselves something on the board. Shots in from Afro are solid, but not good enough. Good hold from Revive so far. 25 seconds remaining.
And look, as you can see, Team War, they're now swarming towards this. They will give this one last swing. Every single direction they can hit, they're going to try to. Afro, though, opens up proceedings. Dizzy trying to hold them off, and he finds F-Top, but Bance is there as well, and he gets taken down. Almost a 3, but Harry will make it 2 for himself, and we're off to the races on the rotation.
Already on their way over. Big gunfight. Yeah, Connor doesn't know he's there. He doesn't know. F-Dot will find the kill. And that's a big one now for Team War. They are locking in the scrap time. They've got the back spawns. And now they just need to hold in one direction. Or do they? Push going to come in here from the old side. Dizzy going to get across as well, but he knows Disarray is there. Harry going to try and do this all on his own. Gets picked apart. Good work from Revive, but all this time they're doing to try and find something over towards this backside. Team War are soaking up valuable time.
Love that from Revive. Realistically, that double chow over and over and over again has just broke this hard point. No trades from Team War have let them out of the hill.
It was a slow, methodical way of getting through. They managed to do it. Good job coming in here from Revive. It's a nice break. 20 seconds up for offer, and what will be the last little moment over towards Old. We head over towards the bridge. Connor needs to stay alive if he can. He cannot. Pack is the only one here anywhere near now. Team War once again on the rotational win. Dizzy on a 4 spree. If you can make that a 6, cruise missile in hand, maybe something can start happening for the side of Revived.
That's what they're looking for. They did a great job last time of just teamwork to get them into the point. They've now got to search every corner. They do have the back spawn, but so does Harry. As Harry will find two and gets taken down, they're now going to know exactly where Revive are coming from. Bance is trying to get the cut as well, but pressure will mount here as Revive Gaming have bodies.
Bance just trying to slow them down. Had an aid. Surprised he didn't just throw it down. Accepted his fate. 35 seconds remaining here. Revive just slowly clawing their way into this game now. But has that slow start already put a nail in the coffin. Harry pushing around, finds the kill, and that will be another hold coming in from Team War. 20 seconds remaining. Valuable scrap time for them, especially with the fact that they've already got about an 80-point lead.
This for Revived. Got to get a good rotation, got to get a good hold, especially with Harry, who's 18 and 9, is really punishing them over and over again. They've got scrap time here, Revived, and they are into the new point. An opportunity, at least 45 points here, will give them a fighting chance.
For us skating around Vista right now. Only sitting at 9 and 9. The SMG battle's not really being won by Team War, but it doesn't really matter when Harry's 19 and 9. Got his backpack on right now. Team War doing everything correctly. There's about an 80-point lead heading into the second rotation of hills. F-Dot now inside the point. Bance finds 2. And all of a sudden, it's a nice break coming through from Team War. It's just same old story. If they don't have the rotation, they'll find the break. Team War very much in control of this game so far.
A lot of pressure there, though, and Afro on a 3 streak himself has caused so many problems. They're going to try and get him. Revive want him out of that area. They eventually find him as well. F-Dot's going to fall, and more bodies piling through. Harry just trying to get that last kill with no health. Continuing to be a problem, and eventually should be taken down here and will be by Pack. But enough bodies here for Team War. They're also going to be looking for the rotation.
Fighting for every single second of the scrap time, though. You're still pretty close over towards next. Bance will find 2, one of them being his teammates. And a couple more points underneath their belts as well. Rotation already locked in. They did this so well last time. They pinned Revive back for as long as they possibly could. 50 seconds remaining here. Team War looking to close that 200-point gap and get it ticked over. Very much in a commanding position. About a 100-point lead.
Wearing that, Revive have got players into it as well, and they won a couple of gunfights. They should be into it. They've managed to get back onto the point. Afro and F-Dot, though, do combine to slow them down. Afro continuing what has been a very hot form these last couple of hills. And now they are punishing Revived again. How dare you kill our teammates? They haven't let them back.
F-Dot has a slow start, but now starting to wake up on a 4 spree. Push coming in now. Bance is going to have to hold it down on his own. The rest of the team watching through the mid-map, but you got to try and watch the push that's going to come outside. Not going to be able to find more than one. Shots over the top from Harry. He is delusional confident right now. Sitting at 24 and 14. Dominating for Team War.
And they're just not even going to be above the 100-point club here, whereas Team War will be on 200. The rotation is already there for Team War. They have players over towards it. Only one, though, just waiting to see where this push comes from. And it might be a problem. Fortunately, Afro wins a massive gunfight to prevent Revive from getting in. A Disarray will get that trade, but it is going to be even in terms of bodies. The trades are going to Team War again, and Connor has to shoot 2 different directions.
Team War just making sure they're locking down the back spawns. They're not just thinking about trying to win the game here. Over towards P3. They want to think about P4 and just get it solidified. Inside the point we go, though. If you're a Revive game, you've got to do something about this.
And that's a great call there from Pack just to make sure he knew where that player was coming from, but hasn't got him into the point yet. Goes all the way around the back. Easy reads, easy calls, easy gunfight. Unfortunately, Team were there to trade him, but Disarray's coming with his own trade himself and just going to stay alive, get this scrap time, prevent them from getting back onto it. It is a long way back for Team Revived. They have to get this rotation, and it looks like Connor will have to be a hero.
He has to go massive. He's already found one, though. Expecting a player behind him. Absolutely not. Spawns are going to be there for Team War. 21 seconds away. Kill feed starting to look good for them as well. They've forced them so far out. Revived Gaming. They've got a marathon to run. They've got points to find. A miracle to find as well. Gotta go now if you're Revived.
It's their last chance. Have to dive into the point. Can't really afford to do anything else, and the bodies are falling. Revived are into it as well, but not a single kill or trade for them, and there's the last one, and that'll be Team War in a dominant first map performance on Vista Hardpoint.
Very, very comfortable. From the get-go, really. You've seen them take a 30-40 point lead, and they ran with it. The P1 to P2 transition was so good. Only the 2 times that we got to see it because the map's over so quickly, but from there, they just built that foundation at the beginning of the map and made sure they just kept chipping away. They weren't giving anything over for free. Revived That's 2 starts they've had on Vista Hardpoint that have not looked convincing, and maybe a question around the vetoes when you, I mean, look, it's easy to say in hindsight, but yesterday they didn't look fantastic going up against Omit and War. They've just done the exact same thing to them. Dominant AR performance though, 27 and 16 from Harry, who, if anything, slowed down. Vance dropping 25 as well. Afro and F Dot started to heat up towards the end, and there was no looking back for Team War. A lot of questions to be answered from the Revive gaming side, because that was not the start you want to a losers brackets final. You absolutely need to come out a bit hotter than that, even if you lose that map in close fashion. But losing it like that, it's a tough one to take.
No, it really is, and I think that P1, P2, you called it. They did it the first time around. Like, okay, maybe that's just a bit of luck. You know, they got a good P1 ending, got a good rotation to P2. Unfortunately, it happened on the second rotation as well. Revive just were not able to get anywhere close to those 2 hills, and it just cost them. And once you're that far behind, you have to start playing different. You've got to wait for either early rotations and play the scrap. It gives you bodies down, and Team War, they had the tempo and never let it go.
And yeah, it's one of those things. That's when you start to need to make like hero plays. You need people to start being individual, finding a couple of kills themselves, locking down a rotation, and waiting for the teammates. You need to be perfect. You finding yourself 100 points down, it is always going to be a very, very steep hill to climb. Karachi Search and Destroy going to be coming up next though, and at least I suppose for Revived yesterday, I think they pushed Omit all the way to round 11 if I remember correctly, or at least it was a 2-round or 1-round difference in the end. But Team War winning at Karachi yesterday, Search and Destroy specifically, and they'll be feeling good heading into this one as well, especially after that map 1 performance. Team War, look, they've really, really turned it on from where they were. I mean, they were going up against some of the teams who finished in the top 12. Like, I mean, I'm talking guys who just barely scraped by to get in the challenges. They were having to go to map number 5 to beat teams like that. They went up against Anakin Corp, who didn't qualify even to get into the playoffs, and losing that series pretty convincingly. Like, they've turned it around big time, Brycey, and they do deserve their plaudits. I think realistically, it was a bit of an issue for them in terms of the new roster coming in, teething problems, clearly an issue, but they seem to have fixed them to a certain degree now, and that has set us up for potentially a very, very good championship Thursday.
Yeah, it really has. I'm looking forward to see how they move forward, but they still have a lot of playing to do. Revive Gaming on their SnD isn't going to let this one go quietly, and you're going to ask yourself, is it just a bit of a slow start from them and we see them come right back into this? Team War looked happy, and we've got to speak about Harry. Realistically, the first half of that game, it was all him. Everywhere. He was a problem for Revived.
It was insane. I think at one stage, that was like 5 and 12 or 5 and 11, and they were up by 80. Like, I mean, he's absolutely got his feet up because Harry was performing so well. Again, if the ARs are going to be able to do that, then Karachi's going to be a problem for you as well on those opening breaks. You've got to make sure you get it locked in here if you're a Revive game and you're a good Search and Destroy team. Let's show it here in map number 2.
Yeah, that's what we look for as well for these teams going through. I think Revive Gaming, obviously, I'm just going to put that one aside. I think they'll be doing the same thing. I think they won't worry too much about it. It's like, hey, yeah, we got beat by Team War. We're going to the SnD. It can be a big swing map for them. For Team War, it's about keeping that pressure up, though. Like they've come in very, very hot. They're going to play very, very confident on the SnD. If they can get this one up and a big 2-0 for them, then maybe they'll just sweep Revive Gaming in the end, because it did look like a difference, especially in that first game.
Yeah, you would think so. I think based on what we've seen yesterday from Team War on Invasion Control, though, it wasn't necessarily too hot. Yes, okay, they managed to get it done, but in kind of an awkward fashion. They were dominated until they went, and then all of a sudden they did turn it around with one moment. So then you have to consider Revive Gaming absolutely smoked Omit on the control. So this one is far from over so far. Very, very interesting map number 1 for Team War, absolutely. But Revived Gaming, they do have it in their locker to give us a game here.
They certainly do, and that's exactly what they'll be looking for. And we will jump on board with Team War, though, first, as they'll be the attacking team. And it looks like they're going to go for a fast A. An interesting push, but very, very aggressive from them as well. And everybody's going to get into a gunfight straight away. And F-Dot will get 2. Dizzy will get 1 back, but it is advantage to Team War, and that bomb is going down.
3 versus 2. Getting yourself set up. Revive Gaming on the way back around. F-Dot's just got this held down. I mean, it's just such a hard gunfight. It's an F-Dot ace to kick it off. Team War, fantastic start into the Search and Destroy. It's everything you could have possibly wanted. F-Dot had a slow start to map number 1. The complete opposite, map number 2.
That's outrageous. I mean, obviously he got the trade off the first two, but that looks so simple for him in the end. Just sitting there on that one. We know it is a difficult time to get over there if somebody's watching, and F-Dot was like, all right, I am happy.
It's round number 2. Revive Gaming, can you find anything to get back into this one? Just a decent start on the search and destroy would be nice. We've seen a lot of attacks actually won between them and Omit yesterday, trading them back and forth. So let's see if that runs true in this one specifically. Dizzy now getting aggressive. Gonna try and find a pick if he can. F-Dot already here, ready and waiting for the cross to come in. Here's Dizzy, doesn't find the gunfight though. F-Dot's spree is ended. Dizzy eventually gets something on the board here for Revived Gaming. 4 versus 3. That could have been a gunfight that Bant's found, and he's actually got aggressive here as well. They just won't expect that.
Oh, unfortunately, I did see him. And down he goes. Full advantage to Revived. Avra's going to try and do something, but it's horrible with the rival 9 at that position. Harry left alone in a 1 versus 4. This bomb is going to go down. It's difficult to take when you've got even numbers, let alone trying to get through. And somebody is just going to pick him off, and there we go. A full wipe for Revived.
Yep, really, really good job. Revive Gaming bringing this one back. Bance gets a little bit unfortunate, to be honest with you. I really like the play, but I think it's one of those moments he can find that first blood, then it makes a difference. But Dizzy's the one who finds that first blood. They walk on through. Nice job coming in from the side of Revived.
Well, let's see. Both teams take an opportunity to kind of throw haymakers at each other. I don't think Team War are going to go for an aggressive A again. I think this will be a change-up. And there we go already. The bomb switching over. Probably mid-map control. I think Harry and Afro are going to just try and grab this, while the other two work the bridge.
Both these two teams just posturing at this moment in time. Not be able to find anything.
Just all careful here. Looking for this first blood. Everybody wants to get in a good position. It is a difficult to work this site sometimes. The smokes will be very, very valuable. After I was hoping somebody pushes so they can get a first blood for it as well. But there's the first blood. Bounty's going to go down. Does F-Dot make a move here? Does he check the right corner? F-Dot will get 1. F-Dot's going to lose the gunfight to Disarray though. That is bombed down and they are outnumbered here, Team War.
Afro's been holding this position for quite some time, expecting his teammates to be able to do the job over towards B. All of a sudden, he gets caught. Dizzy. Awkward gunfight, but once again, the numbers are not with Team War. Revive Gaming back-to-back rounds.
Wow. Revive Gaming, their control over the bridge has been a little bit different so far. It's not really allowing Team War to get anywhere they would want to be.
Just a strange round, that one, and both two teams just not making the move, and it's all about the first blood in that position. You're giving up a lot of map control if you're both squads. And it really was about that first blood. And as soon as it came in, Revive Gaming got going. It's a good bounce back. I mean, look, I believe Team War will have other kills, but it wouldn't surprise me if F-Dot's ace was the only thing that was on the board so far. It's been pretty comfortable for Revive Gaming in their last 2 rounds that they have won, of course. Kind of now just trying to get something going from up top 3. Yeah, once again, adaptation coming in here from Team War, though. Afro has slipped the net. There is no way he doesn't find something. Oh, hold your trigger.
That's just unlucky. Afro did all the hard work, lost it in the last second. It puts them down a man. Badge is going to be seen as well, and Pack drills him through the face. And this is all Revive Gaming now.
Smoke not necessarily as clean as they would have wanted, but Pack on a 6 spree. F-Dot now on his way in to stop this bomb going down, which he will do, but if only momentarily. Now Harry left all on his own. 1 versus 3. It's a 7 spree for Pack. Dizzy will clean it up. And you know what? I'm going to disagree with you. I know we do that a lot. But in terms of Afro being unlucky, you've got to make sure that you're in such a good position there. And he's taking a gunfight that is just low percentage. It's one of those moments that, okay, he snaps and he tries to see if he can find the kill. But if you went up towards top 3, I know we can see exactly where they are. But you're always going to presume there'll be somebody on the attacking team up there anyway. He probably gets a kill or 2. If he just took his time a little bit more. But anyway, irrelevant of that, Team War came out the gates absolutely flying. And then, well, they locked themselves in. I don't know. There's a pun there somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you something. We're going to see if there's some kind of adaptation here, because last time Team War did this exact same strategy and it didn't work. I will say the difference though, Revive haven't gone for bridge control. They haven't gone as deep as they did last time, so small opportunity for Team War.
They find a route through. I mean, Pack here sitting at 7-1. Cruise missile on hand. We calling it in pretty early. You might be able to get another one going with the way that he's playing.
I suspect that might come in when this bomb goes down. If Pack doesn't find anyone with a gun and the bomb does get planted, he'll use this to break bridge. Bridge is very difficult to do, but there we go. 3 versus 3. Packy's going to back off here. Connor gets F'd as well, and they have completely pushed them out of that site. Again. 30 seconds to go, and Team War are going to have to find another route, Ton.
It's really not working out for them. Harry gets caught. Bant's now left in a 1 versus 3. 8 spree for Pack. 3 in a row from Dizzy. They did look good on this map, specifically against Omit yesterday, and, well, Team War are bleeding rounds yet. It's about to be 4-1 because Bantz just does not have the time to find anything. Revive Gaming cruising right now.
Just having a very good time. They just can't get that B site worked. They try to go for a little bit of a push, and the other issue they're going to have is that cruise missile is still available. This means that on their next attack, if Pack doesn't use it here himself on his attack, which I don't think he will, unless they get the bomb down, they use it as to kind of get players off the bomb. But even then, this is a nightmare for Revive. That's almost a guaranteed round.
You would think so. I mean, the way that Revived are playing, it feels like they don't even need it. Very much chilling. It's all been pretty simple so far. Find the first blood, work the map. Team War, very flat. Came out so well. Now Bantz is getting aggressive. Change up and play from him, who has just been sitting himself back. There's one, takes his time, and dips out now. That's just something that Revive Gaming are going to have to try and deal with. Can't find the second one, though. Disarray. Thought he would come round and find the kill. The trade isn't there. Is this going to be a third coming in from Bantz, who's causing absolute havoc? Not quite. The trade comes in. 3v2 for Team War, but the damage is already done.
It is. Look at the map control here from Team War. They've pushed up. It's going to be difficult. The best thing here for Revived is if they can find one kill, if Pat can find Harry or somebody else, brings it right back to even. Just enough time to work. Harry's going to find one, though. It's going to help him massively. And almost gets a step on the second. Connor, though, worried. 28 seconds to go. Paranoid. Shadows in every single corner. Oh, he doesn't see Afro there. That's the plant.
No time. Team War will stop the bleeding, which has been significant. Came out at the start of the game looking absolutely fantastic. Hadn't won a round since. FDOT find themselves at 7-4. As he's 7th just happened on our screens. Of course, found 4 in round number 1. It's been a tough task to get where he is. And I promise the leaderboards are still broken. We can check through to see what they're actually sitting on. But Pack has been the most impressive. And just to point out, that cruise missile was used there. Smokes out over towards the B side. Team War trying to get something going, trying to bait something out here. Hasn't happened.
Well, the problem they hit last time was this exact player. Pack holding down bridge. Almost just a lot of hesitance here from Team War. They have no idea of the disposition of this team. F-Dot. I get a hit mark. Oh, that trophy out. Perfect timing. And why is he a little bit injured? Are they going to strike? Yep. There goes the smoke. They are. They're going for it as well, but already Disarray finds one. Pack dives into the smoke himself. Disarray finds 2. No, he's only found 1. Sorry, I thought that was a second one. Pack has got forward. This is a little bit chaotic as everybody goes through. Pack dives into Harry, and Harry finds 2 himself. Chaos in a round of SnD.
The bomber's in a good position here for Team War if they want to try and get it down. I mean, they've got the call out on one of them behind. That bomb's going down. Have to be quick. Have to be quick. Is he going to see him on the bomb? Not in time. F-Dot will find the kill onto Connor. And the comeback is potentially on the cards here. Dizzy with some good shots over towards the backside. But Harry found 2. I'm not quite sure. But that breaks the round wide open for Team War, who are now back into this one. They were 4-1 down. It's about to be 4-3 unless Dizzy can pull off this clutch.
He's gonna throw. There's the first domino. Problem being is has to basically just hit this as hard as he can. He's looking for Harry towards the back here. Harry is just playing in the corner. And Team War get that round away. You are right. How on earth Harry got those 2? It really broke them down.
I think he must have found one weak and then obviously he wins his own gunfight. And then there's the third big round from Harry, who was struggling up until that point. 4-3 now. Back and forth, search and destroy. I mean, Revive Gaming, when they're not finding the first bloods, it feels like they're struggling. It just looks like Team War have started to make some adaptations, starting to make some different plays. Revive Gaming are yet to cotton on. 3 in a row from Harry. Keep an eye on that.
A lot of nades going down, a lot of pressure, but we can see Revive Gaming haven't committed everything to this. They've got Dizzy watching the flank. That's gone up top. We saw the pixel. I don't think he did.
Nope. Neither player did, I should say. Connor, absolutely no clue. That bounces up here. Oh, he's in such a good position. He's in such a good position. Oh, the smoke! The smoke! Oh!
Just running. He's going to get caught out. It took almost an entire magazine to get that kill. Does anybody, if you don't know, smoke removes auto aim. F-Dot's in a horrible position. They know he's here. There's no way out. There's no support from his teammates. He just has to wait.
Yeah, he has to. Nothing he can do. And he will not be expecting Dizzy to just be below him as well. Connor should be dead to rights here. There's no way he gets out of this one. Absolutely not. F-Dot was waiting. Oh, he's not going to see Dizzy underneath him. Oh my, how has he won that gunfight? What on earth?
They knew he was there. Still wins the gunfight. Disarray in a 1 versus 3, and they are swarming over him here, Team War. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe he got away with it.
He's just chilling on the balcony. It's like me in Greece before you're about to go out with the missus. He's been up there for ages. That's a very British joke.
It really is. I just... Obviously, they were waiting. And they definitely knew he was up there. That's crazy.
Oh, that headshot as well.
If he got that, I don't know if Team War would have been able to retake in time. Well, 4-4. Revive Gaming got 4 on a bounce after the first from Team War. Team War have now got 3 back, bringing us all back to even.
And the thing is, for Revived, they had Pack on an 8 spree. They had a cruise missile. They found nothing with it. And now Harry's one off of finding his own. Oh, there's a flank coming in that he's absolutely ready for as well. You see the second, Connor's going to commit to the shots. Harry very much not going to take a gunfight. He isn't 100% going to win. The problem is, yeah, that the pressure has come in. Look at the squeeze that Revived have on them. Bances just ran straight through the smoke, surviving just about. Nobody... Smoke and mirrors.
Nobody knew where anybody was. Chaos erupts around the bomb site, down to a 2 versus 2. Team War did not want that. They need the bodies to get this bomb down. The rest of the Revived are here.
You can see Harry's just playing. Oh, he's waiting for it. There you go. He finds it as well. That's massive cruise missile now in the back pocket.
Dizzy has a chance to play spoiler. Sees Harry, the first one. Already gone down, but they've got the trade in. Team War walk away with it after just a ridiculous gunfight in the smoke on the bomb site, Ton.
I mean, it just caused absolute chaos because Revived was so close up to the wall, right? They were already waiting of the players pushing through the archway over the top of it. The smoke goes down and chaos ensues. Crazy, crazy round. But ultimately, Team War win the round and also get a hold of a cruise missile for Harry. Absolutely huge. You're 1 round away from taking a 2-0 series lead. Revived Gaming were looking flawless only 4 rounds ago. It feels like a long, long time ago now, Brycey.
It does. And I think Revived are changing tactic because they know Team War will play around this.
After I heard that. got some information there, player sliding around, he would have heard it.
Gotta be careful. Revived are changing tactics. Afro, player to play spoiler. There goes the cruise, calling it in. Information, where are they? Is this too early of a cruise call?
I think they thought they might have been a little bit closer and just ran into Afro's clutches. Now all of a sudden he might be in trouble. Oh, just about gets out. 48 HP. Just trying to slow them down, but a lot of investment here from Team War. Cruise missile's gone. Still 4 versus 4.
Revived are burning time. They are looking for a gap in this defense. Desperately searching for just a way through. First blood could spell the entire round.
And the problem that Revived have here, they don't want to rotate back over towards B because they think there'll be somebody top 3. They've got to commit to it.
There we go. They're bringing the bomb over. Harry gets one. Everybody's now striking. Everybody's going through, and it will be war. They waited, pounced him through the shadows, and now Disarray's like, I've got 11 seconds and 4 players to kill. There's nowhere to go, and down he falls. Team War get 5 rounds on the bounce in the SnD. They're 2-0 up.
Oh, Revive Gaming. They've absolutely crumbled. They were looking so good. And I think it was the round that they used the cruise missile, didn't get anything with it, lost the round, and then didn't win another one. That is... Yeah. Oh, that's really tough. I think you kind of got to go back to the moment where Harry finds that cruise missile, makes a big difference in the game. That was to put Team War 5-4 up. You think about the moment where Dizzy was underneath the balcony, and for so long, F-Dot was above him, and F-Dot somehow won the gunfight in the corner. No idea how that happened. Team War somehow find themselves 2-0 up in this one. Fantastic series so far, though, from Team War. They will be so happy with the position they're in. They'll be happy with the way that they're playing. Fantastic start of the Search and Destroy from them with an F-Dot ace. After that, though, until round number, 6, it was pretty poor.
Yeah, they really struggled to work some of these bomb sites. This is where we first thought it was going to be an issue. Fact looked glorious. And they just was getting everything going their way. But this was the turning point. Eventually, they managed to get it back into it. Harry started doing the work. And it's just moments like that. The tiniest of moments you can't really get back.
Yeah, when Harry found the 3 kills in that round, that just added further pressure, right? I mean, that is just... If he kills F-Dot there, you got a 2v2 on the site, and instead you had a 3v1. It's those small moments that makes a difference. Dizzy will be watching that one back saying, how the bloody hell did I not win that gunfight?
F-Dot 11-5 in the end. We were talking about Harry, but he basically got all his kills in one go, just one continuous line. But no, F-Dot doing wonderful work there, obviously. Had a bit of a struggle after that first round for a few rounds, but once he got going again, continued to put the pain on. And it means Team War are now 1 map potentially away from a grand final. Will it be Invasion Control, Rio Hardpoint, or Invasion Search and Destroy? Or do Revived do the unthinkable and reverse sweep them?
Well, Revived yesterday, if we're going to try and give them a silver lining, Control up against Ulmit looked very, very good. Completely different map, of course, but Team War did win this map specifically yesterday against Falcons, finding that big attacking round. I think it was in round number 4 to solidify it before we even needed that deciding round. So it's hard to say because, I mean, if you were to cast your mind back to it, I don't think Team War were particularly impressive on Invasion Control against Falcons yesterday. I think they really struggled on every single round until they didn't. Yeah, okay, they went on to win their defenses, but just every single time. And then when they found themselves in the lead, they then won the attacking round where they had not looked like getting a sniff. Otherwise, they were very much the second best team on the map in every single round until they weren't and then turned it around. But that's how Control is. You have to be locked in at all times. How are they going to fare here in Invasion Control? They will be wanting a date with Ulmit in that grand final. Absolutely no doubt. After what happened in the previous grand final, which was a 4-0 win for Ulmit over Team War, albeit the rosters were very, very different, they'll be wanting another stab. Completely different for Team War here, of course, in terms of their outfit, but the organization will be wanting that one back. I know especially Kev, who is the owner of Team War, good relationship with a lot of the boys in Europe. Obviously had Vortex on his team for many, many years. He will be wanting to get one back on it.
Well, we'll have to find out. I mean, it is shaping up that way, of course, but Revive might play spoiler. I still think it's kind of incredible. We spoke about this at the start of this stage of the Elite, that you know, Team War and Omit, they're always the names we talk about. After the first week, we were like, maybe not Team War this time, but now we're staring down the barrel. I'm like, oh no, it's still Team War. It is still Team War. But this is the route that everybody has taken. Obviously, Omen and War have faced off so far in the playoffs in that very first game. Team War had to drop down where they end up just battling their way through. But do they get that final step? They've played more games than Omit. Omit so far have won every game they've got into, only dropping 2 maps in their run. But it is never an easy game.
Never an easy game. I think, especially if you think back to that game between Omit and War, it was very, very close last week. So let's not consider that it's over entirely for Team War. Yes, okay, they already lost, but if they do get through this, they do have a chance against Omit. They have the players, they have the talent to be able to do so. It's still going to be difficult. Omit, as mentioned, they have not tasted defeat. They barely dropped a map over the entire Elite Challenger side of things. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat them, no question. They still need to get through Revive, though. Team War still need to find another map. But with the way that they've been going, you'd like to think they do it in 3.
Well, let's see. The Control is up next, though, for Team War and Revive Gaming. We said we were worried about momentum for Revived. After that first hard point, we thought they might need a big SnD game, and it was shaping up. Unfortunately, they lost 5 rounds in a row, Ton. Do you think this kind of affects them at this point?
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, yeah, you know, if you want it, I'll give you it straight down the pipe, man. No problem whatsoever. I think, realistically, Revived got battered in the first map. You then were in complete control of the SnD and then crumbled. You're 2-0 down in the losers bracket final, up against arguably the most experienced team in Challengers full stop across both regions. It's going to be a hard game to win, and they will know that.
All right, well, let's see how this starts off. Standard B push. Get that ticking to begin with, and Afro pushes through and somehow gets that gunfight through the hail of gunfire. Almost gets a second not going to. Still keeping them off of this B point for now. You can already see on the minimap, Harry's pushed up.
Aggression coming in, and Harry posting himself there. It's just going to make these reinforcements who are trying to get over towards B a little bit weak, to say the least. Oh, and Afro gets out from that position as well. Good start here from Team 1 on the defensive side.
Harry's still being a pain.
Yep.
They're going to try and dig him out. I think Dizzy's looking for him, and Harry's going to find Dizzy first, and this raid does get a kill onto Afro. Bant will get that trade for him and get the second. Team War have started the blender here against Revive Gaming.
Putting the pieces together. Oh, this next wave of kills is going to be really, really bad. You can't jump out into the middle of nowhere like that. Revive Gaming, welcome to Palace. You might not see the outside walls of it.
Harry backpedaling. 2 health. Problem is, if you're revived, you can't even go that way. At this point, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Know the round's
they
done.
know what trouble they're in.
Yeah, you don't feed any more streaks. That's the idea. You can't. Wow.
Oh, wow. Harry doesn't care. Harry is now 2 off of a cruise missile in a very fast control round.
But that can happen. You don't win those initial gunfights over towards B. You don't win the second. It's just you need a bit of map control from that area. You didn't get any initially. Harry just waltzed down A Street. Sets himself up in that position. You got to think about that before you're hitting towards B Street. Just good establishing moments coming in from Team War that made the difference there. F dot 4-0. Harry 4-0. At least one of them will probably end up with a cruise missile yet.
There you go, Afro going for an aggressive push straight away. Could be the only player out here. If you can find the right angle here, they're going to try and split this towards 8. That's exactly what Afro's doing. He's dived across, but he's super weak. Stun's going to go out. And there will be a chow come through. F-Dot is not going to get it. Does relieve some pressure onto it as well as Bant will push up onto B. Another big fight for Harry in the middle. Nobody from Team War on the point, but they can jump on it whenever they want.
Cruise missile in the back pocket now for Harry. Manta's one away. Call outs will be coming in from Harry there. Bant's weak here though. 1 HP. Oh no.
Horrifying.
Oh, and he gets it. That is so cruel on Revive Gaming. Bants was literally a stiff breeze away from dying.
teammates flank, and he's going to lose that gunfight. At the moment, they're going to be in both sides. F-Dot just holding this one down. Vance is going to be here as well on a 7 streak, just causing them issues. Don't worry too much about dying here. The damage is already done. 1 ticking away. B will progress.
Yeah, pressure in over towards the A side just to detract away from B. You can see that revived are, well, they're probably not having a look to try and get it back. They know that one's gone. They're just setting up around it. Very Vice-like. You can't lose all these gunfights, though. If you're Team 1, you have to still be careful. Bit of pressure coming in from the A street, so you're going to spawn down the B side. You're going to have to meticulously work your way through. But you do have 2 cruise missiles to help you do that.
Do they commit them here? That is the question. If they do, when?
Is that one I hit?
It's got to be... Well, it's got to be a very particular position. If you think about it, you want your teammates in a position to kind of do it, but while you're also further enough up the map to kind of jump on it on the attack. And I think that's what Team 1 are working towards.
Could be a good position to use it if you get caught in your spawn. Potentially as well, oh my word. Nearly a ridiculous gunfight one there, but in the end, it's only Bance who can survive from Team 1. A minute to go. He's just trying to keep that pressure on. Not going to be able to get forced away. I would like to see Bance maybe play his life a little bit more there, but in the end, it is going to be Team 1 now going to have to try and find a push. Ultimately, what they will be saying out of the first 2 attacking rounds, they have already technically won. Even if they do go on to lose this round, they got 3 more ticks than revived. They're in a good position.
I remember the Falcons game yesterday. They looked really, really good until they didn't and ended up losing. So I think they will try and play this as close as they can. Issue being now is that Revive Gaming are far enough out that Team 1 would need to make successive waves of kills. And,
that's huge.
Well, there's 2 for Harry. They're going to push this aggressively.
They're in. They're in as well. From Laundry, you're going to have to try and do something. If you're revived, you're expecting the flank to come through, but now 2 inside the point. Revive Game and need to do something about this right here, right now.
Here we go. Here comes the push. This will be a double shot around the corner, and they're going to get it. They've managed to slow it down. Only a tick for Team War.
Vance has time here. If he can just stay alive, the rest of the team should be able to get across the map in time. Revive Gaming setting their stall out up in Hotel. You need to survive these next couple of gunfights. Another one's won a DVD. Another chance.
I don't know if they've got enough bodies to get this done in time, though. Finds one, just had to die for it. He isn't going to be able to get any further. Can't even get out the door. Literally held him in the doorway there and then killed him. But yeah, time just against them. Revive doing a great job to hold him to 4 ticks.
Yeah, 4 ticks is still good for Team War, though, right? They've got to be feeling confident about this now. That's 4 ticks up with 2 rounds gone. As far as an attacking round that you lose, it's still a good one from Team War. Revive Gaming need to find something in this attack. They need to find something decent in this attack. That's the thing, though. You can talk about these rounds and how that War, yeah, okay, we'll won a piece. They do have the better of things. If they lose this defense, that changes very, very quickly.
All right, well, let's see. Revive Gaming, well, they didn't have a great time on their attack last time. They can try and do much better here. Already are.
Well, they've done a tick better than they did previously. Looking like B is going to go their way. F-Dot will find one over towards that side, though, so that will be a tantalizing offer now for Team 1 to go and stop this happening. Connor has made his way through here. 4 spree for him, and he will just tootle on through. Door's wide open. We'll jump on it.
This is a... Oh, that is the worst time to go for it. Afro finds him. They will now swarm Connor, trying to find as much as possible. He's just hoping to get that tick in ever so slowly, and no, the Chow comes in before he can do. Revive Gaming trying to push down street, actually. They've got a few players here, but it is not easy to do, and Harry's on Overwatch.
Gets out as well. That was important. Oh, Afro, big shots in the pack as well. And that's the thing, though, when you commit over towards this A side, if Team 1 still had somebody over towards B, you can start to feel that blender start to wear. If Bance finds a couple of kills here, this is very, very bad now for Revive Gaming.
A lot of pressure, though. Absolutely no health for him. Does have reinforcements. Just got to keep his head down. Rely on his teammates who are there. Connor finds F-Dot. F-Dot was 14 and 6 before that. Bance continuing the pressure well. It looks like the whirring has begun. Only going to be 30 seconds of pain here for Revive Gaming, and they've got 1 tick this time.
So they're going to find themselves what, 3 ticks behind, and Team War's turn to attack. It's not looking great for them right now. Dizzy can't get away. Outbants another 5 spree. I think you probably not want to find anything. Use the cruise missile off the rip if you can. Try and get the team rolling once again. That is another very clean defense coming in from Team War.
And it felt like it could have slipped away from them. Revive Gaming did a great job at one point of forcing them to choose between B and A. Just lost a couple of key gunfights in mid-map. If they had won those, it would have been panic time for them. But FDOT is 15-8 now.
Well, think how well he played against Falcons yesterday. What was it, 36-20 or something he dropped?
Yeah. And
a crazy performance. Team War now over towards this attacking side and still have 2 cruise missiles. Curious if Bance is bothered about just doubling up on them. I'm sure he'll just whack this in pretty early and then I'll just find a second one. I don't think he really cares that much. Nah, he's whacking it in. Yeah. Big brain, you see.
Well, pulls this in straight away. Best part is just going to give information. I don't think he's going to really catch anybody with it. We'll be able to call out to his teammates where they are. I don't think they're going to get anything off the back of this as well, though. They aren't really in a position to capitalize. Harry will get one. Vance does not get his second cruise, and Harry now fighting for his life in mid-map. They haven't got it. Team War are going to have to move quickly here, or they will be shut in.
That's a big gunfight. A big nade, I should say. Comes over from Vance. So cruise missile completely wasted. I don't think that Vance found anything else, did he?
No.
So didn't find himself another. So complete waste there. They will get themselves out over towards this B side. There's plenty of time left in this round. Progress is made. And I think that will be the 5th tick now ahead. So yeah, it's pretty much a guarantee that Team War will find themselves.
They've got 1 in 2 rounds.
I know, yeah. It's a guarantee. Team War have defense on round number 5 if we do see it. Just confirming, all right. Sometimes people can't put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, well, it's not even 2, it's just 1.
No.
Never mind. We'll see if this ends here or whether we actually hit that 5, because it is a good amount of time going to be on the clock. Well, I say that. At the moment, they're having to retake B.
Yeah, kind of just slowed them down from what is inevitable. B will go now, but it has given Revive Gaming an opportunity to set themselves up in the middle of the map.
Now the question for Revived. Can they just hold on and try to do the miracle in the next one? Afro finds the first. Knows where the second's going to be. He's going to be as weak as well. He's running. Continuing to run, and Afro will hunt him down and get him. Bance gets one as well. Got to be careful here. Revive. They will be spawning up in just a few seconds close. But Team War, they smell blood in the water.
I was thinking maybe do War use their other cruise missile here, but I think they save it just as an insurance policy. If we do go to that round number 5, which is looking more and more likely as time goes on, Revive Game will find 3 kills. And can now start to stretch their hand out across this map a little bit more. As he will get caught. Oh, Bance is going to find a second here as well. This would break up in the defense very, very quickly. Connor's able to answer back with 1, but Bance gets himself further towards this laundry side. Opportunity once again here for Team War.
Bance has dived this so aggressively. Finds one towards the back here. Will go down.
They're in.
They are, but they don't have the numbers yet. Going to be difficult. That nade is not where Harry wanted it. It's not going to hit for him. They're super close, and that's the first kill, but the trades will go against them. That is always the issue here when you get into this point. The other team can reinforce faster.
Nade in. Trophy system down. Team War will have 1 more.
Afro gets the first. Connor gets one back. Trying to get through. Somehow Afro wins that gunfight. They're going to swarm for this one now. The player's already in there, but no, too many players. Afro goes to the dive. The trade himself isn't going to work out. Has to run the gauntlet. Harry just trying to sprint and hope for a miracle. We're going to a round 5.
Round 5 that Team War will absolutely have on the defensive side of things. But to win a control and a vision, you just need to win 1 attack. 1 more opportunity for either one of these 2 teams. War to either do what they've done so well on this defensive side, or can Revived show us something on these attacks? They've shown us nothing whatsoever so far. But you only need to do it once. We seen yesterday a Team War, very similar situation. They found themselves on the back foot the entire game. They found one attacking round. They won the game 3-0. They need to find just the defensive round this time to close this one out and set up a grand final date with Omen.
Here they go. Straight on. Revive Gaming not messing about. They are on to B quickly. They've committed everybody here as well. Afro's going to go down. I mean, they are in a great position. He's going to try and throw the needle. Gets nobody. Pushes them off the site for just a few seconds. Vance is behind. Not going to get that first kill. Revive Gaming. This is all locked in for them.
It's looking that way, and I'm very much questioning the cruise missile that 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose B. I suppose it's just one of those moments where they just want to maybe try and cement them back into their spawn. If he finds a couple of kills with that, maybe we're thinking a little bit differently, but they may well be able to put them in the blender here because they've completely surrounded them. Harry and Bance now starting to go to work. Afro is here all on his own. Will not find one. F-Dot is there for the cleanup. But all of a sudden, you need to stay alive if you're a pack. You absolutely need to stay alive.
And him staying alive has prevented that spawn trap from coming into existence yet. They've had to back off. You can already see that Bance has moved to that forward position in the convoy. They want to start this. They want this game over with. It's a minute 43.
Oh, huge.
And that is a huge goal from F-Dot. This is all on Bance now. They know where he is. If he can make this kill, if he can stay alive, they will put Revived in a horrible position.
He's just here to waste time, though. He doesn't necessarily need to take too many of these gunfights. He knows that they have to come for him. He just needs to stay alive.
And down he goes. Harry knows the pressure is going to start swinging in his way. There it comes. Players everywhere. Too many for him to take on, and Revive Gaming have a thread of an opportunity.
Oh, starting to put some good shots and some good pressure. Afro is there to clean it up. F-Dot's found 4 in a row. Afro will find 2. But Revived Gaming, it just feels as if they've got one player left alive at all times, and that's keeping the pressure on.
They do not want to let this one go. They are still making Team War really dig in for this. They know Dizzy is out. They know he is somewhere, but they are not winning the gunfights against Revived at the moment.
F-Dot had one dead right in the middle of the map, didn't find it. Afro is able to answer back, though. Oh, and Afro will find a second. He's had a really good performance with the AR in this round, specifically looking for a third of this life as well. He'll find a third and a fourth onto his teammate. But that will be the clean out. Team War now. 25 seconds to hold this one down. Revived have it all to do.
Still only takes one big wave of kills. That's what Revived are looking for, but Afro will just cut his leg off. Afro might be able to get a cruise here in the dying seconds of the game and finds his 5th. Eventually will fall, but is this damage done? Bant's going to find one on it as well. Not going to get turned on. He is going to be still alive. Revive Gaming diving and hoping for it as well. Connor, the hope rested with him, and now Dizzy basically just has to run for it, and down he goes. It's no, I don't think he died. It doesn't matter. Team War take the control and take the series 3-0. It was always coming down to those defensive rounds, and War just looked better.
So clean on the defense for the most part. Third was maybe just a little bit nervous, but they get the job done irrelevant of that. Fantastic work coming in from Team War. Map number 1, they absolutely battered them. Map number 2 was the real swing, I think. You know, I think if Revive Gaming can continue their form throughout those rounds of Search and Destroy, we very much have a series on our hands, but they're going into this one with their heads maybe just a little bit low. And they never really looked like they were going to win an attacking round. The best they did look was in that round number 5, which is sometimes always the case. But they never really looked likely. Revive Gaming got themselves into that winner's bracket final and then didn't win a game from there. Tough scenes for them, but a top 3 placement is nothing to turn your nose up at whatsoever.
No, it certainly isn't, and they certainly had their own highlights for it as well, but SnD particular highlight of mine for Revive Gaming. They controlled it. Was just Team War looked very, very practiced. F-Dot was a problem all the time around. Afro took over in that last one, just being an absolute menace. He was everywhere.
Yeah, and having an AR in his hands as well. I was about to say he'd be absolutely buzzing about that, but I mean, realistically speaking, the Ravel 9 is an AR anyway. So I mean, he's used to it. This was an absurd kill. This is absolutely ridiculous. Look at this. Disarray's barely even seen him.
It just fell apart. I mean, even though Team War were never able to get that trap on at the end, Revive Gaming, they were basically just doing everything they could just to try and keep mid-map control. There's the scores at the end. F-Dot 26, Bance 26. All slaying all the time. And yeah, there's not a lot more you can say about it, really. They were just a better defensive team. They only let slip 4 ticks in 3 rounds of defense.
Plus 27 on the slaying difference. Quick maths coming in. That is, as far as 3-2s go, a very, very clean one. We didn't need to see a Rio or Invasion Search and Destroy. That is a scoreline that Team will be looking at and thinking, yeah, good start to our day. Let's see if we can go one further. Revive Gaming will solidify themselves in that 3rd place. $10,000 to their name. Not a bad effort whatsoever. Honestly, I think if you'd have told them at the beginning of this, I know you're in the winners final, you want to go further, you want to go on to win it. But I think if they were offered 3rd at the beginning of the season, I think they would have taken it. So, fair play to them. They did well to get where they were, put themselves in that position, but could not find that step further. Team War will set themselves up with another date against Omit. It's a grand final we probably expected at the beginning of the season. Maybe not so much after we've seen Team War in the first couple of games, but all of a sudden we do have it again. And based on what the game was like in that winners bracket for round 1, this should still be a banger.
Yeah, it certainly should. These two teams will be warming up for each other, but we will have to find out exactly who comes out on top. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with the grand final in European Challengers right after this. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce, with me here, of course, Chris Tunn, and the grand final is upon us.
It very much is. In the grand final that I alluded to beforehand, that a lot of people before the season started probably would have expected, but not kind of in the way that we've got it. Team War started the season terribly. They've definitely had a resurgence. Omit have never looked anything but the best team in Europe all the way through. Can Omit go once again and find a win against Team War, or can War turn the tables on them after what was such a scrappy start from them? This is how things have worked out. Omit already playing War in the playoff bracket, winning against them 3-1. Barely dropped maps across the entire stage. Omit Team War really do have it all to do, but it should be a banging grand final.
It certainly should. I mean, Omit EU, it's been the name everybody's been waiting to see just how good they're going to be, and it turns out very. And they have continued to be a problem for every team they've come against. Haven't really slipped up even a little bit, even with obviously roster changes that have been happening amongst the top teams in Europe, as slowly but surely players trickle into the CDL.
Yeah, of course, and I mean, you've got players trickling into the CDL and out of the CDL as well, especially when you look over towards this War roster. Plenty of players who've been in amongst it. Omit are a team full of players who, apart from Hixie, have never been there. No, none of them ever have, which is crazy to say when you look at some of the names on that roster. But here they are: Vortex, Mythics, Weeman, and Hixie. Hixie, obviously, in the previous grand final and Challengers Elite, was on the Team War roster, now going up against War, but on the other side of things. Vista Hardpoint to kick things off, Invasion, Search and Destroy. Highrise Control and Rio Hardpoint will be the 4 maps we absolutely do see. And then we will see Rio Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Karachi Search and Destroy if we need to. Hardpoint, 6-star, and Subbase was banned out from both these two teams. Everything else will, of course, be played. Very excited to get into this one, Brycey.
Yeah, me too. Well, let's find out how these two teams do actually square up as we are off to the races. And we have actually seen this just a little while ago. Team War played very, very well on this map, and we're looking to do the exact same thing again.
Well, if you're going to go by the law of averages, it is very much going to be a good map, you would think. Both these two teams, unfortunately for Revived, absolutely smoked Revived. But Omit did 100-point club. Team War did allow them 109. So it's going to be a close one. Both these two teams very much know what they're doing on Vista. It's going to be how they match up. Very much a square up for both these two teams to kick things off.
It really is. You can see already everybody just flowing into this point over and over again. It looks like scrap time might go towards Omit EU. Esther will try and take that one away, and he is going to as well. Vortex gets his trade back again, but it is the P1 to P2 that has really been devastating for some of these teams so far, and it looks like Team War are slightly better in that aspect this time around.
And I think something to bear in mind as well for both these two teams. Team War have just come off the back of a 3-0 smoking against Revived, so they've had their opportunity to get an actual series underneath their belts today. I wonder if they come into this one hot. Can they keep that momentum going? Omit will eventually get a hold of P2 afterwards. Looking like a bit of a slow start. In very good position right now, though.
And this is where they can get a bit of time back. You can already see pushed up, waiting for everybody on Team War, and just in the right positions at the right time. Omit EU look like they have this completely and totally locked down.
They do tend to be very good at, well, I was about to say at holding hills. When they get a hold of them now, Weeman left all on his own. We'll find one. If he can find any more, that would be fantastic. He cannot. And that's going to spawn out Omit at just the wrong time. You're thinking of the P3 that's coming up in a second. Team War spawning on the right side of the map for that. One more push to come in here, though. 15 seconds to go. Omit going to fight this tooth and nail all the way through. Hixie can find one, as can Mythics, but the trades go War's way. The lead will belong to Omit, but an only ever so slight one.
Well, I might actually go back now. Baz isn't going to get onto that point. Just wait and see if anybody comes and chows them. They do. Team War, first one here on the rotation, ready to absorb the pressure. Hicks is going to get through as well. Finds Harry. They don't even hold it for a second.
It's a brilliant break coming through. Hixie going up against his former team. Managed to find the break coming on through, and that was the case when we went over towards P2. It looked like Team War was set up. They were. They get broken down, I should say, as Omit do the same thing over towards P3 as well. They have now been forced away, but it's going to be a hit coming in from the bridge side of the map. Can Omit find a way through?
Well, trying to as well, and both teams just really going back and forth over and over again. I've got to say, Omit EU, considering they didn't come in off a hot game like Team War have done, are still throwing haymakers with the best of them.
Great shots coming in from Afro. Gunfights he had to win. You can't allow this backside to get overtaken by Omit if you are Team War. Bance survives over towards the back. Just about found the kill onto Hixie. Kill's been traded in the favor of Omit, though, who are going to pick up the final 10 seconds. They will still have the lead as we head over towards the next hill. Bance needs some help.
Well, he managed to get the first. Reinforcement slowly but surely heading over. Bance knows he's going to have to get into the point, but it means he does give up the back just a little bit. Efdot's going to hit the flank with them. I don't think they know he's here, so it should be an easy kill for the first one. But Kill's going on towards a point as well, and it's Team War in the better position.
And now all of a sudden, Omit can only commit from one direction. They had the pinch potentially set up, but big plays coming in from Efdot. I really, really like that. Little moment just to reflank around. He knows the push is going to be coming from there, Team War. And then ever so slender lead. 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P4. It's looking like Team War going to be able to lock in a good amount of time.
Arrow trying to push this out just a little bit, keeping the pressure onto Omid EU, who are struggling to get through this just hail of gunfire every time they poke their heads up. Team War probably got the biggest lead we've seen so far into this one, but it wouldn't surprise me to see it change again, Ton.
It really wouldn't. You're thinking about rotation this time around. It feels like maybe one of the first times you've seen Omid win a rotation. Or are they going to win it? Harry with 1 HP may well be there to spoil this party. Afro finds a gunfight on the other side of things. That's going to be Hixie spawning over towards the bar side. It is going to be Team War in control of the hill. It was looking like Omid had themselves set up. They've let this one slip far too easily. Gunfight starting to go on for Team War now. Bance on a 5 spray. Things starting to turn just a little bit in the favor of the Team War squad. In control of the point now as well. And Omid struggling to get back into the point. Afro on a 5 spree as well. They both eventually do drop a fall. They do get a cruise missile. I think Bance might have just got a hold of something, but this has been so good from War so far.
Yeah, from what was a game that changed sides over and over again, Team War have decided just to hit the afterburners. Another 20 seconds going towards them. You can see Omid EU aren't really going to go for it. They are going for a rotate, but still really struggling to get some kills on the board at this point in time.
It's been really, really poor. That the past 2 hills, I want to say, from Omid. They didn't get much done over towards P4, which is fine. Okay, you got forced away. It was really good play coming in from Team War, but you had time to rotate. You had time to set up. You get absolutely nothing from that bridge hill. You need to turn around pretty quickly. They're in a good position from P1 to P2 right now, but still have 55 seconds remaining on the opening hill.
This is an opportunity. Omid EU are dug deep. They are looking for players in every single direction. For Team War, it will not be a concentrated hit, but they will hit from many different angles, and that's worked out for them. Only 1 kill for Omid EU in that exchange.
Really good break coming in from Team War. Just seem to have that extra bit of firepower that they need to get through a team like Omid. 10 and 14 from Weeman. Slow start by his standards. Think about it, really. It has been the SMGs. Afro's the one that's been taken over. 21 and 13 from him. Break is going to come in from the side of Omid, and that's a big kill from Vortex as well. So some min-map control, 15 seconds of scrap time to play for. In a good position for P2. You feel like Omid need a good 45-point hold or something along those lines, and P2 or P3 to get themselves back into this game.
Vance just trying to just play this angle a second here and just getting the kills. And that means it's going to be a bit more difficult for Omid EU to get anything onto this next point. Team War are here again. Do they have the numbers to carry the day? They do. The trades are all them. And Team War looking every bit as hot on this map as they did against Revive.
It's been a fantastic start from them here. 167 and rising. It's about to be a 100-point difference if Omid are not careful. A couple of kills starting to come through for the side of Omid, but Harry combining well. It just feels as if the flurry of kills when they need to come through for Team War, they do every single time. The guns are running hot. Bance has got himself a cruise missile as well. This spells danger for Omid EU. Bance is starting to fry.
They are feeling it. I'm sure those comms are absolutely screaming with just how much they are battering Omid EU in this map so far. Almost another full 60 off of this P2 for them. Going to lose the scrap time. Benefit for Omid EU, though, is they do have this rotation, and they might have a chance just to get some points back on the board.
Oh, can't find anything for your wee man there. Do help a team kill. Usher along that way. But this is where the game could potentially change for Omid. If you can hold down P3, keep this side of the map underneath your control, then all of a sudden you can get a good rotation over towards P4. You can already see Harry trying to work on this, expecting the chance to come in from Hixie, who's trying to hold it down from the back side. Bance now. Where's he sending it? Straight towards the hill, or is it just towards the spawns? It's towards the spawns. Who's going to get there first? It is going to be Omid. So still in control of the point, still in control of the spawns they want to be.
This is a great chance for them to rally here as well. Can they get the kills flowing? That is the question. Another 26 seconds here really does bring this game almost back into even keel. The rotation for Team War. They have got one player here. Harry's going to find Wee Man as well. Get him off this point. Get him off the last few bits that they desperately want. Mythix is hunting for a player he knows is missing. Eventually will find F. Dot and Afro will take him down, removing the scrap time and forcing Omen EU to give up any chance of the rotation early.
Team War partially spawned out here, though, as the hill's about to pop. I'm interested to see what Wee Man can do from the middle of the map. He's looking the wrong direction, expecting players to be lingering around there. And I don't think they'll be expecting Harry, who's just chilling out towards the back. This is where Team War really started to pull away in the first rotation. They've got a perfect setup here now for P4. This is looking good for War. They can break 200 points here.
Man's going to play his life. A little bit weak, but Mythix actually gets a team kill under Wee Man. Waiting for that health to come back, and he's going to get it. Hixie will get him before he does. Afro still alive. Only took a few bullets in that last one, so the double chow will come in, but Owen EU will be the team that walks away with it.
If they can hold down this final 25 seconds, I mean, they've really got Team War where they want them. That's the problem. When you do have these back spawns, you do get forced away. You can be put into a little bit of a blender. They aren't going to be able to get them off the hill. It's only Mythix who is able to survive. But Omid, from what was a poor position, do prevent Team War from getting a good chunk of time there. I was about to say they're going to be the first ones here, but F Dot is waiting. I think he'll probably play his life a little bit, but not too long. Hixie the next on the chopping block. Big kills and big plays coming in from F Dot.
It's completely taken them by surprise, and now Omen EU are scrambling. Vortex is trying to make the play that gets them back into it, but they can't really afford to hit this piecemeal. They've got to try and take it away here. Team War just ticking up the points as contested, but Hixie finds two.
What?
It will be F Dot again. Another two for him, a 5 streak. No health left will eventually drop to Mythix, who takes one from Vortex in a nade. It has been just team kills for Omen EU, and they do not want them.
It's been very, very scrappy by their standards. Haven't been able to get anything going. Team War now 15 seconds away. The setup's looking crispy. 10 seconds from going in the lead against Omid.
I'm just trying to get it. Harry almost turning on Hixie there, but they still have to commit. They still have to put the bodies into this point. They cannot afford not to. Afro crosses the 30-point barrier. He's got 31 himself, and he's just trying to get as many kills going. Omid, stop the bleeding, but for how long?
Problem is the damage already done. Wee Man trying to survive inside the point. You've got to lock this down. You have to be absolutely perfect. One kill in from Harry. Kills starting to get traded. Bance is there to find another. Next couple of kills are massively important.
Afro looking for it. Spraying. Not a lot of bullets left in it. All he needs, though, eventually gets that kill, but somehow Omen EU still holding on. Digging in their heels, refusing to let this one go quite yet, but maybe it's just inevitable. More of Team War pouring into this point, winning the gunfights. 2-4-7, 1-8-1, and somehow the kills keep flowing. Bance gets 2 more, and that'll be game. Team War take the first map.
Fantastic work from Team War to kick things off in this grand final. And honestly, it was just the start. At one stage, they were 100 points in the lead. Omid did start to bring it back a little bit, but it's always felt like it was really hanging around P4 to P5 every single time. It felt like Team War were winning those important gunfights to get themselves transitioned, especially over towards P5. I don't think Omid managed to get more than 20 points on both times that we headed over, and it always felt like they had numbers on that initial track over towards that side. Couldn't really get anything going. That's a big map number 1 coming in from Team War. As mentioned, it was kind of an ego child from both these two teams. Both of them look very, very solid on it. But Team War, just that little bit nicer on those rotations when they needed to be. Just a little bit better on the spawn control over towards P3 into 4. They always just seem to be, I want to say, making plays as well. The amount of times you were on board with F Dot, okay, yeah, he wasn't doing anything special in terms of dropping 3 or 4 kills in 5 seconds, but he would find 2 to find a break. Or he would find like plays like this where you just re-wrapped back around when his team were in control. So you get control of those back spawns, you can then force them out. Your team win the gunfights on the other side. Everything's looking lovely. Fantastic work from Team War. That 2-piece should never have happened. It was the one before that as well that pretty much solidified the game for Team War. For all that, F Dot didn't have the most kills in the game. I think he had the second least actually from Team War. He was the one making the plays continuously. And War deservedly find themselves 1-0 up.
Yeah, there was some good opportunities from Omen EU, really. They kind of started to crawl back into the game, but when you're that far behind, and realistically, like I said, it was the bounce between rotations that kind of cost them in the end. But Team War take map number 1. That Vista Hardpoint, that's certainly a map that has been so strong for them recently. On to Invasion, Search and Destroy, though. I don't think this is going to be a one-sided game. It wouldn't surprise me if we go map 5, 6, 7 in this series.
oh, we could be in for a long one. Based on what Team War have just done in map number 1, absolutely. I think, you know, when we've seen them going through the bracket, going through the losers bracket, they've been just dealing with everybody who's coming into their way. You still think, okay, well, Omit are a different challenge, and absolutely they are, but War have come into this with some momentum. It's a 70-point, relatively comfortable map number 1, so they'll be feeling very, very happy about themselves. Omit will know there's still plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. They had a close series against War in the very first winners bracket round to kick things off here last week. They always knew that this was going to be a difficult game. Would they have expected to go 1-0 down? Well, maybe not, but they will know that they have it in their locker to come back and, well, win multiple maps very, very quickly. They're a very, very good squad. We know that what they've got in their arsenal, and whether or not they can find this map to bounce back, it wouldn't surprise me too.
Now, it wouldn't surprise me either. Obviously, you've got to talk about, you know, Omit, you have beaten War already in this playoff section. So it's, like I said, I'm not expecting this to be a walkover for anybody into this one. Team War do look good today. That's something you can definitely take to the bank. But Omit EU are not a team to be ignored. They are the favourites coming into this for a very, very good reason. And with it being a best of 7 here in the finals ton, well, that's a lot of maps and a lot of time.
Yeah, potentially a lot of time. We could be in for a really, really long one if that first map's anything to go by. But if you're going to have a long one, you always prefer it to be the grand finals. For Omit, though, I mean, look, last time around, up against Team War, at least for, well, at least for Bance and Harry, they got beat 4-0. So that's not going to happen today. So that's always a positive for them to take away. But Omit will be looking for a bounce back here in the Search and Destroy. Very good Search and Destroy team. I think the one worry for me, and also something that you can kind of talk about Wee Man and how he had a very poor map number 1. You would expect a lot more from him on that map specifically. He's somebody who has to turn up on Vista for Omit, but he's been so reliable that you would expect him to, and you would still expect him to have a good game throughout the rest of the series. One map doesn't make a player, and we know that Wee Man is a very good one at that. So let's see if he can turn it around. I imagine he will do. It's very, very rare that you get a performance like that from Wee Man on the side of Omit. So if he can turn around here in the Search and Destroy, Omit will be right back into this series.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're expecting as well. Like, we've spoken about this at length. Yes, some of these rosters have been changing, but the Omit EU versus Team War storyline has been going strong for quite some time. And both these squads not only know each other very, very well, they would have practiced, they would have known what to expect coming into it today. That includes in the picks and bans, but also on the initial breaks, incredibly in things like SnD, which we should be jumping to any second now.
Yeah, and I know you were speaking to some members of staff and Team War, and they're feeling good about their Search and Destroy right now. We're going to be heading into that map in just a second. Let's see if they can get something done here. They had to come back against Revived. Who, well, I mean, Revived actually went up against Omit on Karachi Search and Destroy, as did Team War just an hour ago as well. Both these two teams having close games with Revived on the Search and Destroy, so you would like to think are very well matched once again here in Search and Destroy. Attacking side now for Omit to kick things off. And it is typical to see a B hit straight off the rip. Smoke down in the middle of the street. I'm not too sure if that's from the defense or the attack, but irrelevant. It's going to cause some issue for both sides.
They're just going to keep an eye.
Seeing them.
Got to be careful here. There's always a difference in these first rounds as well. Just because the nades and Afro will have to get away. Those nades will come in and try and push them away from that position. Bit of a time burn here. Omit EU slowly but surely working their way up the street.
F-Dot knows he's going to be in trouble as soon as they know where he is. Yeah, stun in, and here comes a couple of nades. F-Dot should be dead to rights if they can get their nades off.
They haven't. He's still alive. There goes the smoke. They go straight across with it as well. Bance gets out of it. F-Dot actually dives into the smoke. Gets out of there. They were expecting him towards the back, but he escaped.
The fact that they got here and they haven't seen him, though, they know he would have dipped out. The shots in from Afro on the flank. F-Dot will find one on the cross as well. Will eventually get taken down. Wee Man finds two, but finds himself now in a 1 versus 2. He has to find the ace in 12 seconds. Not going to happen. That's a disappointing one for Omit. When you've got F-Dot behind the tractor towards the back, you know for a fact you just wing your grenades at him, you'll find the kill.
Yeah, I wonder if it was maybe just a little bit off or just a little bit in the wrong area, but just not able to get him. It's unfortunate for them, but it does mean they kind of have to go back to square one and try to figure out a different way of breaking it, especially since the trophy will be there next time.
Well, the attacking side now for Team War, who will be heading into this one with trophies available on both sides of things. So B will not be nearly as easy. Look at this aggression coming in over towards the A side from Omit EU. Looking like they are going to, well, get control of Hotel, then back out. Like gunfights were ongoing, but relevant of that, unscathed on both sides so far.
Oh, Hixie spots a player. The player will have also spotted Hixie. Playing around. There's Hixie, wants the right timing. Bant is trying to get in a position to pick him off. A lot of pressure on the Hixie. They are just trying to see if they can get him, catch him out. God, there are 3 players of Team War trying to catch him.
Just can't get a route through here, Team War. First one's going to go towards Wee Man. Hixie follows up. Afro there to trade it out, but number advantage here now with Omit. Wee Man in a good position. He kind of got them stuck in between the rock and a hard place. That nade is going to hurt. And there's the round. Omit answer back very, very quickly and very cleanly as well.
Yeah, easy for them in the end. You could see Team War were just trying to work mid-tank. Everything they were doing was basically for that end. They just could not find it. Every angle, they didn't throw too many grenades, but they were hoping Hixie would be overzealous. And credit to Hixie, really wasn't. Just stayed in the position he needed to be.
Wee Man getting things up and running here in the search and destroy very nicely. Can he continue with this as well, though? 4-1 from him. Stuns and nades out. A little bit of information. And yeah, they smell blood in the water here. Omit trying to make a move down the B side. Hixie caught him no man's land, though. And with no backup. They found stuns. They found utility to slow Team War down in their pursuit of getting control of that B street. But didn't punish them for it. Look at shots.
Yeah, starting a little bit of trouble. I wonder if he's calling for reinforcements. We may actually backing out completely. Team War haven't overcommitted to this, though. We're going for a wee man. Oh, and that's a huge kill in the end. Almost finds Afro as well. All the players here just trying to work this site now. Back to a 3 versus 3. Afro's going to be super close. Not going to get... Whoa, he does get Vortex. Down to a 2 versus 2.
Had to be a team shot in there somewhere. Vortex died in the blink of an eye. 2 versus 2 for the attacking team here with 25 seconds to go. You've got to start making a move now. F-Dot and Harry are very much yet. And Harry's just going to wait. Waits it out. Mythic's guns him though. 1 versus 2 now for F-Dot. 15 seconds.
Yeah, Mythic saw him as he went around the corner. Trying to get it and then get away is not going to happen. Mythic's on Overwatch does just enough. I'm going to you. Take that round.
Good job from Omit. I think it's the opening kill that comes in from Wee Man, right? I mean, you're on the bin next to Tank. I believe it might have been Bance that he found for the first book. Can't quite remember, but swung around the corner, finds the kill, and it just completely opens the map up for Omit. Rock on through. 2-1 to the good now here in the search and destroy, looking for the bounce back.
Let's see if they can continue this. They have defense this time around, and you saw Team War a little bit flummoxed. They couldn't get anything going towards it. Afro, though, very aggressively moving down B Street. But speaking of aggressive, Omid EU have pushed out quite significantly.
Chilling towards the back. If you're Mythics, force spree for him. Bear in mind if Omid go on to win this round and he manages to find something. Cruise missiles on this map are deadly. Has to be careful here, though. Because this is a deadly situation. F-Dot just on Overwatch. Now everybody else is going to start collapsing onto him. Mythics gets taken down. Really good work from Team War. Baited him out. Find the kill. B-site now in their control.
Harry throws a lot of bullets long, but doesn't get anything. 3 versus 3. Bomb is going to be down. F-Dot could be the crucial player. Going to find at least one. Staying alive, looking for the second, isn't going to get it. Down to a 2 versus 2. Wee Man just guns Afro, and Bance will now have to clutch. They'll be looking for him in every single angle.
Just watching the cross. That's all he needs to do. He's going to wrap back. Yeah, he's going to wrap back around. Are they going to be expecting it? The timing wasn't there. They will have no clue.
Well, I mean, not many people expect the super long flank. Wee Man seen him. They need to get into a good position for him, and that's just going to be outnumbered. Vortex comes to the rescue, and that'll be a clutch by Omid EU.
It's a big clutch as well. Found yourself losing the B control. And then all of a sudden, you managed to get it back at the right time, and just about in the right time. Vortex fighting the gunfight. Omit now, not necessarily cruising, but in a very good spot in the search and destroy.
So the question does remain, can Team War get the adjustment in? Or is anyone at you about to run away with this SnD? We said it's going to go back and forth between them. That's what they do frequently. Here comes the pressure already. Bomb on Hixie is moving slowly but surely towards this side, but not a lot of aggressive play out of Omid yet.
Hixie, the nominated bomb carrier, as you would expect. Just looking to try and make a play where he can. Both these two teams very much concentrating on putting all their efforts down this B street. 7-2 from Weeman, though. Mentioned you're unlikely to get 2 bad maps in a row. Well, evidence of that coming true here. Brycey making me look a little bit smarter than I am, but Weeman now trying to get something going. Time is ticking down. 40 seconds here in the round.
Weeman is trying to thread the needle. Smoke's going to go down. F-Dot's going to have a lot of pressure on Weeman. Does thread the needle. Gets that first blood. Full control here for Omid EU, and Weeman trying to just hold them off in the smoke. It is chaos. Everybody's throwing bullets. Weeman gets away with it. Oh my god! There's no way that should happen. Team War looked like they were lost.
I mean, the smoke is definitely throwing something in there that is making the gunfight very, very difficult. Everybody's aim looking like mine in the middle of the dark there. That was insane. How on earth has Weeman come out with both kills there and War get nothing? It's falling apart a little bit now. Omid EU running away with this search and destroy. 10-2 from Weeman. One off the cruise. 4-1 up. Firmly in the driving seat.
Wow. Omid EU not really putting a foot wrong. Team War will have to make the adjustments. More just feeling out mid-map. They're not really committing to anything yet. They're wondering if anybody's playing mid-tank. Nobody is. Weeman is on Overwatch, though. It's going to be difficult prospect to get through. The smoke is used to break mid-map. But that's all it does.
Needs a little bit of help here. Has to back on down. Vortex getting aggressive. He did snap on F-Dot, and the trade will come through. Mythic's good shots. Weeman now is his way around towards this side, and he will manage to find the kill. Gets his 6th. Now 1 versus 2 for Bance. He falls. Omid. 1 round away.
Just clinical from them in the end. It's just playing positions that makes it so difficult. And Bance tries to make a bit of a hero play, essentially. Running through, hoping to get a bit of timing and catch them off guard. Does not work out that way. And for Omid EU, there is a chance for them to take this.
To be honest, both maps have been comfortable for both these two teams. Just the shoes very much on the other foot from what it was in map number 1. Weeman 6 spree cruise missile. 11-2. This B street's just been working out fantastically for Omid, and it's mostly down to your main AR dropping 11 kills.
Weeman with the cruise here. I mean, they can end this pretty easily. Look at them. They're going to stack this street, and then I suspect Weeman will call in the cruise missile.
I don't think so. He's got backup. Stone out. Oh, it's going to catch Afro as well, which actually may well throw Omid off, but he can't find these shots. Does get out as well. Weeman will fall, so will Mythic. So all of a sudden, from what was looking like a gunfight that should have went Omid's way, they find themselves now in a 2 versus 4.
He just dives through dark, but he's going to fall. Vortex left alone, 1 versus 3. Hoping to find something, and that's a close range gunfight. Doesn't win it in the end, but I'll be honest with you, Ton, I was really expecting some sort of cruise missile play.
I wonder if they just didn't have enough information to bring it in. That's sometimes one of those things where, I mean, look, we can see there's 3 players down the B street. If they call it in, they've all kind of got to scurry away. Gives you the information, you can then walk down. But if they think to themselves, right, okay, well, there could only be 1 player pushed towards that side. Is it worth the investment? I'm not too sure. You're 5-1 up. Okay, now it's 5-2. You've got 4 more opportunities to close this one out. That was a clean round from Team War. Let's see if they can get something going. Remember, and actually in the previous series, Brycey, they managed to find 5 rounds in a row. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, it's slightly harder prospect this time with no slippage and all kinds of things arrayed against them. Oh, Wee Man is just got an incredible shot.
I think if you ask any of the European talent, anyone, any of the challengers casters, very much Wee Man fan club.
Yeah, you're about to bang the same drum that we always bang, but Wee Man for CDL. We're going to put it on a t-shirt at some point. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Team War have taken control of the B site. The interesting thing about this prospect is the fact that there is a God Rod headed inbound. Back off. All that time burn, all that map control, run away. Not able to thread a needle, didn't lose a life, but they have got a player in here now. Mythics is sneaky, Mythics is there, finds the first, looks for the second, Bance is panicking, Bance is going down as well! And that's what you need from a cruise missile, to break the map open, to break the deadlock. And for Team War, everything that could have gone right has gone wrong. Hixie is now running around against them. It's a 2 versus 2, but with 12 seconds. I don't even know if they can make this.
Oh, he can. Oh, he can. He's getting it down. He's getting it down. How on earth are they going to turn this round around? It's down.
Wee Man must have thought this round was over. Fortunately, the 12 and 3 player has an opportunity to make it so. A 1v1. Wee Man versus F Dot. And Wee Man is hunting for the angles. He still has a bit of time to play for. F Dot is going to be there, and he gets it as well. Team War pull a miracle out of the fire.
Oh, those are the kind of rounds that swing games of Search and Destroy. Sensational shots to close out the round from F Dot. But there will be a couple of people in whatever team speak that Team War lot are in, getting very gassed now. 5-3, cruise missile gone. A round you absolutely shouldn't have won is now on your side. 5-3, still a bit of a mountain to climb, but it's becoming a little bit more doable. That's 2 rounds in a row now.
Just waiting. How many of you know they only need to be lucky once? Afro giving his position away. How many of you have got anything to play about this? Hixie throwing a shoulder. We'll do nothing more. It looks like they're going to try and work this tank against Bance. Bance is in Vortex as well. That's a lot of damage.
That damage hasn't really opened any doors here for Omit. Very, very passively. F Dot will put some shots in. We'll back on down. That's a bit of B Street control now for Omit. Looking like that's what they want to work on. There's a tag coming in from F Dot, but Mythics will find Harry, and all of a sudden this one might break wide open. Vortex finds another. They need to find a 2 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 4 for F Dot.
This just isn't going to happen. They will throw shoulders. They will play this long game. Bomb going down. F Dot. It would be a miracle in the making, but I think it's just too far. He's in Palace. He's in his own spawn. He's in trouble. He's hit up. He's down. And Omen EU will take the S&D.
Pretty clean in the end. Couple of scary rounds and maybe some playing around the streaks that can sometimes force you to make bad plays. It's one of those moments where you start to think about it too much, and I don't think they'll be too bothered about that, though. That was a very clean Search and Destroy for the most part. Very good performance coming in from Wee Man. Team War really elongated themselves by coming up with some really good clutch situations, but for the most part, a relatively comfortable Search and Destroy for Omit EU. Really should have been 6-2, but 6-3 is fine as well. Very back and forth in terms of who actually had control down this B street, but it was Omid who clutched up a couple of times themselves, actually, and I think there was a 3 versus 4 situation or a 2 versus 3 at one stage as well. Started running away with it, and that was that. Wee Man had a kind of takeover game in Search and Destroy that we do often see from him. Love to see stats towards the end. I mean, this was... I mean, the smoke plays a huge factor, of course, but irrelevant of that. Fantastic play coming in from him, and this was where things ended. Mythics, Vortex combining well. There's Wee Man for the 3rd. And was it Hixie for the 4th? Perfect teammates. Fantastically done. 13 kills on your forehead to tie the series up.
Yeah, and that's what we expected to go back and forth. There was a little bit of a worry. Just a little bit of a worry for Omen EU after they gave that round away. But they played it slow. They found the pick. And once they did that, they committed, managing to get back into it. Some teams that would be soul-destroying the round they lost, but doesn't matter. Keep on moving. 1-1 in the grand final now. Team War and Omen EU continue to just battle each other across this game.
Heading into a Highrise Control. Most recent result for both these two teams is Omit losing this to Revived pretty convincingly. I think it might have been 3-0 if I remember correctly. I mean, I say remember correctly, it was literally less than 24 hours ago. I think they definitely lost though, Bryce, is my point. So for Omit now, can you put those demons to rest, or was it just an off day? We'll soon find out. I think for War though, you'd be heading into this third map, sort of saying, look, we looked really good at map number 1. We got outplayed in map number 2. Let's see how we do in Highrise Control. Nothing really to stress about yet.
No, that's kind of what you got to take away from it. They know going into this, it's not going to be an easy. Obviously, we'd love for it to be very one-sided. They're like, oh yeah, if we could just take it 4-0 and go home, that'd be great. But it is going to go back and forth. It's going to be one of those ones where who is just a little bit better on the day. They will have practiced all of these maps against each other. They will know the breaks, especially on SnD. It is never going to be simple for either team. But as we go into the control, though, both teams have shown pretty good across the season onto this one. But I really don't know. It's difficult trying to decide between these two teams. Team War looked like a much better team than they did at the start. Omen EU, as we said, we're going into this game, have barely dropped any maps.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you're sitting at 1-1. I still, in my heart of hearts, do think Omit will go on to win this grand final. They will still be the favorites. They've looked flawless the entire season. Team War are getting there. But has it happened a little bit too late to beat a team like Omit? We'll find out over, well, at worst, the next 5 maps. One apiece between these two now, and the push coming in from Omid, who will be on the attacking side to kick things off.
Just jumping in here for the contest, but isn't going to last very long. Gonna have to see if they can get a bit more pressure onto the map here. Weeman dives in. Again, clock stop, jumps out, dives around. Just making sure that Team War don't have an opportunity to pin his team back, and they've used that opportunity to get a couple of kills down.
Yep. Everybody on a swivel to try and find Weeman. All of a sudden, 4 dead. That's at least going to be B. What, 2/3 of the way captured by the time that Team won't get anywhere near this. I mean, they just sprinted down mid-map. If you're Afro, though, you find a way in. There's the contest. So for what was looking like a signed, sealed, and delivered B point for Omit, all of a sudden, Afro's walked in. He's found 2 kills. He's about to find a 3rd as well. Fantastic play from Afro. Breaks it open all on his own, and all of a sudden, 4 dead momentarily for Omit, who will have to fight their way out of their spawn. Doing so well, but Afro broke that one open all on his own.
Yeah, beautiful play in the end, just being a problem, getting the kills, and sometimes in control, that's all you need to do. Just get the kills. Bans getting away from that stun, knows where they're going to come out of those windows as well. And for Omen EU, you can tell they're actually redirecting. They have to go and find Bans before they move forward. But 2 kills off the back for them. 16.8 seconds left. They are digging in here. They do not want to let this one go this early. And Mythics tries to just slow the deluge of Team War pouring towards B.
It feels as if Team War, when they just come off the respawn, it feels like they've powered up. They come sprinting out. They're finding the gunfights. One final opportunity for Omit to find, well, anything in this attacking round.
Man has to dive in. Just has to. Doesn't have a choice. Has to go for it as well. They're going to be onto A here, though. Omen EU. A small lifeline. A Hicks line. No reinforcements. No opportunities. And a propane will end the game. Oh, well, on to the next round.
A really, really good defensive round coming in from Team War. Only limiting Omit to 1 tick. And really, it's down to Afro. The fact that he pushes through the middle of the map. Omit not spreading themselves out well enough. It felt like they got 3 or 4 down pretty quickly and never were really set up. I would have liked to see maybe the spawns that came in from War, because they seem to be there very, very quickly. They're relevant. War still managed to win that one pretty convincingly. We'll be happy to do so. Omit, can they answer back with a similar kind of defensive round?
Well, let's see what they can do. Initial few nades bouncing out to begin with. Omen EU committing heavily to B Street. They have bodies pouring everywhere over it. Bad to find Hixie. They're slowing the bullets down, but Team War not going to be that confident about getting map control yet.
Not quite there. 3 kills for Omid down the other side of things, and F-Dot will slow down the conveyor belt of kills that seems to be falling the way of Omit. A little bit of pressure over towards this Ace side, though. Even putting a couple of bullets down, and more than that. How on earth has he found the second? Harry will come in and eventually get rid of him. Can find a second himself. Both these two teams trading big kills. But no inroads made by the attacking side so far. Omit holding tight.
I mean, you're just spreading across the map now. They know they don't have full control quite yet. Another flurry of kills to really push them back into the spawn here. Team War know the same thing. They're being cautious. They do not want to lose the trades. Vance and F. combine. Still a little bit of breathing room, but with 34 seconds left to go, Team War will have to have more than that. Harry finds a kill. That clock has stopped for just a few seconds, but the Team War player that's in there is outnumbered, but it is going to be Afro who finds two and keeps hope alive. That first tick is now winging its way towards them. Vortex is going to be up top. Afro knows where he is. Vortex drops down perfectly and guns him. And that will be Bantz's turn to try and make some magic happen, but he's going to be damaged too.
Although Afro was the one who made the clutch play to keep a hold of B. For Team War on that defensive side, and he nearly gets a hold of B all on his own on the attack. Not looking good for them, though, this time around. It's looking like we're going to be heading into the third round with a tick apiece, unless Team War can do something in this final 10.
Well, they might be able to. Vortex is going to be the man who tries to plug in the player up top and the aircraft gun. They have to jump on. I don't think they're close. They have to just try and slow this down for just a few seconds.
They're on B.
Unfortunately, they've lost a lot of players going through. Look, there's two right back at him. Hixie going for it, doesn't need to. Wee Man will get that player off in the end. Omini U with a good defense as well.
Equally as good. Maybe felt a little bit more stressful. Felt like, a lot more kills kind of going on. War maybe a little bit more erratic in their attack. But irrelevant of that, it still worked out exactly the same. Both two teams managing a tick on their attacking side. So all tied up on that front. Both will be happy enough with their defenses so far. But can Omit break the duct of these attacking rounds here in round number 3?
Well, let's see. This could be a little bit about the break. Sometimes that's where it really starts. If you can get that defensive team on the back foot for just a minute, you can start working it, keep the map open. Huge commit down B side. Everybody from Omit trying to pile in through. They are going to go down to F. Who gets the 3-piece for him. Vortex is like, where have my teammates gone?
All in the line of sight of F. Vortex actually managed to find himself a cruise missile throughout that round. It's hard to sometimes keep up when the scoreboards at the top don't work. Relevant of that. F. now on a force spree himself. Have to be careful here, Omit. They do have Hixie out, so he can maybe relieve some of that pressure. So Omit now just trying to find a route if they possibly can do. Afro has died. Not quite sure how. And all of a sudden, Omit do have a route through over towards this A's side. F. trying to keep himself alive. Not going to be able to do that. A little bit of control here for the side of Omit.
Oh, it's panic. It's panic for War. They're going to get one back into this. Damage might have already been done. That first tick coming through. Vortex coming back in. Mythics gets one as well. And now Vortex going for the players in the spawn. He's 14-9, Vortex. He's going to try and get as many kills here as possible. That second tick is about to hit. They managed to get 8. Vortex gets it, and that's a load of kills there. Omini U. They now have an opportunity to take this. Vortex is going to go on spawn control. The rest of them are getting onto the points. A is almost gone. Vortex has got too many players against him here, but it might be just enough because A is outside of their control. Team War have lost a point, and not the point that usually goes.
Oh, the problem is there for Omit, though. They maybe tried to bite off more than they could shoot. Vortex goes for the spawns. It's one of those moments you kind of need to try and force them back, but that was a big opportunity to secure the round. They went halfway there. They have a hold of A. But Team War find some big kills that they absolutely needed to get, and then they found a few more as well. All of a sudden, if you're Omit, you're stuck in your spawn. Good job coming in from Bantz. It's a force spree off the rip. He will eventually get taken down. But Omit smell blood in the water. They've got 3 life deficit to make up. But there is potential here. You just need to get a hold of B to find the advantage.
Well, it's just caught him in the cruise. They're trying to get away from it. Gets one as well. Afro dives straight back into the point. Team War know they are playing on borrowed time. They have to be perfect. Already players going to come through. F. wants one. He takes out the trophy. That might help them out a little bit. And F. continuing to be a great player in this series so far. But can he do even more? He's already done so much, but they've got to ask everything of him. Continue to just kill everybody who comes against him. Hixie tries to get away, but you can't escape F. Holds them at bay.
Sensational players coming in from F. He's going to need to do it again. Weeman, Vortex finding 2. B now wide open, 7v6. This is the moment of the game here, right now.
Mythics is going to take him down. Afro's gone. Nades pouring into the site. Weeman is not able to hold the deluge as well, but Mythics gets 1. Still trading in the 4v4. Bance will get the advantage now. The Omen EU coming off of the spawn as Bance gets his second at 2 versus 3.
Bance has come off that respawn and found 4 kills a couple of times in a row now. F. He's ready and waiting for Mythics, but doesn't find it. Remember, Omit, they did have themselves a cruise missile. They invested it in this round. Can Weeman and Mythics find anything here with 15 seconds to go?
Both sides incredibly tense, and Weeman will find the first. Down to a 2 versus 2. F. is ready for anybody who comes through. He will eventually find Mythics, and it will be Team War. They just managed to get the trade there in the last kill. Numbers will be the reason, but what a close finish.
It comes down to 1v1. Afro finds 1 and 2. As Weeman is dropping in to try and stop the time. A valiant effort from Omit on the attacking side. They do manage to get a hold of 5 ticks, I believe, in that round. So bear that in mind for what could potentially be a decider. Every single defense has been won so far. You would definitely want it for round number 5 if you're Omit. If your team won't, you don't want to see that round number 5. You want this close right here, right now.
Well, let's see. F. gets one on Hixie straight away. Put some bodies over towards him, but he isn't able to get Vortex. It would have been a huge kill. Afro finds him anyway. Mythics will take him down. For Team Water to commit in here, and Afro is going to be seen by everybody as he jumps out of it. They know the pressure's coming. Bance is going to try and take down Hixie, but they just do not have the lives. And for Omid EU, opportunity beckons. Back to them, back into the spawn.
Forcing them back. It's just been an absolute reaper down the B side of the map. Having an incredible game. It's a big reason as to why Team War are in the lead now, trying to get something going over towards the A side. Not going to happen. Omid find a couple of kills simultaneously, and all of a sudden they can force their way up. They can start to force them back. Harry going to jump off the map as well. Not ideal. Team War could be in a little bit of trouble here if they're not careful. Hixie starting to snap. They can force them back. Team War in trouble.
Might be a little bit of an overheat there by Hixie.
Maybe
straight for it to get in the right position, but it's not going to matter. Team still able to get enough trades going through, and Team War can't even look at the sites.
Barely been out of their spawn. Hixie feeling himself now. We'll get the shots in over towards F. through the fence, which is never the easiest of gunfights, but Team War 22 seconds to try and find something here. They have been battered in this attacking round. And based on how things have went in these defensive rounds, Omit are in the position to find defense in round number 5, which is looking like it's incoming in around 10 seconds.
Team War, they're trying to commit this one last time. They dive into B to stop the clock. Vortex already knows where a player is. Weeman will get it before him. And Bance goes for the chow and does actually get it. 6.1 seconds left to go. Weeman is going to go flying in from the top rope. Not able to find anything. Has to just stay alive to get them, but that's more kills going to Team War. Not that they have really the lives to carry this entire game, but maybe just get the ticks they want.
Maybe a slight overcommit there from Weeman. Vortex will, thankfully for Omit, find the kill on Harry. That's being gone though, so Team War are going to extend that clock, but they have a big problem. They only have 3 lives remaining.
They haven't extended it quite yet. They gave it up for a second. There we go. Finally get the minute, but you are right. A 3 versus 11. A 3 versus 10. Just a trade will ruin their day. That's all it will be. Afro finds Mythics. 3 versus 9.
Still have to be perfect.
3 versus 8.
They still have to be perfect. That's a 5 spree for Bance. If they smell blood in the water, they may well call that in if Bance can get one more.
Well, it's just making sure they can't get anything for this, though. It's a 2 versus 7. Already the numbers going down, and Bance will have his cruise missile, but that's all he will have. And they will attack again.
Oh, it's a nice weapon to have. And if I believe correctly, there was one on the side of Omid, but it's already been used. So the commitment was there. Let's see if Bance has a hold of his, and well, he has a hold of a kill over towards the B side. As good of a start as Team War have had on these attacking rounds. Solid over towards this B side. Omid playing maybe a little bit tentatively here. Afro finds that second kill then. Bance, can he find anything in the point? Not quite. Afro doing damage once again. Eventually gets taken down. But still, Team War have made some decent inroads to kick off the round.
Bance is calling it in now.
Wow.
They do not want to lose map control. He is calling it in so they can get out of spawn.
They ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, they're not going to allow them to find anything, but it has pushed them back just a little bit. They're back on the B here, Team War. They do have the life advantage here at the same time.
Plenty of util being used over towards B, but they're not going to be able to get them off it. One last flurry isn't going to happen. Harry finds one on Vortex. Omit have yet to really get some decent control of the map, which is what you need on this defensive side. The gunfire raining through from Pants, who's having a hell of a game. He's 31 in 25. That life lead for Team War is 6.
He's going to continue to bring the pain. Enjoying the MCW.
They're on here, yeah. They need to get them off it. They have done. That's probably the first time that's felt like Omid have a bit of control.
Right, here we go. War still have a mountain to climb. They may have made themselves a little bit of a base camp, but it's still a long way to go. There's 2. They'll probably get onto this to stop the clock if they can and push forward. They know there's a player in the base. It's going to be Wee Man, and Wee Man continuing to be a problem.
Not sure how he won that gunfight, but he does nonetheless. He's not going to be able to find the second. A little bit of presence here for Team War, who, to be honest, the trades were working in their favor, but the lives now. But even Mythics with the snapper as well. And that might just force them away. Big moment from Mythics. Slows War down.
This still is balanced on a very, very small knife edge. The advantage is to Omid EU. They can reinforce. They can keep holding and keep trading. Team War will eventually burn through this finite amount of time they have left.
That's bad news for them, though. They lose a little bit of control from the top side. All of a sudden, you don't have any control over towards helicopter. There's 3 members of Team War about to jump onto A here. Omid have to do something about this.
Warlex looking for Bance towards mid-map. Bance staying alive. It's a slow burner. Wee Man finding 1, and they just come swinging out of that spawn. Bance finds 2. F-Dot looking for 1 himself. Isn't going to get it. Bance just being a problem for them, but will be gunned down. And this is a nightmare scenario for Team War. All that work, all those kills, all that time burned down to nothing. Only Afro out.
They had a 6 life advantage at one stage. Now finding themselves 1 behind. 2 respawns remaining. Oh, he can't find the shots as well. Wee Man will start to pin him back, but eventually he will. One last chance for Team War here.
And Afro's tried to give him a lifeline. Harry will find 1. Vortex, though, gets a kill in towards the middle of the map. 4 lives left for Team War. Bance dives out. 5 seconds. They have to just go for it. There is nothing here for them apart from to get onto that point. And while Bance dives out for it, can they get on the point? No! Omid EU will win the control. They take this down to the wire again.
5 defensive rounds. That's all it took. Nobody managing to find any success on the attack. Vortex with the final kill. Nobody else was close enough anyway. Team War, they huffed and they puffed in that round. It has to be said, Brycey, they found probably the most success they had done in any of the attacking rounds. They went through 3 in a row. They didn't manage to win. Omit, for the first time, find themselves in the lead in this grand final. And just held it down a little bit cleaner. When War were on the defense, it always felt like they were leaking points here and there. And it's not typically a map that you say, right, okay, you absolutely just need to hold every single round, and then, of course, you'll get that map round number 5, and you'll win your defense. It's not like Invasion. There is still chances to win attacking rounds. It's still difficult. Team War threatened towards the end, but that was it. It was just threatening.
Well, I mean, it might be close, but still a win is a win, Ton, and one they will be more than happy with. Just those defensive rounds. That really is what it comes down to. And I'll give full credit to Team War, right? They battled to the very end. Vance looked very comfortable just being that supporting player. But I don't know. I don't know what else they could have really have done. They were trying to do everything correct, but time went against them. Lives went against them. And this is the last moment. I don't think he would have got away with it.
No, it would have been something quite special, but I felt like Mythics was really finding his moment then. Again, look, we talk about Wee Man having good maps, bad maps. I mean, in that one in particular, not too bad, but the thing is, there's only so many kills on the map. Mythics was locking them down 41. Vance had a really, really good game as well. Everybody pitching in terms of the kills to death. The Mythics, the standout across the board. Big game from him to find Omit now in the lead. Rio Hardpoint going to be coming up next as well. And if I remember correctly, Omit on this map specifically always look very, very solid. Can Team War bring something to the table here? It was a fantastic start for them on Vista. Relatively similar, I want to say it. If you're going over towards Rio, can you find success here and tie it up once again? Or are Omit going to find themselves with a little bit of breathing room, Brycey?
Wow, who knows? One thing I do know between these two is it's never simple, it's never easy, and it's never going to be one-sided. They just keep going at each other over and over again. It's like, take the SnD. We thought OMIDU were going to run away with it. Team War battled right back towards the end. The same thing with the Control. Realistically, OMIDU, they had all the advantages. We knew they had the ticks. We knew they had the defense. And Team War still made it a battle to the end.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're always going to fight all the way through it. It always feels like when you kind of come down to those tight rounds towards the end, the ones that really do matter, that's where the game's going to be at its very, very closest. I'm trying to just cast my mind back to map number 1, though. Team War had a fantastic start in the Hardpoint, and they never let that lead go. Can they do the same here on Rio? It's a little bit harder to get control of 1 to 2 and actually get something rolling. It's rare that we see teams come out with a major advantage heading into 3 and 4. Let's see if Team War can have another bright start. Or Omit going to start getting away from them. Quite hard to say that, Brycey. It's getting late in the day.
It is, but still lots more Call of Duty to come. Both these teams will now headbutt on P1 on Rio. It was about just trying to get into the right position and continue what basically is a lot of run and gunning and switching corners.
Control coming in for a moment. And I've been made to eat my words because I was saying it was very rare to find a decent amount of time of P1 to P2. Omit have been pretty much flawless so far. And the first couple of gunfights, lock it down, Mythics. Reading minds. Finding kills. It's a 5 spree to kick things off for him. Dangerous, dangerous territory for Team War already.
And this is where they try to make a difference. Team War, nothing off of P1. Not a point. Wow, why? With the curse of the castle, why in that second do they have to? Anyway, doesn't matter. They have the rotation. That's where the points will come.
Oh, well, this will help. Get it in pretty much early. Force them out the point. Would have been free time straight down the middle of the map. Not going to find anything whatsoever. I mean, he's lucky not to find his teammates, to be honest with you. But if anything, you just get Team War off the point for 10 seconds. I kind of understand the theory of bringing that in, but execution, not quite there.
Here we go. A lot of pressure coming in. OMIDU really trying to get through as well. And Renetti isn't going to save them in the end. Team War only got a few points off of this. And Cruise Missile has really started the track. F-Dot trying to do everything he can. Vortex is just going to lay down. Reinforcements eventually for Team War, but not the rotation. So a good amount of points in the end for them, but not as much as they would like.
That's a big win from Bance. Now all of a sudden they can start to put the pressure in through boxes or over towards this back side. I think it's going to be Hixie down to the left. Needs to win a gunfight. The Afro is gunning absolutely everybody. Team War. Beautiful transition over towards P3. Almost flawless. Absolutely flawless, actually. Fantastic work from them. They're into the point. And Omit will be wondering how that's happened.
Well, they're going to try and get back into it straight away. F-Dot having the backpedal pretty quick. And Harry goes out to help him. Not playing a cheeky position. Still don't have control here, Team War. Looking for these trades, and Bance eventually finds 2 himself.
It's been a fantastic haul from Team War from what was a really good start from Omit. War have come roaring back into this one. Bance about to get his 15th cruise missile of the series. The rotation over towards next as well is looking good for Team War. Omit have just taken their foot off the pedal ever since P1.
Oh, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get the cruise. Doing so much work. F-Dot might get one, though. Rotation is here for Team War to begin with. We've got to be careful. You can see Vortex out towards the back looking for the pinch. I don't know if they know he's there. They're at least curious about who comes through. But it's for both sides here. OMIDU looking to squeeze.
Vortex on his way around. Gets dealt with pretty easily. Wonderful hold so far. It's another spree going on for Team War. Well, is that a combined 13 streak for them at this moment in time? There has been an answer, but make it 14. Eventually, Mythics will break that duck, but F-Dot now is going to be able to find his cruise missile. Harry was calling his in. I think he's about to get another one as well. This is domination from Team War so far. From 2 to 3 to 4, they've been flawless.
They really do have the entire arsenal of cruise missiles this game. They're going to gain even more. Harry, he's going to go down before he does get it. I've just cursed him there. That's my fault. F-Dot has one, though, on a 7 streak. You can see both teams now looking towards bridge. I've been cursing them a lot this game, Ton. I don't know what's going on.
Well, if you want to make it a better hard point, say, oh, mate, I'm never going to come back into this one. And then all of a sudden, there you go. It works perfectly. 3 kills in a row. Ultimate get themselves some control. We're still early in this game. A full 60 would get you right back into it. But boy, do they need it pretty soon. Wee Man starting to wake up a little bit. Just been outslayed massively. It felt like they had just no control of the map. 3 and 14 from Hixie. It can happen. Cruise missile coming in again, though. Looks like the player is lying down. Are they going to be able to confirm anything with this? F-Dot bringing it in. He's got 0 support. He's going to find 0 kills with it as well. Ultimate not in the point, but in control.
Eventually does fall. I will say the majority of time Omit EU have had was off of that P1. 40 seconds. Since then, not a lot to write home about. More pressure coming through, though. Harry's still weak. Going for the chow while weak, and Vortex takes advantage of it. Sometimes I think players get a little bit overeager with that health regen.
Yeah, but they all think they're the best player on the planet, Brycey, so you've got a chow, right?
Sometimes it is a little bit about the momentum, catching a player unawares, but when you only have 27 health, it's just a 1 bullet they have to hit you with.
Team 1 now control a P1. And if anything's to go by, what we've seen for what Omit did, Team 1 can maybe do the same thing. F-Dot finds 2. I felt like I've had that saying on repeat throughout this entire series. Just pops up. He doesn't like necessarily drop always crazy numbers, but it's always just the right kills at the right time. Wee Man can find 2 of his own as well. Eventually the break will come through for Omid here. 25 seconds to go. They're on the right side of the map for the P2 rotation. They're inside the point. 20 valuable points they absolutely need.
Wayman being a problem. Still threads the needle. Finds F-Dot. And they are just trying to get enough bodies up escalators. Wingman will now cut back in to look for this reinforcements coming through. Continuing a reign of terror. Spins, burns, more players going down. Doesn't even get that one. Somebody give him the cruise missile. He has earned this several times over. Still dipping away. Finds a player on the street and Harry takes him off of it. But Omid, you have burnt time. They are on P2 and they are fighting their way back into this.
It's unfortunate for Wee Man. He was about to solidify a kill, and it was a team kill came in from Team War. But they are going to solidify P2. That's 4 men dead. You have some control over towards the garage side. You got somebody in mid-map as well. You know where they're spawning. This is prime time setup here for a moment now.
Perfect for a moment. Everything they need to get back into this game. F-Dot somehow just found Vortex, completely destroyed him, and there is a flank about to hit. The scrap time is up for grabs, and it's going to be Team War who grab it this time around. They also have a really good lock on this next one if they get this kill. Harry takes down Vortex, and Team War are in a position, but there is a 3-man hit squad of Omid EU flying at them.
Down the bridge we go. Can they manage to find something here? Bants in the corner. It's an awkward one at that. It's going to come down to F-Dot, left all on his own momentarily. The reinforcements are on their way. Omid trying to find a breakthrough here. They have made more of a game of this now with a couple of decent holds. Big gunfights incoming. Renetti out, can't get it done. Wee Man finds the kill. There's only 1 player left. That's going to be Bants. Has to stay alive towards the back, but he is being hunted.
It's going to be seen as well. Vortex versus Bants. A lot of veterancy here in the scene, but Vortex will get him out of that position that he wanted to be in. War is still leading, but they are now bleeding points. They are not outslaying Omid EU as difficult as they once was with Mythics with the movement. And Omid EU are just flying back in this game. It should be all tied up.
Omid are literally doing exactly what War did to them in that first rotation of hills. Things looking so good for the rotation over towards P4 now as well. Mythics will eventually fall on his sword. It was 5 in a row, but Omid have come screaming back into this game. Pressure in over towards Ult because the hit through boxes is just a little bit easier now for Team War to maybe find a break. And all of a sudden, actually, it felt like a setup was there for the side of Omid. Pixie left on his own, finds absolutely nothing. Break comes in for Team War at just the right time.
And just when Omid EU were looking and they were about to just run over Team War get their lifeline back. The game has closed very significantly. Not just trying to hold it, but that's a huge one for them as well. Harry needs to make 2, isn't going to. And now Afro's like, I cannot shoot every single direction. I'm going to you break back in with 30 seconds to go. This will give them the lead if they hold it.
It was a big break from them, but they'll be disappointed not to have had more from that. It was looking so good for a potential hold. And they will find themselves in the lead as we head over towards bridge. Team War are going to have good amount of time to set themselves up. We will no doubt, though, be heading to another rotation of hills. This one may well be decided at P1, maybe P2 if things get mixy. Or can Team War hold it down here for the entirety? It'll take something quite special. Timing.
Vortex finds him. Pressure now. Omid you looking to get into bridge. Team War, they were here first, but they haven't managed to get any points from him as well. Mythics looking for another one. There's a 6 streak from him. 27 and 18. And while Bans will get that consolation kill, there are not enough players here for them. Omid will be back onto the point and trying to get this into a favorable lead.
I mean, Mythics is doing absolutely everything for the team right now. 3 kills in 1 clip with the rival 9 is not an easy thing to do, but he found it. Shots coming in, and Vortex can't finish his dinner. All of a sudden, the spawns coming in from Mythics over from the backside. This is going to help break the push that's going to come on through. They know it's there. But for all that, Team War had the rotation over towards this hill. They have found absolutely nothing from it.
There's a lot of nades bouncing around here as everybody's getting stunned. Everybody's getting hammered with everything. Omid though, they will be the first team into P1. They are watching the gates. They are barring the doors. Weeman going to look for the first one, though. Down towards escalators. That's a big gunfight going down. Weeman wins it. Eventually, will fall as a 2 versus 2 onto the point here, but Omid still have the momentum. Vortex dives in. It's a 1v1 as Harry finds his own 2. Mythics now to the rescue with the rival 9. Both teams will just continue to pile bodies into this point as they come from both sides of the map.
Importantly for Omid, Team War cannot win it yet. But they're looking to try and force the issue. They're pushing through the front door if they possibly can. Mythics and Vortex slam it shut. Back and forth we go. How on earth is Vortex surviving and finding that kill? The trades come through. Omid in control.
Not only Omid have P1, which means Team War have to push through it. They can't win it here, Omid, but they are in a great position for P2 as well. Mythics does have a cruise missile at the same time, so they can use that when they need it the most. Hixie hits the flank, but will go down. 7 seconds of scrap time here for Team War. We are going over to P2, where the fate may be decided.
That's a big win from Vortex. He can now push forward, gets taken down from behind. The spawns coming in from Omid, but they have been forced back into them. They do have that cruise missile available. They might need it yet.
And they're calling it in. They're calling it in. This means Team War have to move. They may have to run into gunfire. There's the first one, and he will find Bans. The rest of Team War are going to try and recover now. Get back into the point. Omid will swoop. Bodies coming through the trades. Afro is going to get another one. Vortex desperately trying to stay alive. Neither team is committing to the point. They are terrified of letting this one go. But it's Omid. Mythics is going to fall to Bans. They're still on this. It's Omid to win.
10 seconds away from Omid. Team War, they're running out of time to potentially win it. Yeah, over towards P2. The break comes in. Omid have got it.
Oh, they've just got enough bodies into it. They have to dive into the point. Hixie's going to go down as well as Mythics left alone. The main man, the last 2 seconds, and he will gun down F. Omid will win the hard point. And it is again a close game between these two.
What a map. Mythics just took over from that second rotation, and it'd be cruel just if it wasn't for him finding that final kill as well. Locks it in, gets the game win. Oh, that was a hell of a Rio Hardpoint. It was so back and forth, and both the first rotations were very, very similar for both 2 teams, but the shoe was on the other foot on either side. Team War started the game so well in that first rotation. From 2 to 3 to 4, they were almost flawless. Absolutely fantastic. Way that they actually broke in towards P3 actually was where things really started to get rolling for them. They found 3 quick kills, they find the break, they then find nearly a full 60 there, a full 60 at garage. All of a sudden you're screaming into the lead, and then Omid do the exact same back to them in the second rotation. But that is big boy damage coming in from Mythics there, breaking 6k. What a performance from him. For me, it was the moment in and around bridge where he found 3 just out of absolutely nothing. I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, but my word, Mythics just absolutely took over, and the cruise missile helped them solidify the game.
Well, This is the way it goes down, and you could tell it was going to be a problem for Team War all the way through. Cruise missiles caused chaos, and they needed the trades. They needed it a little bit better. The spawn was just further away, Ton. And look, here comes the last hit. This was about to be the last 4v4 of the game, and they all played off. It's just the trades. For Omen EU, you have the close spawns, you have the opportunity. It is a choke point for Team War. They no longer have the time to hit a flank.
Comes down to a 1v1 for Mythics, though, doesn't it? Holding it down. The reinforcements were there. Even if he doesn't find this kill, the game is done. Omen EU. Such a back and forth game. What the lead changed hands. Oh, only twice. But at least on the game flow.
Yeah,
it was a cracker.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. I mean, you talk about Team War really accelerated, really looked like they were about to hammer Omen EU into the floor. Started losing bits and pieces, then started losing lots. And while it tightened up towards the end, as both teams really were pulling out all of the stops, it was Omen EU on that better momentum, on that better trajectory to get this one done. And now they are just one map away of winning the Challengers Elite Finals.
Rio Search and Destroy coming up. Gotta be feeling confident after that Search and Destroy and Invasion. Very, very different game, of course, but it might all be done now, or can Team War find a comeback? After map number 1, we had so much hope that they could potentially do something in this grand final. And Omit find themselves one map away from the 2-peat.
Wow. Let's see. Into the search. Who walks away with this one? That is the question. Do Omen EU continue to put their stamp on European challenges? Does Team War have enough to bounce back into this series?
All the utility being used early. Of course, no trophy systems available here, so Omen, they just have to fight from the back foot. They managed to find one. They find a second trade coming through, as well as Afro was unleashed. Oh, Hixie survives as well. Good start for Omen. 3 versus 2 in their favor.
One will go down for Team War, but they will have to fight this against numbers.
They managed to get out, though.
It's always a little bit of a difficult defense on this bomb side, actually. You just feel like you have to really expose yourself to vulnerable positions before you can do anything, and they will hunt down Harry. He tries to get away. Isn't going to happen. This means a 1 versus 3 for F. 25 seconds to play with. Mythics is going to spot him and gun him before he can do anything. And that's what I was talking about. This is it feels sometimes really hard to defend this, especially when you don't have numbers.
It's awkward, isn't it? Because it's just the certain angles that you get from both 2 stairs. It kind of feels like an easier break coming in from the attacking side. If you can get those stuns up, it's very much based on the utility. If you can, especially in round number 1, make your stuns count, that can pretty much win you a round from the get-go. Definitely helped Omit out there. A couple of gunfights you've seen from the Team War side. Slow aim coming in. Just very, very difficult to find them when stuns are hitting you each and every way. Omit 1 to the good. Kicking things off nicely in what could be the final map of their Challengers Elite season. Could be the same for Team War, who... Look, I'm not writing their obituary yet, but they have done so well to bring it back from what it was looking like at the beginning of the season, but it's not looking great right now. Hixie finds first blood. Omen EU in control.
Afro finds one, but they are just going to swarm over him. 3 versus 2.
Oh, flank
Bomb's
timing.
not down quite yet, but this is a big flank. And Mythics, how do you win that? Turns and burns, and Harry's like, well, it's now a 1 versus 3. That bomb still isn't down. It will be in a few seconds.
Team War have just got to stop letting this get out of control. Harry's going to find the push. Harry is going to find nothing but bullets into the chest. Omit EU. 2 to the good now. To be fair, look, Mythics does really well to win that gunfight on the flank, but he also initially got some horrible time. He was sitting there watching it, and I am talking the millisecond he turns around. I think it was Pants who walked around the corner. Finds the gunfight anyway. Again, I talked about it yesterday. He's been one of the most impressive players, I think, in the entirety of Challengers for me. Of course, we do only commentate over EU, so I think that's very easy for me to say. But at the same time, Mythics has impressed me leaps and bounds so far this year. Done so well.
Here we go. At the moment, Omen EU feeling very happy. But 2 rounds is not 6, and that is still a tall prospect. Hicksy has been caught out by that stun, so while he's being aggressive here and taking up a lot of map real estate, he will be worried that they're waiting for him. Team War committing to this bomb plant.
Nothing Omit can really do about it right now. Trying to find a creek in the defense. Couldn't quite find it, but there you go. Afro maybe gets a little bit too aggressive. Something he can't be guilty of. Now Vortex, is he hunting? Yes, he is. He's got Wee Man in tow. Mythics is there. It's only Harry left in a 1 versus 4. Now 1 versus 3.
And they are waiting for him. It's a double chow, and it's easy enough, Ton. Omid EU just looks so composed. Vortex finding that first blood really hurt Team War.
You can see that Omid were really searching for it throughout. Always trying to make the proactive plays. Feels like Team War are being led on this dance at the moment. They're the ones sort of setting themselves up, second-guessing themselves. Omid are being very, very proactive. 3-0 now. Looking like the kind of game that maybe we would have expected had we not seen what Team War have been doing through the losers bracket. Omid have been the best team in Europe for the past 4 months. Trying to prove that that is still the case. 3-0 up here in the search and destroy. They need 3 more rounds to be crowned champions again.
A lot of nades, a lot of tacticals going out. Mythic's waiting for that smoke to dissipate, see if anybody makes a move. On the other side of it, Omid EU. Bomb down in the middle of the map. Oh, there's so many parties. Vortex somehow still gets the first blood, still gets away. Mythic's on Overwatch. Bomb is now down, advantage Omid EU.
Mythic's eyes on the flank, which is not coming. Team War just going to try and hit this from the front. I mean, it's just a Mythic show again. Is that an ace coming in from Mythics? Not quite. It was Vortex who found 1. Mythics with 3. Omid EU 4 to the good.
Wow. Mythics just running this map, having a great time. For Team War, the cold stone of despair is settling into their chest. Nothing they do is working. Nothing is going right. And they are now 2 rounds away from losing this grand final that they fought so hard to get to.
Been some very close maps as well. Unfortunate not to really just be 2-2 here, but Mythics again is looking absolutely unstoppable. 8-0. Cruise Missile was in the back pocket a long time ago. 3 versus 3 though. Potential opportunity here for Team War if they can try and pick them apart, but they've lost complete control of the middle of the map, and they've lost another member of the squad. Hicksy now hunting down his old teammates. 3 versus 2 in favor of Omid, who are just walking away with this game right now.
And Afro's trying to get out of it, throwing a shoulder, but the 2 versus 3 for Team War, they are desperate. Salivating at the prospect of just getting 1 kill to bring this back to an even game, so they have some room to maneuver. A is unavailable to them. B is a dangerous prospect. Too many corners, too many places. Hicksy finds Afro as well, and bouncing a 1 versus 3 isn't going to matter. Omid EU, another round the board, Ton.
This is a clean sweep. 5-0. Cruise missiles everywhere. It's been flawless. Absolutely flawless for a moment, this. I think sometimes we can get, like, well, myself especially, can get guilty of maybe crucifying the other team and say, why are you 5-0 down? What are you doing wrong? Omid are just doing everything right.
Hey, but we don't do that. There's always positives.
Always positives.
I'll tell you something. I'm pretty positive right now Omid EU are winning this SnD. It doesn't seem like they can do any wrong. Mythics 8-0. Cruise Missile. Wee Man 5-0. Has his opportunity, and there is a first blood for Hicksy. Here it comes. This could be the final of it. It goes down to just 1 player, and Afro takes it in the chest. That is going to be it. Death taxes and Omid EU winning again. A 6-0 in the SnD. Omid EU are your Challengers Elite European finalists. They are the champions, and it is an absolute clinic in the SnD.
Flawless search and destroy to close things out. Nothing else to say. Once again, Omid come through and prove exactly who are the big boys here in Europe. I don't think it was too much of a question coming into this. We all knew that they were going to be very difficult to beat. Map number 1, Team War came out screaming, but since then, Omid showed some fight. Maybe just a little bit of momentum coming through from Team War in that losers bracket run, which you got to tip the hat to. They went straight down after round 1, losing to Omid in that instance, battling all the way back, but just didn't quite have enough in the tank for the European champions. Mythics might have dropped more than 9, to be honest with you. That was a flawless search and destroy. He didn't die, mate. He went 9-0. He did actually go 9-0. I'm just thinking to myself, he was 8-0, found the cruise motorcycle, a 9-0 search and destroy performance to close out a grand final. Crazy.
What was this, KD? Yes.
Yes. Literally, yes.
Infinite KD. Never died. Oh, my goodness. To do that in the grand final, to do that on a map like this, it's insane. It is something to talk about. Here are the final stats for you. Ridiculous. Wee Man didn't die either.
Wow.
Wow.
Now his band's leaving very, very early. Just had it in 0-5 from him. Look, you can't put that on anybody, though. I mean, everybody else on the other side of things. Omid were just a different level there in the search and destroy. No comments on any kind of performances on the other side of things. They just go work that entire map. 4-1 in the end. Omid EU very much deservedly the Challengers champions here in Europe. I think, you know, if you go back a couple of moments here and there, you think about the Highrise Control, very, very close in the end. It came down to a defensive round win in round number 5 for Omid. Defensive round wins all the way through. Just a little bit better on the attack, got them that advantage. Very, very close Rio Hardpoint. And not a close Rio Search and Destroy. Omid showing their mettle when it comes down to Search and Destroy and showing the $24,000 in the back pocket. 16,000 for Team War is not too bad either, Brycey.
It certainly isn't, but while we've got a second, let's run through exactly how this season of Challenge Elite went down. In 9th to 12th, you can see Anakin Corp, Special Teams, Miracle, and Drillers all taking home $1,000. In 7th and 8th place, Clutch Rain and Exceptional take home $2,000. In 5th and 6th, 5 Media Clan and Noctum Esports both grabbed their share, $4,000. Then Falcons in 4th, $6,000 for them. Revive Gaming, $10,000. Team War gets $16,000 after coming second to Omid EU. Again, $24,000 for them as they head towards the next major. And Ton, this is how they did it.
In a flawless way. Every single game throughout this bracket, they win. I don't think they lost at all throughout the group stages. It is a flawless season from Omid. What a fantastic, fantastic performance from the side of Omid over the entire season. Look, we've got to give our plaudits to War as well whilst we can. Look, a fantastic losers bracket run. They improved over the season. I am sure they will be back again. Toronto coming up as well. They're going to be feeling good about that. Let's see how things go down for that team. But Omid, once again, champions of Europe.
They certainly are. And speaking of champions, I believe, hopefully this works first time, we can now introduce Hixie. So congratulations to him and have a little chat with the man himself. Hixie, how are we?
How we doing? How we doing?
Oh, good. Great to hear from you. Congratulations, first of all. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. All right. Well, first of all, champions, how does it feel? That was a pretty big clinic there on that last map. Bit of roaring going on?
Nah, it feels good. It feels good. I can't lie. I mean, yeah, the last map was a clinic, always better than having like a little blood pumper 6-5 or something to close it out. But I mean, Mythics 9-0, Wee Man 6-0. Like, yeah, that was clean.
I think for yourself as well, Hixie, look, going from Team War last season, going over to Omid, I think there would have been questions here and there, but does this justify your decision a little bit?
Yeah, it does a little bit. I mean, I've just been carried so bad for 5 months straight, so I mean, thank fuck for these guys. But nah, definitely justifies the decision. But at the same time, I mean, those guys are unreal too, and obviously they've had team changes because of Beans and Nasty and whatever. So, but yeah, I mean, justified decision definitely.
Awesome. All right. Well, I want to talk a little bit about the rivalry between the teams. Obviously, you've been on both sides of it now as well. And the issue we're actually having as casters, we kind of allude to it every time we come into the broadcast, like, hey, this is 1 and 2 in Europe. How much prep kind of goes in to kind of facing down who you know will probably be the inevitable team that you're facing in the end?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who we played, to be fair, we've done a lot of prep this week in the playoffs of, you know, each team we played in each round, whether it was Falcons, Revived earlier yesterday, and War obviously today. We thought we were going to come out. We definitely did our prep. We knew what we were doing with vetoes, and then from there you can kind of figure out what they do on maps. And that's definitely the difference I'd say between when I was on that team War last season was the prep level with these guys is just different.
Yeah, Steve-O never lets you have a day off. There's absolutely no way. Look, I mean, look, it's great getting the online win, of course, here in Challengers in Europe, but heading over towards Toronto, nice kind of home territory for you in a certain kind of way. How's that going to feel for the team? How are the team feeling going into the LAN event?
Yeah, good. Obviously, the last LAN, Miami, we came fourth. We think we could have done a little bit better, and that was on like 6-7 days of practice, I think it was, since I joined. So obviously now we're feeling a lot more like... our map pool feels a lot deeper. We've obviously got a lot more reps on SnD and stuff, so we definitely back ourselves to be able to win Toronto.
All right, fair enough. So here's a question I was a little bit curious about while I've got you, because obviously we go into the playoffs and there's a patch hours before we go live.
Oh my gosh.
How was adapting to that situation? Because it was a little bit crazy from our point of view. I'm like, oh, we're going to look at the hills for the first time. What about your side?
Yeah, so yesterday when it happened, so we had a warm-up scrim. Because of the times of like when we played and when the scrim started, we basically didn't get a 6-star rep, so we had to just ban 6-star straight away because we knew teams were going to get reps on it. And then the same today, we've had one 6-star rep before the final, and that was probably our best hardpoint going in. Like before the change, we played it maybe 2 or 3 times, and we were smoking teams on it. So that kind of like changed all our vetoes real quick. We had to go from picking it in series to now banning it. So definitely didn't help, but at the same time, I'd like to think, you know, we're good at adapting. So like I said, we got a deep map pool. We can change up the maps, and once we get reps on it, I'm sure 6-star will be back in the row.
Yeah, I mean, it was because it wasn't only just the 6-star. I mean, that was like the big news, but also there was the trophy system change and slight spawn manipulation changes. I don't know if that you kind of went over it like last night and say, hey, maybe we didn't do more plan natives, it's a better opportunity for us in SnD. Was there any of that kind of preparation?
So the spawn change, I don't think we noticed really like much of a difference in terms of like the little tune thing, but the trophy thing is obviously that's a big thing. I've told Mythics and Weeman, our 2 trophy players, make sure you're throwing them things. I don't want to see no hills with trophies in your hand, because right now with only stopping 2 things, if you don't get them down and people start spam nading time, you're just dead and you get broke all the time. So yeah, big change.
All right, well, one last one then. Let's who do you want to shout out and say congratulations to and thank everybody at home? What do you want to say?
Just my team, man. I mean, all 3 of them are insane. I mean, this year they've kind of been getting a lot more love from the league and whatever, but obviously Weeman, everyone knows, they've been giving him gas all year. Crazy talented. Steve-O, just the brains behind everything, and again, still doing it after, what, 8 years? I don't even know how long he's been in Challengers running this shit. And then Mythics, the new kid, and you've just seen how good he is. I mean, he's just broke. I mean, it's not the CDL, but he's got the kill record in 5 maps. Like, kid's a freak. All 3 of them should be in the league. I mean, shit's boring.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations to you and your team again. Hixie will let you off to go celebrate with the rest of them. Champions again, Omen EU. Thanks to Hixie, and it has been an incredible tournament, Tan, and well, who knows what's next?
Well, I mean, if you were to put your money on what's next, it would probably be Omen winning next season as well. I mean, the way that things went there, and to add Hixie into that roster as well, we were talking about previously, I mean, obviously, we talked about him before. I know Votex pretty well. I kind of knew Real was leaving before that grand final was coming up. They knew that was happening. For that to happen, Hixie to then come in. And that is one thing I completely forgot in terms of the Miami performance. Fourth was not a bad result, but that was off 7 days of practice. Now for them, the next big step. We haven't seen too many teams in Europe go on to win an event in a little while. I believe it was actually Weeman's team who went on to win the last one. I think it was at Texas last year. So they've got to go one step further. Let's see how they do in Toronto.
Well, we will have to see. But if you've enjoyed all the action here from Challengers Elite in Europe, I have good news for you. North America is up next. Now, they've got just as many stacked players, as much talent, and you're going to have just as much of a good time. So don't go anywhere. More action here on Call of Duty Challengers Elite. But thanks for watching Europe, and we'll see you next time.
What's up, COD fans? Welcome back, challengers, and our final day of Season 2. Switching over to North America. Not to be confused with South America, not to be confused with North Korea. We've got ourselves a lower final and a grand final. And boy, I'll tell you, our final 3 teams are looking saucy. I might hold shift with me. I got Jay. And looking at the bracket here, Jay, we have had map 5 after map 5 after map 5, and I don't anticipate that switching up today.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Yesterday was an absolute grueler. We didn't leave the building until 1 a.m. Actually, I didn't leave my setup until 1 a.m. because we were at the house. But the rest of the teams that we have remaining deserve to be here. We're talking about Orgless getting their revenge versus FaZe Black. They went all the way to a Game 5. And obviously the performance from Yuli yesterday was simply outstanding. But the fact that they were able to win that series yesterday with Paul X really struggling really just allowed me to install a lot more confidence going forward for this roster, because I don't expect Paul X to have that slow of a day again.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest point in, the thing here was there were missed opportunities, really from both teams, but I think for FaZe Black in particular, they're going to look back at this series and be like, wow, we should have won this series. And, I think the thing here for Orgless is, yeah, you had a couple of individuals that really popped off, but that was in the face of a FaZe Black squad that we labeled as complete. All 4 players, when they were winning maps, were dominating. It just came down to the fact of the matter of something just changed, and all of a sudden, FaZe Black just kind of looked a little lost in the sauce, as we kind of claimed it, especially after map number 4.
Yeah, it was just like FaZe Black so far this weekend, they struggled in Search and Destroy. A lot of them go to around 11s. They just simply did not have ice besides that one versus Lore Gaming. Everything else was down to the wire, but you could just tell some situational plays weren't going in their favor, or a lot of clutches out of the opposing team. With the new roster, obviously Purge not being there completely for this squad, he just joined the team, so the SnD reps and what their setups look like are probably not going to be as perfect as you expect them to. And yesterday, it was on full display that it simply wasn't, especially around 11s.
Yeah, absolutely the case. That round 11 in particular was one that, yeah, you're absolutely right. It just kind of felt like things just got a little out of hand. And, obviously in this one, you look at this current score, Johnny went, 14 for the win in map number 5? So that also is another byproduct of what we're talking about this Orgless squad of, hey, there were some individual members that had to pop off to deal with this FaZe Black squad. So whether you want to take that as a positive or a negative, dealer's choice, because on the positive side, you've got heroes that can absolutely stand up to resilient opponents. But on the other side of things, you want to pull the negative. You don't want to have to rely on that, especially going into a lower final today versus a very good team.
Yeah, you need to make sure everybody is clicking on all cylinders. It can't just be one guy trying to be Superman. You need to have a collective team unit from start to finish if you want to make a dance in the losers finals, and then eventually make it up to that grand finals to square up against the Houston Spartans. So Orgless, they definitely have the talent. It just has to be on full display from everyone, not just the Eula show.
Absolutely. So that's kind of what we're asking for as we kind of dig in towards setting up this lower final. And in case you did miss it, because it was a late hour, this round 11, like we kind of mentioned, it just did not really feel like it could fully get off the ground for FaZe Black. I mean, and that was kind of the thing we talked about. I mean, the Hardpoint, the Control and the Hardpoint both were one of those situations that it was just like Orgless woke up and just started absolutely dominating FaZe. I mean, those 2 maps were really not all that close. I mean, a couple of moments of heroics, of course, like we continue to mention, but this round 11, it just felt like FaZe Black could not get what they wanted to pull off the playbook going in any form, and Orgless just completely ripped them apart. So you kind of look back over the course of this series, 2 round 11s that definitely FaZe Black could have been able to win. We talked about the Karachi Hardpoint, talking about how there were more maps that FaZe could have possibly secured. That one in particular was absolutely it. A little late game heroic, but not quite able to finish things off with the rotation from 2 to 3. So that's how we got to where we are. And now all of a sudden we take a look at what we have in front of us, which is Orgless taking up against Boston Academy. And we're going to get a Rio, Highrise, Invasion, Subbase, and Rio, a little buffet line of just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I love this map set for both squads. Obviously, starting off with the Rio, we know how mixy it can get. They got fire SMGs on both sides. Yuli and Johnny going up against Yeez and 2 Real. 2 Real is really setting the pace every single time yesterday, especially on that opening map in their series versus Houston Spartans. He was able to catch a bunch of 2 pieces on Vista to basically save his team in the game. And now into this Rio HP, you have to start off on the right foot, because Boston Academy, after the first 2 maps yesterday, they were looking like they were going to be the top dogs. They were sitting at an 8-0 map count, basically flawless, and then the Houston Spartans just clicked something completely different, and Boston Academy just simply forgot how to play Call of Duty. The next three maps, the Control, the Hardpoint, and even the final Search and Destroy was not even close because Houston Spartans just beat the hell out of them. So if you are Boston Academy, this map, number one, has to give some momentum to them. You have to come out swinging in map 1 on Rio.
I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, reverse sweeps were all over the place. Map 5s were all over the place. Being able to kind of set the tone and raise the bar to whatever level, that is huge, to be able to kind of say, hey, this is our series, you have to play at our level, or you have to find a way to try to counteract that and set up your own identity. It was difficult to do yesterday, and I imagine that, again, today is not going to be any different for it. But Boston Academy, just to kind of speak more towards them, hey, this roster has been impressive. And in particular, their group stage, we weren't really sure what to expect just because they finished 3-2. They kind of snuck in, not once they snuck, but they, got into the playoffs with a lower seed than maybe we expected going into the final day. But since that point, they have been just about flawless outside of, unfortunately, the reverse sweep yesterday versus Houston Spartans in the winners finals.
Yeah, because this Boston Academy team, you got to think, like, the main roster, they basically all got called up to the CDL, so you have to fill in the gaps, and you have to get more reps underneath your belt. So that's why during the group stages, they struggled a little bit, but now during the playoffs, they were basically flawless until the reverse sweep yesterday. So you got to come out swinging. If you are Boston Academy, early into the P when we go, it's just an all-out contest. That's what we're on board with the pillow. He's only able to take down one. Yuli, of course, is going to be able to strike with a double, but Boston Academy still holding on to the hill.
Yeah, nice little delayed hit from Yeez. Opportunity to clean it up completely. Yeah, that will work out. Too real. We'll tally the last one. Johnny dropping. Paul X actually uses the benefit of a stun to confirm a trade. So now as the next hit starts to develop, Boston Academy will be playing from the preferred side. But here's the hit in quick form for Orglis. A double for Paul X. Johnny following up. Now it's just down to 2 real. Last one standing. And it's a bold challenge that, again, you're voluntarily walking into a 1v4. So Boston's really trying to get the tempo up, but that one gets punished.
Yeah, that one's not really a good child, but, it's still only 10 seconds remaining on P1. You're more focused on just keeping them away from this new hill, as Boston are going to be able to win the rotation. But one player in Paul X is able to sneak his way up through Bananas. He's going to get the freebie onto the player on point. Now the pitch is going to hear the reinforcements are here. You already have Boston Academy, a couple of players spawning out.
Yeah, but there are a couple of players over towards Gate had kind of eluded this hunt down from Orglis, at least for a time being. Spawns will move once again. Boston now spawning close, but Orglis able to reinforce with the majority of numbers off of the split spawn situation, and Paul's now on 4 in a row. And this is not the start for Boston Academy that I would have expected. Lots of really weird rogue solo challenges. This is not at all reminiscent of what they did in Vista yesterday.
Yeah, they just have to get together as a unit. We can't try these one-on-one gunfights. So far, so good for Orglis. They are picking them apart one by one. Paul Lex was struggling all day yesterday, sitting at a 10-2 start, already cruise missile in the back pocket. And right now, Orglis are looking like they're just a step ahead. They're going to win the rotation as well over to P3, so they're just going to continuously run up that score.
Really sloppy start for Boston, flat out. And now they're stuck trying to play over towards P3, and Yuli pistol out. The ready will find his second. And that will lock down this bottom bridge position as more start to come.
Oh, my!
And Yuli just as hot, if not hotter than he was yesterday. 9-4, 4 in a row, shutting everything down, and Boston have to try to split hit to break this hill.
Yeah, he must have not took any rest last night. He was just saying, I was twisted today. Hopefully it's going to stay the same day. He finds himself on 5 in a row, trying to earn himself a second cruise missile for the team. But unfortunately does get cut down by Yeez in that situation. And at least Boston Academy, though, with the kills that they were able to find, they were also able to flip those spawns. So this final 25 is potentially going to be theirs. You just got to hold down this last push coming in from Bridgeside. And Cammy finding that double might be just enough.
Oh, but Yuli still more damage from the side window. But like you mentioned, the damage does come through. Awakening is able to finalize that last elimination, allowing Boston a chance to rotate. A bit apprehensive, though, as Yeez for a moment, just kind of waiting cautiously to see if he can find players, which she's able to get the first no worries. Stun on the way in. Boston, are they expecting this play over towards the Bananas push? I mean, they're all looking over towards P3. The hit, though, comes from behind. And even still, Boston are not aware of where this hit is coming from. This is not a good start for Boston.
Yeah, they should have got a read on Johnny, because Johnny did pick up a kill at the old hill, and then he works his way around the deep pinch. I was thinking that Orglis was definitely going to set up a play to use that cruise missile to find the break, but when you find kills on the pinch and then also the pinch from the front end gets everything done, then you cannot get into this hard point. Orglis and Major Maniac is able to line up 4 in a row as he's starting to turn up. He was very consistent for this organization yesterday, and he's trying to keep it up today.
And Yuli, doesn't matter if he's stunned, naded, I don't even know what. There's nothing else you could do to the man, and he's still finding ways to tally kills. 15 and 8. And I mean, again, this is just in shambles. I mean, this is all individual. And look, friends, I don't mean to come off harshly here, but this Boston team was clean. They were polished. They were perfect in a lot of ways yesterday. And I haven't seen a single instance of that yet. It's been all Orgless pretty much throughout this entire rotation up until we start to get to 5 now.
Yeah, when you're paying attention to the kill feed, it's like Boston get 1, but it's instantly responded with 2
Yeah.
from Orgless. So
Yeah.
they are just consistently holding each other's hips, holding each other's pockets, making sure they're trading effectively. And Major Maniac is all of a sudden on 8 in a row. Cruise Missile now earning his back pocket. Now you have 2 to work with going forward in the rest of this game. But you could just see how much pressure he was applying to not allow Boston to get even close to this hill.
Yeah, they are absolutely dictating that pace and setting the bar like we were talking about in the pre-match setup. Decent moment here for Boston, shrugging off Orgless with the hard point, but Major Maniac wants the challenge at 2 HP. Tags are in, help is supported, and with that, a chance for Orgless to not really even give away a single second of time here at 5. 2 Real also dealt with, and it's just staggered kills all over the place, and we got ourselves a 150-63 first rotation, and Orgless are already set up at new.
Yeah, Orgless are already set up at new, but a great route getting hit by Yeez. He does get read by Yuli. Of course, he's going to make that play, but at least Boston Academy have the reinforcements through top mid. You just got to find a trade onto Yuli. They're able to take care of him, and now all your focus is on the front end. Do Orgless decide to invest in Cruise Missile to find a break, or do they just wait? And I think they're definitely setting up the Cruise with the way that they're playing.
Yeah, looks that way. Paul's going to call his for him. He's able to tally 1 onto Cammy. Awakening back into the hard point. Well done. Finds 1 and also damage onto the second, but Johnny up and down, trying to delay a little while longer while Major Maniac hits off the pinch. 2 Real, rival 9 in hand, wants to chow this out, and he will find Major Maniac, no worries. So Boston Academy chipping away a little bit here. Took him a while, but starting to wake up in this first map.
Yeah, but they have
Maybe
to find a trade on to Yuli. Oh my God, 23 and 13, another 3 streak. This guy is just setting the pace. He might be faster than Nabizi, like the way that he is playing. Obviously, confidence is roaring through that young man, but the organization, which is Orgless, don't really have an organization to represent. Somebody got to give this guy a ring.
Jeez Louise. Double the points in favor of Orgless. Rotation to 2. Tested, and Major Maniac says, all right, let's test it back. Bruce comes through, finds Awakening over towards the bottom side at Pillars. 2 Real, Yeez trying to hang on as best as they possibly can as the sub-duo on top of the hot dog part. And, well, wait a second. 2 Real gets a double. Johnny right end towards the cop car, almost over the top. But Cammy, a slow start, starting his work his way back in. Nade will take him out of the picture. Yuli gets a pretty poor read on this hit and says not interested. Trades back and forth. Paul up top, Major Maniac there to help. Now just down to the 1v1. 2 Real trying to step on in, and will find the kill and allow Boston a chance at some more of the scrap time.
And this is an opportunity for Boston to get back into this game because you already got the investment from Orgless with the 2 cruise missiles, so you don't have to worry about that going forward. Now, off the rotation to P3, you are going to have those back spawns. You have to make this one count. All the pressure is going to come into the right side. Yeez is going to get that info. Yup, let's just back down, get some reinforcements to help.
Good Semtex creating a little bit of time and space for him to get the reset off, but unfortunately 2 Real Semtex is placed right in front of Yeez, and that will be a team kill in the mix. So now all of a sudden Orgless have numbers through boxes, and Major Maniac is kind of guarding the spawn rotation just a touch. Not enough to fully block things out, but oh my goodness, the SMGs are filthy. Finally, Yeez off 3, resets the spawns in favor of Boston, tries to do this, but again, it's by himself. There's just not the same patience that we've seen from Boston, and Orgless are punishing every step of the way.
Yeah, Yeez is the only one in the back end. Everyone else falls from his team, so when Orgless is winning a majority of those gunfights, they would instantly spawn right behind him. They're able to flip those spawns on its head and now potentially walk away with this final 25 seconds. Still an 80-point difference. Boston Academy still trying to apply pressure to the old, but the rotation is going to be won by Orgless. Johnny has the back thing cut, but someone has to now fill that hill.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Major Maniac up top, 21 and 10 quietly as the main AR here. Just posted up and absolutely shooting. Double hit coming over here as Boston are bit split spawn. Some from the front, some from the back. Major Maniac now just has to deal with the front because the play around the backside of Garage has been fully dealt with. Last one to tally is Cammy, and Yuli and Paul will combine. Yuli, ew! I mean, what? Dude, get out of here. This kid is disgusting.
He's doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. He's just having fun. He's basically spawning in the lobby versus bots, and I'm not saying that the opposing team are bots. It's just the way that he is playing. Just roaming around the map, knowing exactly where everyone is going to be located and snapping on them when he needs to. As Orgulus are only 10 points away if they walk away with this final time at P4 from closing out this game 1. But you can see the difference in the slaying. Boston Academy are just simply not keeping up right now.
Not at all. And it's just like, I'm going back to like the Vista at the end of the day yesterday, or at the end of their day yesterday. The big clutch up moment. We talked about like Yeez getting away from the pinch and then playing his life. We haven't seen that at all. Cammy 2 Real are just like running into 1v multiples. It's just not the same Boston Academy that we saw not yesterday, but also in the group stage. And Orgulus are dominating and absolutely punishing. Like you mentioned, 3 for 1 every single time in the kill feed, and Yuli's not going to give him the time of day. Let's head to map number 2. This was a straight slay fest for Orgulus.
Yeah, Orgulus is dominated, man. Like, I'm pretty sure they outslayed by at least 30-plus kills. Boston Academy, like you said, they were just going one by one, but that is what the gameplay turns into when you find yourself down by that much. A lot of hero plays, and unfortunately, none of the hero plays were working out for them, so that's why they got blown out of the water in that map number 1, and that low-key kind of scares me now, Alan, because Boston Academy, the way that they ended yesterday wasn't the best, and they're already starting off on the wrong foot today.
It's just, again, I don't want you guys out there thinking that we're being real hateful towards Boston Academy. It's just such a stark difference to what we saw yesterday.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
In every form of it. And 14 and 29 from 2 Real, 14 and 27 from Cammy. Those are the 2 guys that were coming up clutch yesterday for the Boston Academy squad. It just feels like they're trying to force stuff. I mean, 4 non-traded kills out of the 14? It just goes to show that, and maybe we'll see it again at the end, where it's just the non-traded kills are just not existent. I mean, Boston are just running in, getting 1 kill, and then immediately getting destroyed. And on the other side, Orgulus are doing the opposite, finessing, playing their lives, and finding tons of value.
Yeah, that's tough because obviously we know the pace that Yeez is able to set on Boston Academy. He's going to be up in your face, ready to go up with that rifle, not up close and personal, just in challenging, insane gunfights. But you're expecting either Cammy or 2 Real to be the consistent factor for this team. 2 Real is usually the objective guy that's always going to sulk into the hill, but yesterday he had a different playstyle to him. He was being the aggressor, the first guy in, popping a 2-piece, and unfortunately for him, putting up 3K damage in map number 1 is not the best performance. You have to make sure in this next map you have to outdo yourself because that's simply not going to cut it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, okay. That's unreal stuff. So, like you mentioned, a huge tone setter here for Orgulus. And on the same front, we don't have like an invasion search and destroy coming up immediately next.
No.
So that has been kind of one of the staples for Boston. It's a high-rise search. Hard to necessarily say. It's not a map that like I see and I say, oh, this is what Boston like to do on this map. You know, we had a couple of instances. We watched the Karachi yesterday. We kind of knew what Boston wanted to do. They were unable to really find success with it. Obviously, the invasion was clean for them in the search and destroy yesterday. But high-rise, totally different challenge. And flat out, you better find ways to get some momentum built here if you're Boston Academy.
I think it just has to be through teamwork. Like, because yesterday we saw them in the map 5 in Karachi when they had full bomb site control. Even the objective was about to start getting planted, but then Cammy just gives up a power spot to push their spawn to try to play for a kill. Those are the little things that are going to cost you these games. And if you're Boston Academy, if you do that again here, you're going to find yourself down 2-0. We know how high-rise search and destroy is played. It's usually about trying to shut down that B-bomb. That's simply it, because you don't really find a lot of success planning over towards A with all the angles that you can watch it on the defensive end. So if you are Boston Academy, let's just stack over on that right side of the street, make sure our lower pit is watched, and making sure we're playing trades, man. Help each other out.
Yeah, and kind of as you say that, I know for a fact that Yeez and 2 Real should be expected on the defensive side to be playing in the underground, if not also doing that offensively, whether that's by hitting through bottom blue stairs or if it's just kind of just diving straight in off the spawn. Expect to see those guys kind of swarming and running circles around that underground area, because that's the one thing we always have known about Boston Academy in their searches. They love to get their SMGs into cheeky spots early and often. It doesn't really make a difference what side of the bomb it is. So I think that's kind of our first pivotal thing to keep an eye on here as we start to get ready for this map number 2.
And I think for Orgulus, obviously, you just want to stay confident. You were able to clutch up in a search and destroy yesterday all the way into game number 5, and that was due to the performance of Johnny. The way that he plays with that SMG, sometimes it look like he has an MCW in hand. So you have to be ready for the pace that he's able to bring, because you know what Yuli is. He's been doing it so far the entire season. He's always going to be right in front of your face. But if you can get Johnny alongside of him, that's when that SMG duo is at its top form.
Indeed the case. Map number 2 coming up. We'll step away for a brief break. Jump in as soon as the players are ready to go. Don't go far. More of the lower finals right after this. Welcome back, friends. Yes, we are jumping into map number 2, Highrise Search and Destroy. Plenty of time for Boston to get their heads right after what was a pretty one-sided, and I say pretty, I mean definitely one-sided affair on the Rio Hardpoint. So here we go. Boston on the offense to kick things off, and okay, he's going to just take care of the propane tank and actually gets a little bit of damage tallied off of that over towards A.
You definitely want to get rid of that demon propane tank because you just don't know what it's going to possess in the round, if it's going to kill you or kill the opposing team. But that's going to find Cammy leading the first blood. Instantly, the trade is going to be there for Major Maniac. Still a 3v3, but that bomb is starting to work his way up through the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is bold, to say it plainly. I think you could take it by the inflection of your voice, but yeah, I mean, no chance to get a read on this. Paul? Okay, first one's good. I think he may have seen the player topside elevator. Just comes down to, can he actually follow up on that or not? And yeah, he's still very nervy about it. So bomb will be planted. Now to the 1v2. Paul up and over. What? 2 real?
Oh
what
my
happened?
God.
What just happened? Clip it. How? How does no one watch the ladder?
They just got the worst Call of Duty timing I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure one of the 2 players remaining, either Yeez or 2 real, were throwing shoulders from middle box, going right to left, and just allowed Paul X to climb the ladder for free while both players are trying to rotate out through the B street. As we take a look at it again, look at Call of Duty timing at its finest. That is unbelievable.
What?
Both players are just trying to rotate out of the sight, and Paul X finds the perfect time to jump up through the ladder to secure the 1v3. If we thought Boston was going to gain some momentum, it just instantly got stripped away.
Did 2 real just snap onto Yeez's dead body and now this is happening? Bro, excuse me? Come again? This is... I have no idea what I just watched. Yee's gonna get stunned and dealt with. Wow, it is just not Boston's day, is it? I mean, unbelievable. Awakening, last one left. He's gonna get hunted, caught on the reload. Wow.
Yeah, I told you. That first round is definitely demoralizing. It leads to Cammy getting picked off all the way across the map for the first blood of Paul X. I know Boston are looking a little shaky today, but Paul X has came out swinging today. He's trying to make it to that grand finals to have a dance versus the Houston Spartans. If he keeps playing like this, you're going to get there sooner rather than later.
Eesh. I mean, okay. Let's all take a breath, collectively. A little goose fraba. Let's see some Call of Duty between 2 squads. How about that? So here we go. Boston on the offense. Paul playing deep. Semtex blows up the propane. Paul actually stays safe from a lot of this utility, considering that his trophy didn't really deny much of it. Oh, boy. Okay, so a little bit of a luck of the draw there for Boston. Propane gets Major Maniac. Paul in a little bit of trouble here, but ooh, doesn't actually finish the kill on the bomb planter. So he will be chased down by Yeez, and now finally Boston has some convincing numbers.
Yeah, thankfully for them, the first blood came off the back of the Demon propane tank onto Major. You find that kill onto Paul X before he's able to take care of the bomb carrier, so you still had the man advantage, even with Cammy falling. You have sort of a good read of how Orgless is going to be playing this. Yeah, both in the back of the spawn, you gain info on both players, but we're challenging one-on-one gunfights. All we got to do is stay alive.
No. This doesn't happen. Surely this doesn't happen. Time is running out on this retake. 20 seconds on the clock. Boston have not looked at the bomb in a minute, and they're going to have to come back to it. Easy trade for Johnny. Does he expect the secondary gunfight? Not an initial hop for the defuse. Yee's timing is good, and this will be a round that Boston are able to collect, but boy, it got a little bit too scary, I'll say, considering a 4v2.
It just doesn't look easy. Like, you got the first blood off the propane tank. You're also able to find the second kill onto Paul X. It's a 4v2. All we have to do is play our numbers, play the buddy system, and trade effectively, not challenge some one-on-one gunfights all the way across the map. Because if you lose it, then you're more in a scary situation. But at least Yee's had the time on his side. Only needed to check the bomb with about 9 seconds remaining, and the defuse was not being stuck. So Boston Academy finally able to put a round on the board. But now on the defensive side, if you're Cammy just simply calling out that cross, you cannot afford to get picked all the way from there.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And that will be delayed. So here we go. Yeez now with a chance to possibly get forward if he wants to. Instead, it's going to be Too Real up top, flexing him to the MCW on most defenses. Does he see Major Maniac through the woodwork at healing? No, not quite. Does catch a lot of Johnny, not enough for the kill, though. Second opportunity, and not a shot will land. So everything will reset. 55 seconds on the clock, 4v4.
Well, Argus now sort of have a read of what the defensive setup is going to be looking like. They're trying to potentially solo out Turo on the right side, but Cammy in a crucial position to potentially find one onto Major. Is he going to be able to catch him off the jump up? Yes, he is. First blood to Boston.
Yeah, but the instant bounce back from Paul takes us to a 3v3. Ease checks the bomb at B, nothing there. Backs on up again. Awakening, mostly responsible for mid lane and this elevator alley kind of simultaneously. It just comes down to the timing. And he's actually feeling a little antsy. Going to step forward here. Yuli looking to get the plant off. Up and over, though, comes Boston. Yeez in particular, the one to dissuade the plant. And Boston will win a couple in a row. That's more like it.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Boston to collapse as a collective unit. Not just one player trying to take him off of the site, because if he falls, then that bomb goes down. Then it all doesn't go in your favor. But Boston Academy retake through the middle of the map. I think Paul X also as well gets some really bad caught timing right there, because he was watching over the bomb planter, but as soon as he tried to relocate over towards the B street, they jump up and are able to execute that kill. So Boston Academy now 2 rounds in a row. Yee's currently on a 3 streak. Just trying to continuously set the tone for this Boston squad.
Yeah. What's the play call this time around? Yeez once again back over towards A. This time he's going to hop down onto the ledge. Oh, and Awakening's to catch the propane kill onto Yuli. So again, an early 4v3 here for Boston. Definitely taking advantage of the propane tank. Yeez sees Major Maniac over towards the backside of A windows, but not able to really confirm the gunfight. So he will kind of back off and get the information on the secondary play. Major Maniac coming around the corner. Nothing to find there. And yeah, that's more like it. 3 in a row now for Boston, and most of them in convincing fashion.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row, and also 3 first bloods in a row.
Good point.
That time it's Awakening with the nade over the top. Finds onto Yuli and then wins a gunfight through the B street. And at that point, Boston Academy into 4v2. Turn it into a 4v1. Are able to locate Major Maniac with ease. 3 rounds in a row now. Back to the defensive side they go. And I'll just go back to that same defensive look that you had in the previous round.
Yeah, why not? Oracles need to change something up here. And they're going to change it up by not initially grabbing the bomb. Yuli will track back, find it, no worries. Nades from Major Maniac, headed over towards that B window. Lots of defensive utility also being spent here early just to see if there's any quick push from Orglas. There is none, at least not at the moment. Although Yuli is making some advanced movement here over towards B. No initial check. Semtex over the top. He does see the player on the stairs, but can't find the gunfight, and that's enough for Yuli to get the heck out of there.
Gets it on at least one player, pushes out towards the B street. Tura is going to put down a couple shots, so he's able to take care of the propane side. And now Orglas are stuck between a rock and a hard place because they can't work up through the B site. Going to try to get something done through bottom blue, and Johnny unfortunately does fall first again. Boston Academy, another first blood, instantly responded though, 3v3.
Yeah, 2 real down low. Takes down the bomb carrier. That gives Boston a chance here to kind of delay this round a little bit longer. Plus also the follow-up. Major Maniac tagged very heavily. I thought I just saw a red hit marker. I guess it wasn't a full kill. Major Maniac punishes 2 real for the overextension. And now it's down to Cammy.
Then once it turns into a 2v1, just working that objective, the repositioning right there out of Major Maniac to find that final kill, is able to tie the game up.
And it's another moment where it's just like, we kind of overheat there if you're 2 real, right? I mean, you got the information that Major Maniac's playing deep. I don't think you need to challenge him.
Yeah.
Johnny tagged off the regen. A bit isolated here in Boston. Have numbers, but are not going to give him the time of day. Not worried about that challenge. Just going to let him stay there. And what does 2 real want to do as the bomb carrier? He's going to just kind of throw shoulders. There's the push forward, but Paul gets the collat lineup. Trades are decent, though. We'll stay 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2, but that bomb is going to be down towards B street. And look how aggressive Orglas are getting through underground. Major Maniac is able to take care of Yeez. Now Awakening left into 1v2. He does retrieve the bomb, but he's assuming a couple players from Orglas are going to wrap their way out through bottom blue. He's going to have the freebie onto Major Maniac. 1v1 now versus Paul.
Yeah, waiting to see if Paul's going to kind of follow on the same route. And now towards the back staircase. Paul is taking the super scenic route all the way back through underground, in towards office. And he's looking to see maybe if there's going to be a pop-up over towards top helicopter. Not going to happen here. Awakening will get the bomb planted. Pretty out in the open here towards mid. He can watch this from a lot of different angles. And Paul is still taking his time, and I'm telling you, you do not want to take a gunfight versus Awakening at long range like that.
Yeah, nah, he's got a beamer on him, but Paulex at least doing good damage as well. Only 73 HP remaining for Awakening, but obviously it's going to go back up to 150. Still keeping track of Paulex, who's currently on a 2 streak, but that time is starting to wind down. If you're Paul, you got to play around the bomb.
And he's going to make his play up towards blue stairs. Awakening on the rewrap. Again, does the timing come through? This time they see each other, and Awakening can just play the clock out. Paul has to hop it right now, and he will not get there in time. Nice little double check there for Awakening just to confirm it, but Paul never had a chance to get back over to it. We'll tally a 3rd kill, so he finds himself on 3 in a row here, but Boston take the edge back 4-3 up.
Yeah, Paul just has to play that one faster. Like, once you're able to spot him over towards the backside of Shaq, when he's heckling to the site, we can't put ourselves in another different position to challenge that long-range gunfight because you're just wasting the game clock. By the time you get to the bomb, it's only 15 seconds left, and at that point, all you have to do, if you are Awakening, is throw one shoulder, gain the info, and simply stay down. Paulex wants that round back to at least play that one a little bit quicker to stand a better chance, but Boston Academy secure. Back in the advantage spot, up 4-3. To the defensive side they go, and Orglis this time showing a little bit different presence on the attacking side, trying to work their way up through Heli and Blue.
Yeah, both ARs set up here, trying to get themselves a little bit of that high ground control like you mentioned. Major Maniac looking for a little bounce up on the wheel of the helicopter, seeing if he can tally anyone over the backside at underground. I don't think he's seen 2 Real or Yeez yet, but Johnny opens up space at A. And so now, Major Maniac, his job is just all about making sure this cross is covered. 2 Real going to step on up. He's the one responsible for this initial play towards A if it were to happen, but Orglis are smoking out and looking to play over towards the B site here, Jay.
Yeah, but they have to try to isolate 2 Real because Major Maniac gets that info. You don't want him to be the game breaker over towards the propane side, so they're going to jump up to the ladder. Unfortunately, Yuli's not able to win that gunfight, and 2 Real sitting at 53 HP, managing to stay alive. Also is able to find a double. Yeez at the same time find Major Maniac, and now it's Johnny left in a 1v2.
He is a bit inconspicuously positioned, though. I don't know if anyone knows that he's made this route happen. The problem is the clock, and he's got no bombs, so he's going to have to win this by way of kills. First one's gifted to him. Does he expect that? He's just playing towards the elevator. He's seen him. So now the hunt is on. The route, he thought he went underneath. Not the case. Yeez had stepped over towards mid. Not enough time to collect the bomb nor plant. And that'll be the 5th round going to Boston Academy.
Yeah, and that's just Orglis misplaying that because you get the first blow as the Academy through the A propane. Major Maniac gets that info onto 2 Real. It's just the way they were trying to execute that kill wasn't the best. Like, someone climbs the ladder, but it instantly turns to a one-on-one. Once you lose that gunfight, now you have to force someone else in that position to try to play that trade. And even though Paulex does find one, it allows 2 Real to find this second. So Boston Academy on the back of 2 Real just making great plays over towards the B street are now at game point.
This would be a big bounce back map, especially considering that it really still has not felt fully like Boston is all the way here. That Semtex not quite able to get over to Pertain. Cammy will drop up top at helicopter, so that will be enough now for Orglis to once again have first blood. But Boston still feeling pretty frisky here at the bottom side at underground. There's definitely opportunities for them to isolate here, especially if 2 Real can collect on this angle, but not to happen. Yee's trying to follow up. Also, no luck. So we have to do this the hard way.
But if you're Orglis, you at least have a couple players in a perfect position. Paulex jumps his way through top propane, is able to take care of the bomb carrier, also able to get the info onto Awakening, but at the same time, Yeez does find one. But now it's all left up to Yeez. He's going to drop, and Orglis off the back of Major Maniac, finding that first blood, are able to maintain a lot of the map control, put themselves in a position to where they can push up through the right street and through helipad to simply not allow that bomb to go down. And now force around 10.
Yep. The helicopter control has been a main focus for both of these 2 teams without question. And a lot of the first bloods have been tallied in and around that position in particular, outside of the random propane tank here and there. So 5-4. Orglis would have to obviously win the next 2 in a row. This would be 3 straight for them. Boston Academy on their next defense. Do you try something maybe a little bit aggressive here? That's what I'm kind of wondering. You've got rounds to play with, and maybe you can catch Orglis off guard, but instead, it is a pretty passive setup outside of spawn here for Boston.
Yeah, but the smoke grenade is going to get popped instantly right through the middle of the map, so they're going to take all that B control. And now you're going to force Boston Academy to play this one a little bit slower on the retake. Is anyone going to try to go for the jump up? That's what they're currently playing for before they work that objective. The longer you wait, the easier the read is going to be for Boston Academy. Finally, that bomb is going down. It's going to be a 4v4.
And Yuli's just going to hang out, get out of dodge if he needs to by Bompson on the ladder. Just like that. Perfect timing as Yeez was trying to come in way up. Smoke will encompass the majority of the site. The hunt is on. Major Maniac able to help out. 2 real topside scaffolding. Able to at least see Major Maniac. Should be a free first. The question is, how do you stay alive from this position, though? Whoa!
Oh!
And apparently, Yuli, now the last one left. Pistol out
Oh
for 2
my
real.
God!
Oh my goodness! The beam on 2 real. Nasty.
Oh my God, that was insane plays. We're talking about jumping on top of the scaffoldings when you're out in the middle of the damn open. Someone's got to be able to get a trade. The fact that he's able to hit that snap for the second kill and also put down shots onto Yuli to simply back him down to not allow it to go to a 1v1. 2 real gets it done. Almost 2,500 damage, multiple rounds where he was just making up for the misplays from Boston Academy over toward that right street, but nothing better than that final. Closing out with a triple kill. That's beautifully played for Boston Academy to now gain some momentum in the rest of this series.
And super needed as well for what it was worth because
yeah.
the post plant was looking pretty darn tight for Orgless. But wow, the instant snap onto the second. I mean, I don't know if there's another position in all of this current title that is, hey, look at me, than that top scaffold position.
Yeah.
Over on the crane. I mean, you're just floating in midair with no cover at all, and 2 real still able to snap to a second and then chase down the third. Wow, unreal stuff. So Boston Academy find themselves map number 2, tie up our series, and you have to think that that was the energy boost that these guys needed to really step back into the series in a major way.
100%. 100%, Alan. We're talking about some insane plays. You find the freebie for her first here onto Major Maniac, but you get shot from Yuli, and then Johnny just simply did not hit any bullets. Like, that falls into Johnny's hands because Yuli had him absolutely one shot. You have to be able to find that angle to get that kill to at least keep your team in the advantage, but then when you get gunned out of your socks the way that you did, obviously 2 reals filling himself. Chopsticks on the SnD. The pillow is definitely still working. And Boston Academy, they're able to tie the series up at 1 into the invasion control. We're going to go where this is going to be the deciding factor now. And if you're Boston Academy, you're happy as hell that you responded to that search and destroy because if you can take this invasion control, we always know Boston as a really, really strong sub-base hardpoint team.
Absolutely the case. I mean, again, that flex from 2 real into the 3rd AR has been a power play for this Boston team without question, not to mention the fact that Awakening and Cammy are also pretty good with ARs in their hands. So yeah, the invasion control. This is an interesting one because for Boston, we've seen them really try to get aggressive early and try to find ways to maybe even create early opportunities to get onto A, speaking from the offensive perspective. Yeah. So I think if you're Orgless, did you get a chance to do any homework on it over the night? Because it really is just a 24-hour stretch. And let's be honest, Orgless is playing until 1:30 essentially in the morning, it felt like. So they've got some stuff to kind of pick up on in terms of how Boston like to play the map. But at the same rate, do you want to meet them and fight fire with fire? Or do you try to play a little bit more passive and hold them off? I think that's kind of the biggest question in terms of what identity you want to bring to this map number 3.
I think if I'm Orgless, I'm playing with that with a very, very high pacing because we saw Boston Academy play this yesterday versus the Spartans, and they struggled. We're talking about 2 defensive rounds where they lost 2 defensive sides by giving up 1 side with 5 segments. The second one was a complete 6. Yeah. We're talking about Boston Academy consistently a majority of the map pushing their way up left street over towards waterside and disregarding all of broken side, just giving that free lane for the opposing team to push up in their base and make the game a lot scarier if you're not getting those kills all spawn. So if you are Orgless, you watched them play this yesterday. You just got to do the same exact stuff that Houston Spartans did. Just find a lot of success around the middle of the map with those kills because that's when you put Boston on the back foot.
Absolutely. So those are the things. Just comes down to the execution. So that's kind of what we have in frame here. And honestly, this does feel like whoever wins map number 3 has obviously a very high chance of winning the series. But I don't want to necessarily say that you win map 3, you win the series because we've seen crazier things happen. But it does feel like this map, as we saw the kind of layout of the map series set, this was the pivotal one in terms of finding an edge in this series without question. So that's what we had to look forward to. We'll step away for another break. Players are doing their normal torching, and we'll be back with map number 3 after this. Here we go. Back in almost immediately here towards the invasion control. Again, a big swing map in this series, and will be Orgless on their opening offense with normal break off. Major Maniac try to watch over towards Water Street. If you find kills at mid-map, maybe you get over to A, but the opening carnade onto Johnny will likely have Orgless pretty much defaulting over towards the B zone.
Yeah, he's just going to slow down a little bit. Unfortunately, Yuli's going to walk right by Yeez. He's going to get that free first kill, but now it's all about maintaining the map control, and right now, Boston able to find every single cow. Now, this is the difference. You're going to reinforce over towards the right street. This is where 3 players should be right here, ready for these gunfights, because they're coming right at you.
Sure are. Cammy also kind of guarding on the spawn at the moment, and uh-oh, Boston are here, my friends. And they are starting to rip him apart. Major Maniac becoming a very difficult kill, though. And how about the shots from Paul to finish things off? Trades back and forth. Yee's still trying to get forward off the opening 3 he got. Pops the door, sees 1. That's kill number 4. Didn't finish his food. I think there's just 1 less bullet than he needed. Semtex from a teammate makes Orgless a little bit more limited on this approach, but they still clean the field out, and a close spawn actually has all 4 members very quickly onto the zone.
Yeah, and I don't really like that play out of Yeez. We're talking about everyone was getting traded effectively, but he was the only player still pushed out towards the B street. You have to basically play like a rat. You don't have to show face or anything. Just watch that angle, because now Orgless still have an opportunity to work their way up through B, but Yuli gets off the point. A couple kills do not go in their favor, and that time is starting to get away from them. Someone has to get on B.
Yeah, and they're having a tough time just getting over towards this B street in the first place, let alone onto the zone. 4 seconds on the clock. Yuli steps in. Pistol out, but caught off guard. Cammy through dark just pops up, gets the kill, and now it's down to Major Maniac. First one good. Help is on the way, but they can't get there to touch in time. And how about that for Boston Academy? A clean opening, followed up by some great map positioning, leads to Orgless just struggling to find their way onto the B zone the whole way through the round.
Yeah, but they had an opportunity, though. It's just they decided to send a couple players through the actual point instead of stacking it, getting those segments, because now I don't even know what. They only got 1 segment on that attacking round.
I think, yeah.
That is very, very bad. If you are Boston Academy, let's just get the objective done over towards B so we can guarantee ourselves round 5 defense.
Okay. Why not? There's the call. Coach Study in the mix. Not going to go to B. 3-man hit immediately behind the system of a trophy to try to get onto the A zone. Opening trade is decent, but Boston are running out of resources here, and it's just down to Cammy. Able to step on to stop the clock, but he is going to have a plethora of Orgless members to have to deal with, and just like that, Boston Academy find themselves outside of A and struggling to get control over towards the B part of the map as well.
I've never understood why a couple of your teammates fall, right? And then you're just sitting there like, all right, I know exactly where they are. I'm just going to go for the ego, child. I'm not really worried about my life. Like, that's what the situation was right there with Yeez. 2 goes the opposite way, and you just jump out, give up your life for free, and now you have to work your way up B street. But Orgless are here contesting it already. Major Maniac on the deep pitch is not able to take down any, but you still have members here just simply cutting off Boston.
I mean, like you said, go to B.
Come on!
Get the ticks. Now
Jesus
30 seconds are left. 24 plays 18. Boston are at least able to get out of spawn. They're actually getting a close ice cream spawn, so they can, again, reinforce this super quick. But Yuli's on their way, and he almost pulls the pistol for 3. Johnny right behind him, the next one in line. He's tagged up. Can't do too much here. He will drop, and Boston... I mean, just when you start to think that they've woken up into the series and they're starting to play their normal game, things like this start to happen. 7 seconds are left. Boston still not able to touch the zone. Johnny with the Renetti out. Has Yeez the last one in his way, and it's Yuli to win the gunfight, and no ticks of progress will be earned here.
Oh, my God.
What is happening today?
Oh, my God. These guys need to unmute the damn stream and just listen to me when I'm talking, because that's unacceptable. We're talking about you're only allowing the opposing team 1 segment on their attack. You need to make up for that 1 segment. Let's just go over to B and get all 3 done. Why are we going for an A initial push, instantly getting shut down, and then not giving ourselves another opportunity to even work over towards B, because the setup from Orgless was just a lot better off the cutoffs. I thought Orgless had a horrible opening offense, but Boston Academy one-upped that one. Insane stuff.
This is, just to confirm, this is lower finals, right? These are final 3 teams, right?
The hell we doing today?
I don't know, man, but it has not been clean. And now Orgless maybe just feeling like, hey, we got an advantage here all of a sudden. Let's just get more ticks. Let's just see if we can just pull that same defense maybe and get ourselves an easy round 5 defense. Major Maniac deals with Awakening in a 1v1 backside treehouse. First tick gone at B. Second being worked down. Yuli trying to get into blue, but shut down. So now Major Maniac kind of has to give up his position towards tree and maybe help out on the zone. Tough battle here, and Yeez just breaks the camera too much. But while all that hunt is going on, Paul's just like, thanks for the second tick of progress, I guess.
Yeah, the second tick is already going to be complete at B, so you're up by 3 if you are Orgless. They're showing a lot of presence as well over towards A. If you really win this gunfight and get yourself back to the point, just simply stay down. Major Maniac try to be the cutoff man, able to win the up-close and personal gunfight versus Yeez. So that segment is about to be done at A, and all of a sudden, Boston Academy are scrambling all over the map.
I mean, they're coming off spawn and heading back over towards the B zone. It looks like there's not making a decision on which zone they want to defend here. The split focus for Orgless has got Boston mixed up in the middle of the map. Yeez is still looking for the player over towards SnD. There's a stun out. Yuli looking to force the gunfight, finds the kill, no worries. Awakening for the trade, but Major Maniac now on the cross. An extra 60 seconds going to get tallied with Orgless back over towards the B zone. Plus, you got to keep in mind that that second tick was also locked at A, so huge advantages here for Orgless.
Oh my God, they found themselves now up by 6 segments. Like, even if Boston Academy win the next attacking round, you're not going to guarantee yourself that defense in round number 5. So if you are Orgless, you only need one more segment. So let's just try to fight for a little bit of map control, but at least Boston Academy in the kill feed have been able to slay with the best. Retain a lot of that mid-map. Now all of Orgless coming all spawn, just trying to overextend.
And keep in mind, this is 6 segments gone.
Yep.
So Boston would have to win their offense by way of capturing everything, and that would just mean that the round comes to an end, or the map comes to an end, pending that they can hold this defense, which is still up in the air. Yuli's, how? If he, okay. If he would have turned and snapped onto Awakening right there, that may have just been game. But a moment of regain here for Boston. They've reduced the life lead completely. We're back to level lives 13v13.
Now put a lot of focus on the right street. It can't just be Cammy. We should be avoiding the left side water. We don't need that side of the map. They are not going to try to go straight up to the bay point from the left side of the water street. They're going to try to overextend and fight through the middle map control. So you have to hold down this right street. But Orgless already found himself in great positions. You have somewhat DVD control. You also have Major Maniac working on the deep pinch through blue. He is going to get cut down, but Orgless are giving himself lifeline after lifeline.
Yeah, I mean, Orgless are stuck right now. Just nowhere to go. Rotation back in the middle of the map, Johnny. Okay, double into play. That now moves the spawns around just a touch. Yee's still playing through the previously captured B zone, but now Johnny can get up top over shops. Just comes down to, can he actually find anybody? Boston obviously very aware that this is the route being hit, but they may not expect Johnny to be over here, especially with the A zone already being on. Shots from Johnny are good. He gets 5 in a row. This is how it happens. Third tick of progress looking pretty good. Major Maniac just has to win a 1v1 when he's not able to confirm the kill. And with that, depletion comes through, and it's a 6v4.
6v4, no more respawns left for Orgless. So it has to be picture perfect from here on out, but Cammy finds one through the middle of the map. Now it's a 3v5. You do have one player in Major Maniac hitting the super long route. Just trying to make the heads-up play, but Cammy all spawn is going to be able to spot him. The stun is going to be able to connect, but he's not able to find that kill, but they do find that kill onto Yuli. So with only 10 seconds left, Boston Academy should be able to hold on.
Yeah, looking likely for it. And that's just simply put, Major Maniac getting caught with a stun right in his face as he tries to take the challenge in that 1v1 to try to win the round. But still, like we mentioned, the damage has largely been dealt. Boston will have back-to-back offenses if this goes to round 5. The only way that they avoid round 5 completely is, of course, by winning this upcoming offense. So that's what's on the line here. And after what we saw in the first offensive round, Boston just, I mean, don't even worry about, hey, we just got to get some time on the clock to work with. This has got to be a full B hit.
You have to. You have to, because obviously the previous attacking round, you found 0 success at either one of those points. So got to cut your losses over towards A. Let's just try to extend this time by completing over towards B. Cammy's going to be the sole man onto the point. They're just trying to make sure not any of the rest of the Orgless players are going to get aggressive up through Cafe or through the water street side. Just trying to maintain the middle of the map.
Good angle from Yeez, now on 4 in a row. How instrumental could a cruise missile potentially be for this offense? Problem is, they don't have that first tick of progress at B locked, and now it's being depleted. Yeez is able to get to 5, sure, but Boston have completely vacated the B side of the map, and now they're looking to play over towards A. This is taking a ton of time. And Yeezy gets stunned, dealt with, no cruise missile to be tallied, and now Boston are stuck on A Street. Here comes the follow-up hit, but Orglis are firmly planted and ready for this approach. Yuli off the pinch. Now it's just down to finding the final, and Boston, this is surely not the same team we saw in the last couple of days. Surely not the same squad.
I don't know what the hell they're doing. Like, we're not even going to extend the time. All right, we get a couple kills to the middle of the map, but we still have to extend this time. Like, I know we want to try to win this attacking round here. We can close out A. That's the best way to possibly do it, but you have to try to now, with 35 seconds left, work your way over towards B. But there's Yuli here trying to cut you off, alongside Major Maniac, who already finds himself in towards top broken. This is going to cause a lot of problems for Boston Academy, and time is already getting away from them.
Yeah, sure is. 20 seconds on the clock. Cammy trying to rotate over towards this B zone. Awakening trying to hit a bit of a pinch. That will work out for the first. Yuli slips away. He's on 5. Now off the regen. And if he gets a cruise missile, and this goes round 5, which is looking like there. Oh, Major Maniac steals it. Yuli in a little bit of trouble, trying to finesse, trying to dance. 3 seconds on the clock. Boston will get there to touch the pistol. Not good enough, and the cruise missile will be denied. But the kills will also see the clock expire, and will go to round 5.
This got to be the worst evasion control I've ever seen.
Brother,
I'm telling you, it just does not make sense to me. You're like, how did you even get to this point? Like, you're waking up every day scrimming this damn map, but you haven't earned a single segment. We're talking about teams giving up B point when you're getting a couple kills to go in your favor, but they are just giving it up for free. All right, you found a couple kills in a minute. We're going to hit the transition over towards A, but if that gets shut down, we don't even have another opportunity to work over towards B. What the hell is Boston Academy doing? Now they have 0 seconds to complete on 2 attacking rounds, and you're going into your 3rd attacking round with 0 success in the previous 2.
The only thing I could possibly think of is, like, if you're Boston, maybe the comms are, hey, we know that we're going to have a round 5 offense regardless, so maybe we're just trying to force something towards A to see if we can just pull something crazy off. But it is strange to not be able to guarantee yourself an extension of the game clock, no matter the circumstances. And now Yuli's up top at Treehouse. 2 Real once again playing over towards DVD. And the focus for Boston will be fully over towards this B zone, but only Yeez is on right now. First tick finally locked, but here come Orglis with the retake attempt. No kills to speak of, and now it's just 3 for 1. Major Maniac clears off the zone, but I would say he's in a little bit of trouble, but Awakening doesn't actually push to try to actually get the kill. He's going to step forward towards the defensive spawn.
Yeah, and at least if you are Boston Academy, you have a lot of the map control right now. Cammy's working his way up through A Street. Tura is able to win the one-on-one in towards Cafe, so this is a scary moment for Orglis. You have to work towards both points, but you can get this kill to Yeez. It's going to make it a lot easier because you can solo out the last 2 players. You know, the rest of Boston Academy in this one all the way towards Palace, and that is where a stack needs to be at. Can Boston Academy just get on the damn point, please?
I mean, I just don't... I feel like...
I don't know what the hell they're doing.
I mean, Cammy surely saw both players right there. He steps out from behind cover. I'm having a hard time, legitimately. And it's not just the fact that it's been question marks in terms of decision making, but it's just, again, the stark comparison between what we saw from Boston Academy yesterday and in their opening playoff round to now is just night and day difference. But that told, minute 50 on the clock, so plenty of time here. 21 plays 20, so plenty of lives as well for Boston to try to figure out this A zone.
You just can't afford to go 3 to 4 dead, and already Yuli's able to find a double, so Awakening's able to execute the trade, but all you have to do is now take care of Yeez. As he's going to put himself in the corner, Johnny's going to check the right spot, find it with the Renetti. But not a single player from Orglis still holding down this retreat, so Boston Academy found another avenue of attack, already putting himself over towards blue and broken side. Yeah. And Orglis, they have a read on it.
Yeah, problem is, Johnny will drop, means that Paul has to stay alive here at back blue. Spawn for Johnny is good. He actually spawns right into Rugs with Yuli, so that will help Orglis try to collect themselves here on this defensive effort. Cammy caught backside garage. Paul up top clears off top blue, and that's a 3-man feed. And all the meanwhile, Major Maniac is just in paradise over here, over towards Water Bridge, just making sure nobody from Boston can hit this Water Street.
Hey, he's calm, cool, and collected. This is how you have to do it. You have one player over towards the Water Street side, but everyone else is focused over towards the right street. Paul X and Johnny able to combine for 2. Awakening is able to find a trade, but now that's a clean 4 dead. All of Boston Academy are now accounted for. Everyone spawning over towards Palace, and you can just put your controller down if you're Major Maniac, because you're going to be pretty much safe over here on this side of the map.
Yeah, Johnny also through dark, making sure that Major Maniac stays safe. Yuli also stepping into the play. Again, just making sure that Major Maniac stays safe. Cammy, last one left. He's dealt with by Paul on the flip side at Park. One player here over towards Laundry. Hold on a second. This could be an opportunity to jump onto the A zone,
take
and they
Major
find
down.
Major Maniac. So here you go. Maybe an opportunity here for Boston. Flooding up the street. Orglis fighting this at long range. Clock will stop at 8.5. 10v6 though is the current status. Too Real trying to work his way into rugs, but caught. Now it's just down to the members on top of the zone. Nades denied by trophies. Yee's looking for a little bit of a shoulder, trying to find some sort of a connection. Still,
Oh my
Candy
God.
helping out through mid. Second tick of progress is in. Third on the way. It's a 3-man stack. Kills are good. Johnny, he's not able to get all the way back in. And I don't know what the hell we just watched, but Boston win a round 5 offense and take the edge in this series.
If you can see my face right now, I'm sitting here jaw dropped. I can't believe Orglis just gave that up. Like, that is unbelievable. We're talking about Boston Academy not finding any success on their attacks. The final 15 seconds, they get one opportunity to get into the point, and they have to make it count. And Orglis somehow, someway, throw it away. That was literally the worst invasion control I've seen from the beginning of this game. And somehow Boston Academy are able to shut me up right in the mouth and take a 2-1 lead in the series. I'm jaw dropped. Simply as that, Alan, I'm telling you. I don't make no damn sense.
Yeah.
What?
Wow. What in absolute heavens did we just watch? Flat out crazy stuff. Holy smokes. You look at the damage from Yuli and Johnny. Near 6K for both of them. Everyone else is at like 3 each. I mean, I am having a hard time rationalizing this. Like, how? How did this happen? How did this map come to be? How do we get to a round 5 with a perfect spawn trap for Orglis, and then all of a sudden, one play from Boston creates 3 kills and a 3-man stack? This was the most epic invasion control for all of the weirdest reasons. That's all I could really say, friends. That's all I could say.
Yep, I just don't know what the hell just happened. Like, I gotta look at the replay again because the way that Orglis just broke down, it has to be studied in the lab. Like, that is the worst thing I've ever seen. We're talking about even in the final moments of this round. All right, you close out this. You get to a 2-2. They don't earn a single second. But now this is where there's only 10 lives remaining. Make it 9 for Boston. You're in the final 30 seconds here. Yuli's able to find one up to the water street. He's able to assist Major Maniac, but I'm pretty sure Major Maniac loses a gunfight through SnD. When that one player finds himself up through Mannequin and wins that one-on-one, that's when it gets a little bit scary. But then when Major Maniac falls, now you know the rest of Orglis are all coming off spawn through back gas. You found a 2-piece from the Cafe, which can be that 2-piece that he found through the middle of the map was the most clutch, because at that point, you had a couple players from Orglis sitting on the backside of that point of A, and they could just not work their way into the point because Cammy had that angle covered and the double stack was in. So Boston Academy somehow, some way able to clutch up in the round 5 attack. Go up 2-1 in this series and now feeling fantastic. Hopefully going into this sub-base HPs to close it out in 4.
Yeah, and, you know, there may be something to say just to kind of wrap a bow around whatever that gift of an invasion control was. There's this moment in there where, like, right near the end of that replay, it's Major Maniac forward, Paul X forward, and was Yuli also forward? Like, everyone was playing all the way up in towards Park on that dark patio or towards Water Bridge, and all 3 fall kind of in simultaneous fashion, and Boston are like, all right, we're off to the races because there's only one player left. So it may be just a bit too aggressive, trying to like over punish a spawn trap. I don't know. It's hard to say. Let's just forget about that and move on, because now we go to a sub base, like you mentioned. 3 ARs going to be out here largely throughout the majority of this map for Boston. 2 Real has been great pulling the third MCW out, pardon me. And on the other side for Orglis, what kind of value are you going to be able to pull here? And I think in particular, can you help Yuli out? Because he's going to be the one flexing on Orglis' side, and he's obviously just as good with the MCW as he is with the rival.
And I think that's going to be the perfect answer, because the way that Paul X has played today, he's been ready to go. And you need that going into the map like sub-base, because Yuli now has to whip out that 3rd AR. Paul X has to dominate with that AR, but you also have to do what you did in map number 1, and that's just simply do the fundamental part correctly and outslay them to bits. Like, if you can do that by being the team early off the rotation, making sure you're setting up proper pinches, just playing that as a collective unit, it made it very difficult for Boston in that map number 1. That's what you got to be thinking about for Orglis to try to force this game 5 here.
Absolutely the case. And again, on the line, a place in the grand finals versus the Houston Spartans, who have not seen this Orglis team yet in bracket play. Obviously, they got the better of Boston Academy in reverse sweep fashion last night on the winners finals. And it was, again, one of those series where it's just like all Boston in the first 2 maps and then all Houston in the last 3. Very, very puzzling series, but still an entertaining one nonetheless. So they're the ones waiting in what will be a best of 7 there. And at the moment, I'm sure Houston's watching this series being like, this is ours.
We gonna win. We gonna win. If you're watching this right now, if you're Houston Smart, you're looking at this like, oh yeah, ain't no way in hell we losing today.
Jeez. I mean, the only thing out there for these 2 squads is that, hey, I guess you're getting a very immediate warm-up, and we are seeing signs of life starting to come through. It's minor blips on the heart monitor. I'll tell you that much though, because it has been a just chaotic map so far. It's a chaotic series. So that's what we got. Map 4 coming up though. Sub-base Hardpoint. We'll step away for just a brief moment. Come back with that on our screens. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We've got map number 4 on the way. Sub-base Hardpoint after whatever the hell happened in the invasion control. We're past it. We're on to the next. Now it's just about trying to center up and get ready to go here. Again, both teams boasting some pretty significant AR players. Just down to can they find the success and either extend this to a 5th map or close it out here if you're Boston.
Yeah, if you're Boston, you want to try to close it out here. You don't want to get to a game 5 search and destroy where anything can happen. But if you're Orglis trying to extend this series, you're already there for Orglis. Spawning on the preferred side for P1 and doing a great job of at least maintaining the spawns for now and trading effectively through the middle of the map. That's going to fall into the heads of Tura to continuously soak that time for Boston. He drops, and Orglis just doing what they need to do at P1 to maintain the spawns as well to chain it to P2.
Absolutely the case. Hit, though, from Yeez, trying to change that around the back. And there's not much of a read here in terms of this happening. The Major Maniac is picking it up, and whoa, Yeez, yep, able to find the kill. So here you go, 2 real. Playing over the middle of the map, not a gunfight you want, but ooh, Paul X actually kind of just surprises over the top of the P2 platform and turns that into a double. Now it's just Yeez. Last one left over towards this top catwalk position. Good prediction from Yuli down low. Gets him to 5 in a row, and Orglis from the front will get the early time at 2.
And now they're just going to try to hold from the front because Boston Academy are getting those close back spawns, but all the kills going in favor of Orglis. Cam is able to find a trade, but there's more bodies here for Orglis, just going one by one, and now Boston Academy are going to spawn all the way across the map. Can I just see some damn teamwork, please? Because Julie already got a cruise missile.
I don't understand. This is the most we've seen. Like, that was a 2v4 situation, and neither player was really waiting for any help whatsoever.
Nope.
It's just, let me just walk into a 1v4. This is the most egregious we've seen overchalls happen, I would say, across all challengers to this point. And it's just inexcusable. Here we go again, another 2v3 situation, and Orglis just find the first, and Yeez can't do anything but just put his controller down and wait for the next thing to happen, which is P3.
But now Orglis now have an opportunity to use this cruise missile if they want at P3 to break it. But you already have a player in Johnny working his way around the deep pinch. Now you just got to wait for the troops to work their way up through the front side and try to find a couple kills, because so far Boston Academy need a response here at P3. Turo's finding a double through top snow, maintaining that power position, and they have made Johnny useless on the back end. But somehow, someway, he's able to win the gunfight. Boston Academy spawns now flip, and the break is about to come in.
Yeah, you only 10-2 start. I mean, oh my gosh. What happened to Boston's Hardpoint? I mean, it was legitimately so good on Vista yesterday. It was so good. It was probably one of the best Vista Hardpoints that we have seen a team full out play. Both squads, for what it's worth. Both them and Houston played the map incredibly well, but that has been absent so far today, and Orglis are absolutely punishing Boston for these mistakes.
And now going into this P4, Yuli in the back of his mind is thinking, this is the hill I'm going to invest that cruise missile. We just have to play for a little bit of mid-map control to potentially spawn them out. Try to at least put ourselves in the angle towards P2 as well to block those back spawns. But as he's slowly working his way up through the left side of the map, the rest of the squad is working their way up through the right side. The cruise missile is going to get invested here, and this doesn't really make sense because even if you get the player all spawn, he's going to spawn right in the back. So Boston are going to be able to reinforce pretty quickly.
Here comes the quick hit from the front, though. Is it fast enough to block the spawn? Nope, not at all. Routes now starting to open up, though. Paul's able to get into the hard point. Johnny able to find 2 over through this back snow platform, and now Major Maniac on top of Maze has Cammy just completely pinned in the back. For Boston, from the front, though, able to find a couple eliminations. That neutralizes the hard point for now, but Major Maniac on the hunt. Team shots with Yuli are good. Spawns are still in, though, for Boston. At least a couple more members will get here, so 10 seconds of scrap time. Not really going to be collected because of how far away Boston are, but at least they make the quick early motion over towards P5. This top warehouse position could be huge, but Johnny able to shut it down.
Yeah, Johnny's able to shut it down, but Yeez is now able to fill that gap. So the spawns are going to fill for Boston Academy. This is not what you want. You want to maintain P2 side. You have a couple players from Orglis working around the back end. Major Maniac somehow, some way is able to finesse with his life. But it's an all-out mix fest around P5. Boston now back on the preferred side of the spawns, but Orglis in the hill.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Is there going to be a chance here for Boston to scrap together a manageable first rotation of hard points? Have to get some time in this back 30, you'd think. He's a good opener. Now can play up top of the warehouse, but just tries to jump on in, and Johnny predicts that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I mean, it's just one after another, Jay. It looks like it's the first time they've played together. This is it's just not the Boston team. I know I've said this 18 trillion times. It's just not the same Boston team that we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Boston Academy might have to bring Shawnee back out of retirement because he was the fundamental guy for the old Boston Academy team. Somehow, some way, they just keep on challenging one-on-one gunfights. You're not going to find success doing that. You're already getting outslayed to bits the way that Orglis are playing. Obviously, Yuli's having another stellar performance. 1 minute and 20 in Hill. He's sitting at 18-7. There's nothing this guy can do wrong.
He is the LeBron James of Call of Duty right now.
Chill. Oh, okay. That's a little bit too much. That's the GOAT, man.
Yeah, well, Yuli's starting to at least strive towards that greatness.
Okay.
How about that? Okay. Wow, nice shots from Paul. Yeast taken down up high. And so once again, the gap is right around 80 points as Boston will do well here in some of this closing time on P1. But the problem is they're not set up to deal with the rotation to 2. It's one good thing followed by 3 bad things for Boston is what it feels like right now.
Yeah, it's just not good gameplay. Now you're all of a sudden down by 80, but you do have a couple players working on his deep pinch. They can't be trying to get anything done, but that stun is going to be able to connect, and thankfully his teammates were there to assist them. So Boston Academy now with the opportunity to turn this game around. Cammy on 6 in a row earns himself the cruise missile. Back spawns are secured. Now it's all about running up that score.
Have to find a way to get this full 60. And, oh, well, self-nade by Yuli will make life a little bit easier. Awakening also cutting off the rotation from the top side at Snow. A little bit of a weird moment here. Both challengers for Orglis get through and find the trade. 35 seconds. Still plenty of time here for Orglis to commit one more hit on towards it. That's exactly what's going to happen. Cammy trying to spam down the doorway. Dealt with by Yuli from behind. Too Real not able to find every single trade, and that will be enough for Orglis to work their way back in for a re-break from the front.
Yeah, this is a good time as well because you obviously are keeping Boston Academy trapped in towards the back, but you're going to give yourself the rotation as well over towards speed 3. So want to try to stay up close and personal and continuously cut off that middle of the map. But finally, the 2 players that were farthest pushed out will fall. So Boston Academy are going to walk away with the final 10, but this is where Orglis have to make up for it because they do not have any top snow control. Cammy just has to play his life in this position.
And the other side of this is Cammy is also thinking, I got to call this cruise missile. We cannot allow Orglis to get this time. First kill, good. Second one, not so much. Yuli's able to find 2. Yee's up top, looking to get traded out by Johnny and Major Maniac. They're on the hunt for him, but Yee's just finesses down low in towards Warehouse. That'll work out. Him and 2 Real starting to put it together. Paul, though, able to battle back, and 2 Real too weak to do anything with it. But Cammy's cruise missile doesn't even come close to touching the zone. Team nade for Orglis keeps them a bit limited from jumping back into the hardpoint, and number 6 and Paul will spawn out because of that. A chance here for Boston to try to get this last 25.
Yeah, but if you are Paul X, you would take that because you still have a couple of teammates trying to contest this old hill, but you're more focused on winning the rotation to next. And now that the cruise missile already gets invested, you don't have to worry about it in a wide open P4 hill. So if you are Orglis, it's all about just finding these kills off the rotation. Already Boston Academy do somewhat of taking a lot of map control through the catwalk side, but Major Maniac find 1. Yuli's able to get the info on the Cammy. Only 6 HP left. Someone just got to take care of him and just continuously soak that hill time because Boston is so damn far away.
50-50 battle here. Into the hard point goes Orglis. Player will spawn up in the form of Johnny.
Oh my God.
Yee's up top on 3 in a row. But where's the rest of Boston? They can't find Major Maniac. They're so worried about trying to isolate Major Maniac that they can't really focus on the front. So the first 20 seconds are already gone. And this is punishing time here in a game that is 136 to 200. Orglis still pretty comfortable. Major Maniac's going to spawn out. He may pinch this play completely. Yeast can't lock down the shots at range. Here comes Major Maniac around the back. At least able to keep Snow safe, but Boston with the high ground control, they could shoot down like fish into a barrel, and they will get the break. He's now on 5.
Yeah, it's a good 20 seconds to walk away with, but now you have to find a rotation as well. Big 6 kill right there in a row for Yeast to pick up that cruise missile. But now it's about maintaining this side of the map, trapping him in towards the backside of Warehouse, and just putting yourself on that HP because you're only down by 50. Still a very close game. You just need 1 hill to make it back up.
Stun from Johnny, gets a little bit of information. Yee's going to call out his cruise missile here.
Doesn't make sense.
Orglis are all inside buildings, and they also find Yeez while he's got the tablet out. So this comes completely empty. 2 Real still trying to follow up on the information that's been gained, and that does well. Cammy clears off 1, 2 Real the other. Long range shots towards Johnny. Tough gunfight, and 2 Real will back down. Major Maniac on the hunt. He will find the kill, but Boston still find ways to win in the kill feed. Now it's just a 40-point game.
Yeah, they need all this time, too. And the way that the Orglis are playing it, it's looking like they're just going to gift it to them because you do have 1 player usually going around a deep route, try to set up a pinch to get him off for at least 10 seconds. But Boston Academy is just finding all the kills in the feed. Yuli's able to take down one, but the trade is instantly going to be there. Touches to Johnny, trying to make a hero play on the point.
Okay.
But the trade is there now for Boston. They're slowly but surely climbing back into this game, only down by 20 points now.
Shots from 2 Real, not able to land on a Major Maniac. That is some open time. Not a lot, but at least a little bit. Plus also the route now from Orglis being kind of forced onto 2 different fronts. Stun onto Awakening. Can't quite lock down the shots to Paul with that status effect. So now Orglis right back into the hardpoint. 188 to 210. Yuli up and around, just finessing and just doing whatever the heck he wants. Awakening next one up. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that fight if you're Awakening. I mean, get out of there. This kid's unbelievable. And Orglis now owns space around the hardpoint. Boston has to find a way to get him out.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to be able to read the 2 players from Boston Academy spawning in
Whoa.
towards tunnel, so all of them are able to set up a pinch, find a break onto P1, and now if you are Orglis, you need this break, and you also need to flip the spawns. You can no longer win it here at P1.
These shuts down part of the play. How about all of the play? Gets 2 for the effort. Yuli responds in kind. But just down to 15 HP, he's going to get chased out by 2 Real. Still, the status of what's coming up next is being held by Boston. It just feels like it's been par for the course for Boston. Sloppy opening, but now all of a sudden starting to tighten up when it matters most. 230, 203, Boston winning rotation over to the second hill.
Yeah, they win rotation, and they are fully set up as well. You already have a player pushed out towards Warehouse. Everyone else through the back end, though, just has to clutch up in a bunch of these fights. 2 kills immediately go in favor of Orglis. So now you have players from Boston Academy running all the way across the map. Tura has to try to get something done. He's going to fall. Awakening sitting nice and comfy to top 3, but you got to get to the hill.
Yeah, regen is on the way, and here comes the hit. Can they put together a concentrated approach? Awakening just dives right into the Semtex, just trying to find a way to get numbers on the point. Try to make this difficult for Orglis, but the kills are coming through. Just down to 2 Real. 237, 213. Holds on to this back staircase position. Good Semtex. May actually match right over towards Major Maniac, but he doesn't expect Johnny from the side stairs. Orglis can still win here. 240 to 213. Kills looking good. Awakening shut down. The only player that could possibly touch is Yeez, and he's going to get taken down through mid-map. Orglis will hold on, and we're going to go 5 because, of course, we will. That's been par for the course throughout this entire playoffs, and it will continue here today in our first lower final matchup.
Oh, and thankfully, if you are Orglis, you had such a big lead in the middle of that game because Boston, they started to come alive. It just, whenever you got to this P2, this was the biggest struggle for Boston. Even with the back spawns, you're fully set up, and we're losing the 2 initial gunfights, and then those players are spawning all the way across the map. That simply cannot happen. When you have enough time to hit that early rotation, when you're getting all the kills to the middle of the map, you are putting yourself in the best possible setup. But your best possible setup, you're not finding any kills off the rip. That is not the best way to play HPs. Orglis take full advantage of that. Yuli again has himself one hell of a map. 37 and 22. He earned a cruise missile, 26 non-traded kills with almost 6K damage and a minute and 30 in hill. I'm telling you right now, somebody's got to call this guy, Allen.
Yeah.
He needs to be in the pro league.
Look, I've done challenges now, this is year 4, essentially, of it. I don't think we've ever seen a one-player domination show over the course of an entire season quite to the level of what Yuli's doing here. I mean, we've had conversations in the past, and you and I, even in this year, has said, this guy, yeah, he's played well this season, or like, yeah, there's definitely potential for him in the CDL. This is the most definitive performance, period. Legitimately, period. And the crazy thing about it is, it's going to feel kind of like last year, where Yuli was part of that Decimate roster that was unbelievable in challengers. Then Fellow kind of gets moved around. He gets picked up. Ghosty gets picked up. And Yuli's kind of left trying to put it back together. And he still plays well, but then he gets picked up to London. And, well, London's London. So, I don't know. If you're Yuli, this is everything you could have possibly done to put your name right into the forefront of the conversation again. And he's doing it across every single mode and with both weapons and a chance to try to finish off this lower finals, the Rio Search and Destroy coming up next.
And that's the thing that I love about his gameplay is that usually people get picked up for being one of the best ARs in the game, you know, holding down a certain position. But this guy's able to get it done with both weapons. We're talking about the knowledge that he has on the game. He understands it to a T. Every time players are coming off spawn, he's there to cut them off. Throwing trophies down so he simply doesn't die in certain situations. Yeah. He knows everything he needs to do. So I really just love the way that he plays because he is a complete player in every aspect.
Yeah, 100%. Got it all. You wanted to run an entry SMG? He's proved that he can do it.
You can do that.
Want to run in the middle of the map with an SMG, just kill everybody? He can do that too. I mean, it's legitimately, throw it up. He's going to knock it out of the park.
You know who might need this guy? No bull. Vegas Legion
I was
might
gonna say
need this
Vegas.
guy.
Yeah, Vegas needs
Because
this
we're
guy.
talking about Purge having a lot of success, but he wasn't able to slay with the best. Asim, or Asim, he hasn't really figured it out ever since he entered the lineup. But
Yep.
if you can add a player who can basically do it all he has to do is fill the gaps, and he's getting the objective done as well. That's a guy you definitely got to bring up to a pro squad.
I love that call. I'm like, no bias ever, but I'm a big fan of what that Vegas team could do if they have the perfect fourth. And I think you're absolutely right. But back into this map number 5 now. Boston Academy trying to, again, just get some opportunities to get redemption versus the Houston Spartans in the grand finals. First shots, though, not clean through the smoke. We've seen this time and time again now, with the smoke being so encompassing, so hard to track players down, and Orglis will come out the victors as soon as it dissipates, just down to Cammy in 1v2.
You always expect Orlis to be right next to each other to trade out when they need to. And now it turns into Cammy left to try to clutch on up. He's able to gain info onto Major Maniac, but just looking at the positioning of Johnny, he's also watching that cross. It's teamwork out of Orlis.
Now, Cammy trying to get some space to maybe try to work for a plant, but looking to play for the kills. Here's the chow out, and Major Maniac will finish it off. No need for the extra slide through. So, yeah, we saw this yesterday. You know, actually, between a lot of our teams, FaZe Black in particular, the other part of the conversation, smokes up top at mid. Everyone just pushing into it and trying to find a way to get the centering in. We saw a couple of team kills because, you know, you're just snapping to whatever moves. But I imagine that's going to be kind of a byproduct of what we're going to experience here in this map as well.
Yeah, because that's what Rio SnD has turned into. If we're going to attack towards B to retake it, we're going to throw a smoke grenade to not work the bomb plant. We're not going to use that smoke, but when it gets all out mix fest, let's just make it completely random. As Orglis are able to secure the first round, now they go to the attacking side where they're using their attacks to basically give the information to Boston Academy that they're trying to take top mid control. But probably the rotation is going to go over towards A because Yuli is that bomb carrier.
Major Maniac is able to find first blood, though, deep over towards the bridge side. So Boston have to rotate over just to make sure they can keep some concentration on top of B. And they have predicted this perfectly. The utility is all synced up, and Cammy's going to get a little bit of a popcorn. Double in the mix. Major Maniac trying to play outside U-Haul, not going to work out. And it all rests with Yuli. And if he wins this 1v3, then yes, someone needs to give him immediately a call. He can just leave the match for all I care to accept that phone call. But not going to happen here at Boston. Good utility focus after losing their defender deep outside B Street.
Yeah, after losing the first blood, it was just, all right, let's just rattle the troops and push out one way together. Thankfully, Cammy lines up a double with the frag. So you start off the trade fights with you now in the band advantage, and then you're able also to locate that player over towards bridge side, turn it into a 3v1. And then find that gunfight onto Yuli to tie the game up. But now Boston Academy back on the attacking side. This time they're going to have a couple trophy systems in their back pocket. So let's see if they show us a different look.
A little 2-2 split. Some utility, I'm sure, being thrown over towards A from these offensive players. Well, maybe not. Cammy's actually just kind of holding to see if anyone's going to try to push through at A. Gives it up, though. Now the nades over to the middle of the map. Johnny, does he have a trophy to keep him safe? Sure does. So he will stay a bit tucked. Stun will land, but that doesn't really reveal too much information for the Boston offense. Still trying to flush this out. 2Real looking to go. Trying to check the corner. Johnny good for the first. Lots of damage to 2Real, but the trade is in. We'll go 3v3, but the smoke is out. Orglis trying to play through it. Cammy just hip firing away. Paul right there to follow, but 2Real comes around the back unexpected for the final double.
Yeah, that looked like Cammy had a lot of fun in those engagements. Just straight up hip firing. Just trying to put shots down. And then you send in 2Real to close out the round with the double through top mid. Okay, Boston Academy, you're starting to put it together when it matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take advantage in the search and destroy. Now back up 2-1. You're going back to the defensive side where the only thing that really made it difficult, was sort of difficult, was them getting picked off first. So you don't want to drop first blood, but you also want to set up 2Real to try to find 2 free kills to earn that cruise.
Yeah. What's the call? Major Maniac playing on an island towards A. The rest of Orglis, early focus over towards this B Eski side, but it's Boston who actually very rapidly take the aggressive posture over the top of the B side. Lots of nades have been spent, and it's able to get Yeez tucked over towards Vending in a very far forward position, and Boston are going to trust him to be the sole defender here on B while everyone rotates out.
Yeah, but this is going to be difficult because Orglis have played for this. They have waited for the tax to get thrown over the top side of the map. And at the same time, Major Maniac is who is watching that deep pinch, the solo island player on the left side. He's able to find the first blood. He's going to give the info to his teammates as well. The reinforcements are now here, and you send in Yuli. He's going to be able to get something done. Turns it to a 1v3 for Yeez, now a 1v2.
Well done, though, for Yeez. He still has the smoke, still has the Semtex. Able to reset the position. And Orglis are right here at garage.
No covert
Does
sneakers.
Yeez want to try to pull this out? Shots at the door are decent. Smoke and a pistol. Eesh, not going to get through. A decent effort, but a tough 1v3, especially like you mentioned. The noise that's being created is too much.
Yeah, he just didn't have covert sneakers on, so with those doors closed, you best believe at this moment in a Game 5, those headsets will be cranked. So even with the smoke grenade, I'm pretty sure if you're Yeez, you prefer a stun in that scenario. But he tries to get out with his life, and Yuli's going to make him pay for it. But that was just a beautiful play again. Major Maniac finds another first blood on the map. Then he gives the info to his team to allow them to rotate back to him and then effectively trade correctly. You get that objective down, you secure the round, tie it back up at 2.
A little bit of a different look here for Orglis. Heavy focus over towards garage into A. Cammy is the only one for Boston trying to give this a bit of a threat, and he's going to have to take this gunfight. There is no exit here. Yeah, he just gets completely stuck. Can't even go 1-for-1. Just the positioning, kind of blind counted if you want to call it that. Orglis, an extra step forward with 3 members, find the kills, but Boston understand the awareness of the map. They're able to get the bomb planted. 2 Real trying to get around the back, able to find Major Maniac. The snap turn around. He gets the second. Huge stuff for 2 Real now to a 2v2.
Oh, if you're Orglis, you gotta fly at that. You have to play for that trade because 2 Real was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and somehow, some way, is able to come out on top in those engagements. Now it turns into a 2v2. Only 25 seconds remaining on the game clock. You gotta get a move on it. We gotta be playing around this bomb site.
They're just so unsure about where the planter was. They have not seen Awakening at all this round. Fall over the top. There's one for free. Now it's down to finding Awakening, who gives him a chance in the gunfight.
Wait.
Paul has to send this. He's going to stick for the defuse. Johnny over the top to play bodyguard, and Johnny's going to win it. Awakening just sits out in the open.
Why?
And gives a lot of damage away. Wow.
I just don't understand it. Like, if you're Awakening, there's only 15 seconds remaining on the game clock. All you have to do is check the bomb at a certain time. But once he gives us his positioning, and you're able to put down a couple shots, you know he's instantly not going to go for the reach out because there's 2 people top mid. But then when he tries to relocate himself to work through Eskies, Johnny just gets a perfect read on it. There's only one angle of attack he can try to take off of the site from, and they predict it to perfection. Orglis now 2 rounds in a row off of another first blood on the last round onto Cammy. They've just been getting it done in the majority of these rounds with the man up.
Yeah. And how about this? Orglis quick over towards B Street this time on their approach in towards the site. Yeez, a little bit of an extra shoulder on the staircase. Semtex gets thrown. Doesn't seem to do too much damage. Follow up, though. And Yuli is trying to just call game. I mean, trades are good. Bomb planted. 3v2. Advantage to Boston, but they're still without the positioning. And now 4 in a row for Johnny. Into the smoke. He's going to wait for the regen. And it's down to Awakening again for a 1v2.
But he has a lot of time to work. You've just got to locate where Johnny was. Couldn't have gone far, but is he going to check the lower left corner? No, he's not. So Johnny should have just gotten a sound cue that he picks up a bomb on the steps. Going to be able to set up the flank. And would look to be Boston successful in the trade battles and successful potentially on the retake. Johnny just shuts it all down by his damn self. Finds a double through the steps. Pops that soak grenade to simply stay alive. And then finds that final kill on Awakening to end that round on 5 in a row, I'm pretty sure. He's always working towards that cruise.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Okay. I love that call from Orglis, by the way. Knowing that there's no defenders up top, just getting an SMG forward on the staircase, just making sure Boston can't get nades up. I love it. So 4-2 the advantage, and you're absolutely right. It is 5 in a row for Johnny. And there's going to be a lot of help here to see if Johnny can maybe just get a free 6th. The trophy system for Boston does get placed, so none of this opening utility is going to land. And Boston will kind of take a very similar route here. A little split hit focus over towards B. And Major Maniac has not seen this. So stun is out. Yeez gets through it as the trophy system deleted. And now as an offensive smoke that got thrown. And Orglis are going to use that to jump down the site here.
Oh, yeah, and this is going to get mixy again. Can Johnny find 1 kill to earn the cruise? Yes, he does. And at the same time, Yuli's able to find a double through bridge side. So now it turns into Cammy left in the 1v2. Johnny's going to be able to spot him, not find the kill, but there's only 21 HP. Yuli is right there for the trade. And that is now 4 rounds in a row for Orgless to put themselves at game point. Johnny's got a cruise missile in the back pocket. They are setting themselves up to move on.
Sure feels that way. So going into your next offense, do you just pop it here, make a play for a garage push through some sort?
Yeah, I think that's the play call. I think now that you have that cruise missile, you know that they either have to play over towards boxes or in towards the garage side. So you can invest that cruise missile early on to simply work that objective, but then your post-plant setup needs to be money.
Okay. We'll see, because Yuli's also on 3, so if this ends up being an A hit and maybe the cruise missile doesn't find value, still could be a chance for Yuli to earn another one. So we'll see what the route is going to look like here. Johnny, of course, the one to keep your eye on, number 8. And he is playing on a bit of an island, so it does look like this will be an A approach by way of the cruise missile. I mean, Johnny is staying super tucked at the back of the map. He will eventually call this in and then be the one responsible to pick up the pinch. Boston on the rotation over. Does this land? It does not. Here comes the play forward, but wait, Boston is fully prepared for this. Do they have counter utility to get back onto the site? Doesn't make a difference. Yuli steps in. Garage now 1. Not even playing for the plant. Orgless is playing for the kills.
Yep, and they already found the initial 2. Now it's left up to Tura and Yeezy, the SMG duo for Boston Academy, to try to clutch on up. Team kills are abound, but Yeezy's able to at least walk away with 2, but he's one shot.
Johnny damages in, regens out, but no, the team focus is there, and the trade eventually tallied up as Orgless will take a 6-2 win. Boston gave themselves the best chance possible to survive through that cruise missile there, but better awareness from Orgless. They're not just calling it in and planting, they're calling it in and looking for kills. Absolutely perfectly done by Orgless. They move on to the grand finals in what was a series of COD. To put it broadly, it didn't look the sexiest at times, but it was nonetheless still entertaining as all get out.
Yeah, if you're Orgless, you're just looking at the end of this series like, thankfully we won, because we should have won 4 out of the 5 maps. Guaranteed. That invasion control, they're probably going to continue to play it going forward, but you cannot allow those chokes to happen the way that they did. But if you take a look at the replays, obviously it was back and forth in the beginning of the game. I thought Tura, when he made this play, Boston Academy were going to start to gain some momentum, but then you get shut down by Johnny. He's the Mr. Game 5 Reaper for this Orgless squad. He dropped 14 yesterday versus FaZe Black. He drops 9 and 4 today with the cruise missile earn. Basically calls game and allows Orgless to move on with the dance versus the Spartans.
Big stuff, man. And I think there's a lot to be said here about Orgless being a tough team to veto against. And I think in particular in the respawn, but like you said, the search and destroy, we've seen game 5 clutches now in 2 separate arenas. And there is a final look at the kill-death ratio across the board. Yeah, like you said, 9 and 6 for Yuli, 9 and 4 for Johnny. Those two getting a lot of the legwork done. Wow. Okay, so Houston Spartans will be in the grand finals, now faced up against Orgless. Best of 7. And I think the thing about it here is Houston's going to have to do some thinking about what do we want to do to veto against these guys, because this is not, they have not played them in this bracket phase yet. And I think it's just one of those things with Yuli and Johnny playing at the level that they are. Again, like I mentioned, it just feels like Orgless is really, really tough to veto against.
Yeah, it's very, very tough because, like you said, with Yuli, he can switch between that MCW or the Rival 9. So AR maps are still going to be very difficult. But if I'm using Spartans, I'm coming out trying to get rid of all these up and close and personal SMG maps. We're talking about the Rios. Those maps you got to get rid of. The Vista HPs. Even the 6-star. We probably won't even see a 6-star because of how new the map is. Yep. And you probably only got a couple reps this morning. But if you are the Spartans, you know you were the team waiting in the grand finals. If you could have got some scrims in to catch them off guard with a 6-star pick, that might be your money map.
Could be huge. Here's a look at how the prizing has shaken out to this point. Boston now cemented into the 3rd place position. $10,000 to be split, and also the 7,500 challengers points to be earned for all 4 of those members. Again, huge towards seeding things in Toronto. FaZe Black eliminated yesterday alongside SGP Syndicate and Lore Gaming in that 4th and then top 6 position. And then in our first bracket day last week, Spittin' Demons and the Lagliners were our first eliminated. Amit Brooklyn, 4th space. In Control and Chaos Esports will have to all re-qualify for Season 3 of the Elite after Toronto concludes. But 24 grand for first and 16 grand for second. Call it what it is, an $8,000 match of a best of 7 COD coming to you next in our grand finals. It's going to be a little bit of an extended break. The teams have to go through their veto process, so get yourself reset and ready to go for the best of 7 grand finals of Season 2 Challengers Elite after this. out there, friends. I hope you guys got enough to do whatever you wanted. You could have gone, taken a walk, taken a shower, made dinner, maybe have cooked a 5-course meal before the veto process got done. But finally, our players have decided they are set on what is going to happen with this series. So we've got grand finals, best of 7. Houston Spartans, with the first time, will be taking on Orglis here in this playoff bracket, Jay. And I think the only thing right now is that Orglis is cooking off of a 5-map series. Houston has been kind of not just sitting around. They've been sitting around a long time to get ready for this match coming up here.
Yeah, they've been sitting around, but you best believe they've been putting in the work. You've been getting reps in versus some team scrum just to make sure you are ready for this grand final. You don't want to get caught lacking off of just coming out slow into this series because obviously Orglis, they're feeling fantastic. You get a map 5 victory versus Boston Academy. It wasn't easy, but the way that Yuli makes the game look, that looks pretty damn easy. That's got to be the main focus for the Spartans. We have to slow him down, and I think on the opposing side for the Spartans, the main guy is Wiz. Like, he was whizzing on everyone yesterday. So Wiz versus Yuli, I'm here for it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that's going to be the 1v1 to keep an eye on, especially as we start to dig into things like the search and destroy, and more importantly, maybe on the things like the control. So we'll take a look. Here is your series set. Rio Hardpoint, double invasion. 6-star Hardpoint made it through the veto process with a Rio search and potentially a double dose of Karachi. Of course, we just saw Orglis on this map just a moment ago, and like you mentioned, it was pretty much the Yuli show from pretty much start to finish, it felt like, in that map 4.
And if he comes out swinging like that again, it's going to be very, very difficult to slow him down. But you can already see we're in for another delay. A couple of team fires going back and forth. The boys are just not ready. I don't know what the hell is going on, Alan. These guys are just not prepared this season as much as they were last season. Like, what's all these damn breaks, man?
I don't know, man. This has been the worst I've seen in Challengers, though, without question. So, we wait, and we keep waiting, and we wait a little bit longer. Keep in mind that, of course, yesterday, we saw this Houston Spartans team pull off what was a really dramatic series versus Boston Academy. The map 1 did not quite go their way, but as we started to get through what was a dominant search and destroy for Boston and we slipped into the control, Houston just kind of took a 3-0 series, it felt like. I mean, the first 2 maps were kind of whatever, but the control, the second hard point, the final search, all Houston all the time.
Yeah, everything after that second game and that search and destroy was literally Houston dominating the hell out of Boston Academy. It's like they forgot how to play Call of Duty. A little bit of what they showed today on that Invasion Control before they were able to clutch it on up. But obviously, if you are the Spartans, you're feeling great. You made it through the winners bracket side. You're not full short. You were able to clutch them in a majority of your series, which went all the way to a game 5. So with more maps getting extended in the best of 7, you're feeling great.
Absolutely. $24,000 up for grabs here. And, of course, the stability for either of these two teams to try to continue further forward as we look towards Toronto. And here we go. Map number 1, Rio Hardpoint. Looks like we're good to go through it. So Houston Spartans will be in the red. Orglis in just the plain old white. And, well, Houston, good start, at least initially. First couple of kills go their way, and that will be followed up with a shutdown onto Yuli. So great start here for the Spartans.
Yeah, great start for the Spartans. Able to trade effectively onto the last play as well and Major Maniacs. And now it's about continuously soaking up this time in towards P1. Trying to get a read on what Orglis are doing to try to re-break in towards this HP. It's just right through the front. At least have a player contested for now. You don't want to give up all this time, but they're more focused on maintaining the spawns forward next to. They do not want to flip out.
A couple of kills coming through quickly. Here we go. 3-man feed, and Houston on their way across the map. One player in the form of Johnny will still spawn over towards the P2 side, but he just has to wait, play his life, and hope his teammates from this off spawn can come back and try to assist him quickly. But the kills are just not quite fully there. Wiz backs up to make sure the scrap time is not just collected, but also the rotation is put to a pause. But, oh, they don't actually count Johnny. So now he gets to be a part of the play. Hardpoint opens, Orglis spawn in, and they will take control of P2.
That's a beautiful discipline play right there to Johnny. Just stay alive on that side of the map. He knew his teammates were trading through the top middle, but when they all fell, at least they got those close spawns to the back to reinforce instantly in towards P2.
Kills that come through mostly off the utility. Trophy system's just not staying alive as long as we're used to, but doesn't make much of a difference. Just a little bit of a pinch here for Major Maniac. He did this yesterday where he just goes unguarded a little bit of an off spawn, finds the perfect timing, breaks in 3 in a row. Now Houston still trying to find a way to get back into this hard point as Orglis continue to reap up the time.
Yeah, and there's only 20 seconds left, so if you are Houston Spartan, someone has to try to hit a route. It's going to fall into the hands of Wiz, who wins that one-on-one versus Yuli. He's going to be early off the rotation. Where are the spawns now going to be for Orglis? You do have a couple players still contested towards the back end, but we got to take care of Wiz, secure this side of the map.
Well, Yuli will drop over towards the rotation. Paul X trying to survive behind this play as the hard point opens up. And the hit for the Houston Spartans, all of it coming from this outside bridge street, and Orglis are fully prepared for it. Wiz tried to put together a pinch, but does not get there in time to help out, and Major Maniac will find his 5th elimination in a row. 7-3 start for Mike, and with that, Orglis will gain the lead.
Yeah, and I feel like for Orglis, all we've really been talking about is Yuli, and a little bit of Johnny when we talk about the games files. But Major Maniac, he's been a really consistent factor for this team. He's always doing the fundamental parts correctly, and then when he's winning gunfights like this, he's going to be very difficult to stop. Cruise missile already earned. Houston Spartans have not been able to get close towards this P3. They're cutting their losses. They're going to try to rotate early over towards P4 to put themselves in the best possible setup.
It's always really funny how like little moments have led to big swings, especially on this map. All this really kind of comes down to is the fact that they didn't find Johnny on that rotation to P2. And then all of a sudden, Major Maniac slips behind, and this is just turned into a snowball moment for Orglis, who will be a little bit late to rotation. They're feeling a little bit of pressure, so cruise missile called in. That will be absolutely well won. 3 straight kills, and Orglis are outside of the P1, dominating this map to this point.
Yeah, that's how you play it to perfection. You already know we have the cruise missile to break in towards the next hill. So we're gonna play for that P3 remaining junk time all the way down to the very end. So they're successful on the break. Houston Spartans now forced to make their way on in. You at least have one player in fire contesting through box side. He's only able to get one, but just holding down that position gives your team a lifeline to attack from the front.
Well, the hit from the front is finding success here for Houston. Maniac is trying to stay alive. Good read onto Spart, just completely locked into place. Paul also clears out boxes. So now the hit can start to develop, and just a dicey moment here for Wiz. Able to get some assistance from Glowfrosty, but it's not enough to withstand the follow-up hit from Orglis. So 13 seconds of scrap time, looking good, and you're even have enough freedom to send 2 players on rotation here if you're Orglis. So again, just kind of winning the war on both fronts here, Jay.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the game right now. Houston Spartans need to be able to cut their losses and set up off the rotation properly, but every single time that decision is coming abound, they just haven't been able to make it happen with the kills. But finally, they get all 4 dead in the feed. Orglis is now going to spawn all the way behind that P2. So it's going to be quite some time before they're even able to get to this bridge hill. So Houston Spartans just got to soak up to get back into this game.
Big moment for sure. Just trying to, again, counteract the punish that came through due to them making a couple of mistakes over towards that 2 to 3 rotation. Good moments so far in the first 30 seconds. Orglis gaining some control over towards the top side at mid. Spart able to put together a response for 4 in a row. Number 5, not quite there. Just could not quite get the regen. Yuli snaps up, shuts down the spree. Wiz right back into the hardpoint though for Houston. Support around, not just from the trophy, but also with members trying to join into the hill. And it's looking pretty decent here for Houston. I mean, right back into this game. They've done really well here on 5. 13 seconds of scrap time, going to be either neutralized or contested, but it's not enough to keep Spart at bay, and Houston will get above the 80-point mark, making this underneath the 40-point game.
And this is where Houston can start to chain a little bit of these HPs together. You have a lot of time mid control. You're going to be early off the rotation. You're starting off with these initial fights, and when you're getting all the kills, now you know someone has to be hitting a route, and that's what Johnny is trying to do. He's actually able to get the timing on Glowfrosty as well, so multiple different angles Houston now have to worry about. Orglis with the numbers should be able to trade effectively. Yuli coming out on top, Orglis with the break.
Yeah, but Houston have the reinforcements to get here faster unless Yuli can just spam them all down, which he absolutely does with the pistol.
Ay!
Oh boy, here we go again. 5 in a row for Yuli. Up to 16 and 16 off the regen. Wiz's Semtex forces him to play Thureski's side, and even that works out in goodness. He almost finds a second. Just unreal stuff from Yuli. All over the map, 17 and 17 cruise missile earned for Orglis.
Bro, he already has 34 engagements. Can you imagine that? You're sitting at Paulex at 21, but he's 34 engagements so far into this game. He's just all over the damn map, and now you have a cruise missile in your back pocket to find another successful break if you're late off the rotation. So we can find ourselves challenging all the remaining junk time at all these old hills. But they are going to be winning this rotation over towards next. They still know that the pressure is still going to be coming in from the front, but one player pitching through the middle. Glowfrosty's able to win it, so now Houston Spartans just got to funnel their way through the front.
Oh my goodness. Just literally line him up, knock him down. Let the big fella eat. Yuli, 20 and 17. Slips away from the gunfight. Goodness, is he ever so elusive. Kills for Houston looking good, not just from the front, but also on this pinch. Paul has to really tally up both, not going to be able to. Johnny stunned up, and even though there's heroics there for Yuli in an incredible individual moment, this is big for Houston to get in and try to fight for this back 20.
Yeah, they need this 20 seconds too, because they got to be thinking Yuli still has that cruise missile in his back pocket. If we can take it with his time and also keep them trapped in towards the back, that's our best possible scenario, but none of the kills go in their favor. The final 15 is going to go in favor of Orglis. They should be able to get pretty close to breaching that 200-point mark, but this might be a moment where you have to invest that cruise missile, so let's just put ourselves in some good positions.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Here comes the stack up over towards the boxes side. Wiz has been seen, or pardon me, that's Sparty who's been seen. Wiz is the next one behind him. Johnny tagged up by nades. Follow-up from Wiz. Good. So the trades are decent here for Houston, locking down their initial setup. Yuli, though, still alive, but this time only gets one, a rarity to be sure.
And I think Yuli already made his decision. I'm not going to invest my cruise missile at this hill because it's very difficult to find any kind of kills with the cruise missile in P3 because it's indoors. So you just want to try to do this with the gun, but Fire at least is doing a great job of cutting them off through top mid. That's another clean 4 dead in the feed. A flawless hold here from the Houston Spartans. Can they win the rotation?
Yeah, and this would be maybe the hard point where Orglis consider that cruise missile if things start to get a little bit tested. And at the moment, with Fire kind of playing forward, it slows down Orglis. And that's enough for Houston to get set up with a couple of members in towards the new hard point. Yuli still just running right through. Good help from Sparta over towards Box's side, though. Shuts down the play. Glowfrosty just hoping for a little bit of regen. Gets it and finds the win versus Paul X. Now the last one left is Major Maniac, and Glowfrosty just a little bounce up. Finds the elimination there as well. So now 194 plays 160. Orglis with a bit of a split spawn. Yuli's going to call in this cruise missile, and sure, it will vacate the hard point, but this is still a tough break attempt.
It is, but at least Johnny does find one on the pinch. So there's only going to be 2 players here for the Spartans. You just haven't been able to trade Glowfrosty on this white van. Finds now himself on 7 in a row. The Spartans have found a little bit of life in this game. They're chaining this piece to the P3, already withstand the pressure from that cruise missile. Nothing was going to be able to connect, but you are only down now by 20 points. You can give up this 20, hit the early rotation because that cruise missile is going to play a big part.
And this is a big decision moment here for Houston. I mean, they're playing through boxes. They're looking to get exit kills, but what they don't know is that Major Maniac has already set up over towards new. So mid-map control going to go the way of Houston. 180 plays up against 218. Major Maniac doing well to keep his life, but just too many members to deal with. And then the follow-up exit kill also good. So now numbers for Houston on the rotation over. Not in the hard point for now, but they're going to get here with the superiority first, and now trophy systems are in place. Houston have the hard point.
Yeah, they have the hard point, and now Orglis need to figure out a way on in. Are we going to try to fight right through the front or take a little bit of in-map control? But Houston's trying to have all of their bases covered, just not enough trophy systems onto the point. So now you're going to force someone out of their position to give it up. Great shots right there from Johnny. You're able to trade effectively through top mid, so Orglis finds 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Glowfrosty. You take care of him, you can hop on the point.
Yeah, sure can. Cannot win here, but Orglis can get within marginal points away. Nades on both sides, starting to land. Glowfrosty realizing that we cannot allow them to get this time. He's going to call it the cruise missile right here, right now. Initial trade is decent. Johnny gets taken down at mid-map, so that's enough for Houston to regain control, not just of the hard point, but also here at top middle. We got another photo finish here, Jay.
Yeah, this was going to go down to the wire. 1 set of kills is basically all Orglis need to reinforce the numbers through top mid. Big kill out of Glowfrosty, sitting at 27 and 18. Almost 2 minutes in the hill. This guy's getting it done in every aspect of the game. But Houston Spartans find 3 in the feed. They're slowly but surely climbing back.
And now all of a sudden, Orglis had to find a way to break this from the straight up at the Eskies or this long route from Paul and Yuli. But, I mean, I put emphasis on the long route because this is going to take a lot of time, and Houston's gotten a read on it. Paul able to find the first, but the trade is in. Awareness that Houston needs to still pay attention towards boxes play, and the kills are decent. Johnny, last one left, only able to get 1. Houston cannot fully win here. I don't believe they get that last tick. No, it's about a second away from it. So they're going to have to rotate at some point in time. Spart with another follow-up elimination. Yuli trying to force the gunfight further for trades, but it's not fully coming through. Johnny gets a double, but Fire has the last word. Orglis will get 2 players, make it 3, spawning over towards new, but Houston have a chance to try to contest this rotation.
Yeah, Houston have a lot of mid-map control. You just have to win a couple fights through this side door. Make it a little bit mixy on this side of the map, but all the kills in the feed are in favor of Orglis. They're able to find 3 down. Last player up is going to be Wiz, just finessing around the Humvee. He's able to find a second kill, so he gives his team another opportunity to push through the front.
It's going to be a 3v4 over to the top of the hard point, though. Orglis, off spawn, has an opportunity to kind of cut through, and all the flank gets picked up. Now it has to be just from the front. 2v3 for the hard point. Fire, able to get himself 2. Wiz looking for a double of his own. He stops Orglis from being able to secure the win. Reinforcements are here. Stun is out. Wiz is still shooting. 242 to 247. Orglis are still spawning in, but man, they're having such a tough time getting to the hard point. Johnny able to find a way to break on through. You can't contest this if you're Houston, and they cannot stay alive long enough on the hard point. Orglis take a thriller in map number 1.
And that's how you start off a grand finals. Just a nail biter of the game. Obviously, Orglis, they were feeling the pressure. They were dominating in the beginning of that one. Yuli was doing whatever the hell he wanted. Major Maniac picked up a cruise missile nice and early into the game. But then when you got to the P2 and the P3 and the P4, where that cruise missile was not effective off of the break, you were allowed to go Frosty to start warming up. They were able to chain those two hills to only put themselves in the deficit of 20 points off the rotation at P5. They kept that scrappy. P1, the entire of the game, was all Houston Spartans just getting it done, trading effectively on that side. But then when it came down to the crucial moments, I thought Wiz with that double was going to be able to stall enough time for the troops to come back and help him. But Johnny flies in. He's able to find two of his own, and that secures the game for Orglis. Such a nail-biting hard point back and forth between both squads. But Orglis started off 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, big bounce-back effort for Houston. But outside of that first hard point and the fifth hard point, the first rotation was just completely foiled by a couple of players that just go missing, that Houston just aren't able to fully track. And in a game that is decided by only a couple of points, how different this map could have looked, which is a little bit more diligence on what the spawns were looking like. And it should be fair, is like, you can't really put a lot of blame in one direction or another. Like, that's just good play from Johnny in the first place to kind of keep his life, not show himself. And then the same thing for Major Maniac. But here at the end, this is just an absolute flood fest. And like you mentioned, the initial from double from Fire, the second follow-up from Wiz looking good. But when there's only a couple of seconds remaining between you and a loss, trophy systems trying to get placed, and the proximal spawns for Orglis, flat out, they just kept flooding, and eventually they find enough success off the utility to get the break they need.
And they came in at the right time, man. It's only 3 seconds so both teams will be victorious on game number 1. But when Johnny finds that kill of a player trying to get a little bit over-aggressive up through the side door, he starts that trade fight with the man advantage, able to find the second onto the point, and then secure the W. I also think a big kill was Paul X off spawn with that pistol in hand, catching Glow Frosty on the pinch, because I thought Glow was going to get the perfect timing, and that would have been the game-breaking moment right there. But once you come off spawn, he was ready for that gunfight, and they were able to stay on top in the trade battles. So 250 to 247 is going to be the Rio HP ending scoreline. Orglis take map number 1, but now we're going into an invasion, search, and destroy. Well, I expect this one to be a nail-biter because we know how it is on attacks. It's all about gaining info early on, usually finding a lot of success around that A-bomb. But we watched the Houston Spartans on this yesterday. They look pretty damn good at it.
Yeah, but I think the thing about it was they didn't have an answer for Boston Academy's forward pressure on defense. But the thing is, Orglis don't play this map the same way that Boston Academy do, where you expect to see Yeez and 2 Real trying to play forward for Boston Academy. That has not necessarily been the case. So you kind of look at this with maybe a little bit of a grimace because flat out Houston just did not have an answer for Boston Academy, but this is a totally different identity in terms of what the matchup should look like. So maybe there is an opportunity here. Like, legitimately, there could be an opportunity here for Houston to kind of correct the wrongs from yesterday, play their setup, and hopefully get this thing back to a 1-1 setup after coming out of the upper bracket. So with that in mind, but we're going to go to a break because we always do, and hopefully we'll be into map number 2 without too much pause. We'll be right back. back into the invasion, search and destroy. Orglis, a heroic map win on map number 1 of the Rio Hardpoint. Houston really fighting back, though, getting warm through that second rotation of hills. Now on the offense, trying to set the tone. And wouldn't you know it, here come Orglis already getting aggressive through mid-map. Jay, first blood already tallied.
Oh, yeah, first blood in the back of Major Maniac. He was getting a lot of first blood this afternoon. Unfortunately, it is instantly traded, so back to a 3v3. And everyone from Orglis is pretty much stacked over towards B. Let's just recover this bomb and rotate it over towards A for a free bomb plant.
Yeah, and that looks like it will be the call. Pretty much just as you call it, perfectly in time. Orglis going to have to play this for a retake. Yuli is the one just kind of avidly watching the cross, though, through dark. A little bit of a backup from Paul X just to make sure there's no push through Water Street. So trying to cover their bases are Orglis, but yeah, you absolutely called this right. They're going to be late here to try to get a read on this A hit if this ends up being a commitment.
But the good thing for Orglis is that their setup right now has all their bases covered. You have Johnny watching the overextension up through B Street. Yuli in mid-dark just ready to assist on both sides. But is he going to get some bad timing? Because that door is going to get popped. All right, he gains the info. Now it's a time to attack that flank. Him and Johnny are the duo on the backside.
Can Paul keep the focus over the top of the site? He does better than that. Finds the first blood, and oh my goodness, the timing is chef's kiss exquisite. I mean, the walk up to check the bomb is got a level of risk and reward to it without question, but no risk involved because maybe there was a call-up that kept Glowfrosty away from watching this Water Street. That's just absolute flawless perfection from Orglis.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff right there on the defensive setup. Once it turns to a 3v3, you gain the info, and then you send it out and at least use teamwork to prevail over the trade fights. But then Paul X with the individual play gets it done on the right side Water Street with the double to secure the first round for Orglis. Now they're on the attacking side, and for the Houston Spartans, they were really weak yesterday on their mid-defensive setup.
Yeah.
They usually only had one player around their mid-tank, and then once he fell, that A bomb plant went down for free. But Orglis, they're going to test the waters over towards B.
And Yuli seems to have an idea that someone has pushed over in towards DVT Alley. Yep. Sees the door popped open. Wiz, no chance to fight back. Nade out. Oh, my goodness. And Yuli is just blowing people out of the water. Now a 4v2. Orglis primed up and ready to hit this B site.
Yeah, they gained info on one, though, so they realize that that player is not going to be on towards the bomb, but just want to make sure whatever the play call is, to do it together. They still have the info onto Spark, trying to isolate him in toward the backside of Ice Cream, but he's putting on some great shots, just backing down the players from Orglis.
And Glowfrosty is also here, playing backside barriers. A little bit of silence creates doubt, though. Glowfrosty backs off, and now he's stuck in a 1v4, and yeah, Johnny's just watching him the entire way through, so another moment where Yuli's the difference maker. I mean, flat out just runs it down B Street. First 2 kills are good, and from there, it's just all Orglis all the time.
Yeah, it just came down to him reading the route right there to Wiz. Like, if he doesn't spot that player pushing in towards DVD for the free first blood, Wiz could potentially make a play on that flank. But you take care of him, you're also able to find the second through dark immediately for the 2-piece. And once you have the man advantage, you do not allow anyone to challenge one-on-one gunfights by themselves. Orglis now 2 rounds in a row on a 7-team streak. Back to the defensive side.
Similar look here for Orglis in terms of stacking, but not over towards mid this time. It will be largely over towards B, with Johnny getting a little bit further forward and towards Broken. A left wide open towards the street side, and wouldn't you know it, the Houston Spartans have said it is a little bit too quiet out this way. We may be able to win this street out and maybe hit this from the outside at A.
But Major Maniac is watching that cross, so once he spots that door open, smoke grenade is not going to instantly get popped. They're trying to make sure not a single player is around that A-bomb site. But time is starting to tick down. Orglis are getting a read on where the pressure's coming in. You already see Paul X on your mini-map hitting that rotation.
And he's got an eye over towards number 4 and Glowfrosty, but Yuli at mid-map has dropped, trying to peek in towards Cafe. So Major Maniac now has to kind of watch both things at once. Johnny has not left B yet, though. And there's a bit of a bomb rotation here, Jay. This may play into the hands of how Orglis are set up. Houston running out of time as well behind this. Stun will land over towards Johnny, and yep, Semtex at his feet. A little bit of damage tally. Does he expect the second? Stun is out. Major Maniac follows up with not 1 but 2. I mean, legitimately, just no call for Houston to hit into A, and they wrap back right into the waiting arms of the last 3 Orglis defenders.
Yeah, I just don't understand that, Alan. Like, you have no information over towards the B Street. You just find a kill through the middle of the map, so you know that their A defense is a little bit staggered because that's their most aggressive player in Yuli with that SMG in hand. you have to try to work out towards Cafe because you're wrapping back to a site where you have no info. You have no idea how they're set up on the map, and Johnny plays it to perfection. Stun to slow him down. A nade hit, so he's able to get that free first blood, but then you also allow the teamwork to show up and then assist him for a couple of gunfights. Major finds too, but Johnny basically calls round.
Unreal, man. Flat out unreal. And now you can kind of feel Houston getting a little shaky. After a round was looking so good with the opening first blood, the punish was in on Yuli's over-aggression. Now it's just a pretty default setup. Double stack over towards B Street. A little bit of a crossfire setup right in front of the A tank. Nothing watching towards Water Street, though. And the longer this round goes, the more that Houston will have to be a little bit antsy about, has anyone possibly pushed up?
And Yuli's already taken a lot of ground. They have not a single player from the Houston Spartans playing on the site. They're both playing deep angles with that ARs, trying to set up a team crossfire. But time is starting to tick down, and at the same time, Johnny is slowly working his way up through A Street. It's still a crossfire setup from Houston Spartans through the middle of the map, but with Orglis putting a lot of pressure over towards B, that now has to change.
Yeah. The thing about this is Orglis committing forward. Do they know that there are two players here? May not make much of a difference. The smoke will cover a lot of this, and wait a second, Spark just gets caught right in front of the ice cream door. Yuli now back over towards the dozer. We saw this position all day when he was back here before. A little bit of cover from Paul X will allow Yuli to plant. Nades are out, but it's not going to confirm any damage nor any kills. And now all of a sudden, you've got Orglis winning over towards street side. Low Frosty can't pull the flank. Wiz just has to dive through this smoke to hopefully find something. But Johnny's taking the pinch into play. Yuli, no worries there to finish it off. And yep, just as kind of worried we were about Houston against Boston Academy, this is looking even worse as Orglis is dominated through 4 rounds.
Yeah, before the commercial break, I'm pretty sure I said that Houston Spartans look pretty damn good at this map. I was really lying because they lost this one 6-2 to Boston Academy. Their attacking rounds, they're just simply all stacking on one side of the map, and then they were losing the opposite side of the map with players getting super aggressive on their defenses. But then on their defensive setup, you can just tell that they have a lot of openings. They're not really taking all the risks. They have a 2 setup to the middle of the map, and the other 2 guys are setting a crossfire over towards B. But when you're applying pressure already up on the tank, and then at the same time, Johnny off the late pinch works up the deep side, you're keeping everyone at bay. You're able to isolate this player one-on-one.
Just so much doubt into these setups that Houston's putting together on defense. And now all of a sudden a cruise missile's been earned for Johnny. Paul's on 4 in a row. And this feels maybe too comfortable for Orglis at the moment. So now Houston 3-1 split off on this offensive attempt. Double stack for the defenders of Orglis right on top of that mid-tank again. And Major Maniac will just kind of float between Dark and the tank depending on what kind of contact he sees. But at least initially, nothing to be scouted out for now as Houston have stayed pretty silent on the map.
And the biggest thing, though, if Houston Spartans decides to just send it onto this B site, you can try to back down Johnny, but he's able to find the first blood. Now, positioning going to be known. It's going to be very difficult to take him out of this spot, but Spartan is able to line it up through the arches to make it still a 3v3.
Oh, late pinch over through mid. Will Frosty able to take down Major Maniac, but the trade is out, leaving Paul X by himself. Yuli trying to make his way back to the play, but okay. The Houston Spartans, good breakdown through the B Street. Tally up the trades they need to have the man advantage late in the round, and that's what they use to get their first round on the board.
Yeah, and I think that round just simply falls into the hands of Johnny. Like, once you get that first kill, that's already job well done. We cannot try to overextend out and play for a second because your life is a lot more valuable in that positioning. But once he falls, people start to rotate over. You get some bad timing through the middle of that. Great trades out of Glow Frosty. But Houston Spartans with the aggression up through B Street finally get a round on the board. But they need to have an answer on defense, most likely because that cruise missile will get invested to get that bomb down at B.
Yeah, absolutely the case. See what happens here. Yep, Houston largely playing towards the interior buildings just in case that cruise gets called. Fire stepping back out into the middle of the map. You can't let it go for free. And yeah, Orglis just playing patient, seeing if maybe they can, you know, delay a little while longer, see if they can pull Houston out. And does this target go straight over towards the defenders over on the B zone? No, they try to finesse it over towards A. It does push 2 players into Cafe. Here comes the hit from the front. Smoke is out. Spart really cannot do too much from this position outside ice cream.
And hopefully Houston still have a couple tacks in their back pocket. And nade can play a big part, but the nade from Major Maniac is even better. Another first blood for that young man. Puts Orglis in the man advantage. Over 40 seconds left. You have to try to commit towards, hey, Paul X is able to find Spar, make it a 4v2. Now that objective is getting planted.
The timing and pacing of this round has been freaking brilliant from Orglis, because Fire, he wants to rotate to B to help, but there's no actual commitment initially, so he backs off, gets a good timing, though, on the pinch. And just like that, it goes from a 4v3 to now all of a sudden a 2v2 after the initial exchange. But does Fire get a read on this deep defender? And Johnny sure does. Gets caught looking the wrong direction. So now it's just down to Major Maniac, and he may find a similar fate. He's still focused over towards this ice cream position. Here comes the hit over towards Cube. First shots on the Glow Frosty are decent, but the damage had been tallied. And what a play from Fire. Getting around the back, blowing up the play, more than enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, that was beautiful plays right there from Fire. Obviously, finding the double is exactly what you need to do to turn it into a 2v2. But then I don't know what the hell Johnny is looking at. Obviously, he didn't exit through the back door of DVD. He has to still be around that side, though. He was expecting the push to come in instantly onto Major. But unfortunately, gets caught with his pants down, and Fire basically calls the round.
Yeah.
Houston Spartans starting to come alive 2 rounds in a row. Already withstand that pressure of the cruise missiles, so they don't have to worry about that going forward. But Fire now finds himself on 4 in a row. If he can pick up 2 during that cruise missile, we have a brand new game.
Yes, we do. Feels almost like the tempo of the Hardpoint. Good start for Orgless. Houston finding some momentum in the mid portion of this map. Yuli aggressive in towards DVD. Stuns also allowing him to try to play forward, but Wiz predicts it, finds the kill. And now Johnny's going to have to hold mid-map by himself. Does well to catch the first, but has no exit available to him. So just like that, a 2v2, but Houston have won the middle of the map, and that leads to an A plant.
Yeah, now the bomb is going to get planted. Paul X and Major Maniac playing so far away from this site. So not going to get any information on where the exit went. But Houston Spartans are basically turning this into a one-on-one. Sparta's backed up all the way to Mannequin, just focusing a majority of his focus over towards Water Street. But now he repositions himself towards middle. Should be able to spot Paul Lax. Not able to find the kill, but it's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, Major Maniac isn't in the spot to follow up off that damage. Wiz has to pop to check the bomb. Little just peek and push through the back door. Sees that no one's on it. The reset is out. Wiz trying to finesse play his life as long as humanly possible. Does get tallied, but now it's on to Spart, who, wait a second, on for the defuse, but the kill from Spart will allow him to push up and finish things off with a pistol. But whoa. Spartan nearly kind of threw himself out to the wolves there for a moment, but it's 3 straight for Houston, bringing this back to within 1.
Yeah, I thought when he puts down those early shots onto Major Maniac, you're just giving up your position with only 10 seconds left. You force yourself now to win that one-on-one gunfight versus the player watching over the diffuser. He's able to snap on to Paulex and get the freebie onto Major Maniac. So even though Fire 40 wasn't able to earn that cruise missile, the round is even better as Houston Spartans now with 3 rounds in a row have fought their way back into this search and destroy. Orgless need to find a way to stop this bleeding.
Yeah, big time. This time Fire looking for the opening angle on the cross towards B. A little bit of damage. Whoa. Car blows up right in front of him as he tries to track back into a more normal defensive spot. Stays alive through it, and so far it's a very aggressive game of tag across the map for both these two teams, but none worse for wear. We stay 4v4 early with the bomb now making a B, well, trying to make a commitment over towards B.
And I wouldn't make that commitment over towards B if I'm Orgless, because you already gained info that 2 players are going to be playing over towards the site. So we could win that one-on-one gunfight around A. We could definitely work that bomb plant a lot easier, but just make it a little bit more difficult as Paulex is working his way up. Trying to get this angle up to Spark, get some bad Call of Duty timing, but coming back for the freebie on the Fire for the first blood.
Good double chow there. Yuli coming forward. Smoke gets placed, but Wiz survives through it. Spark, does he get timing to get around the back of this opportunity to get 2? But no! Kills for Orgless are decent. You saw that moment where Spart wasn't sure if he wanted to go left or go right around the top side of Cube. And in that moment of indecision, Johnny comes back to the play, helps find Glow Frosty, and Paulex takes care of business in front of him. And that puts Orgless now on map point.
Yeah, Paulex is able to find 3 on the round.
Yeah.
Perfect read onto Fire for the first blood, but then through the smoke, he thrives through the chaos. He's able to find a double on that side, so Orgless are now going to be at game point. Back to the defensive side they go. And I would just force Houston Spartans to beat us by planting the damn bomb.
You know,
like, let's just stay alive in our positions.
I love that call because they have not really been able to find much besides just a single plant to this point, and that was just previously over towards A. Nades early and aggressively thrown by Orgless. A couple will tag, get some hit markers. But just like the previous round, everyone stays alive through it, no worries. Down to a minute to play, and we still have 4v4. And the only real question mark here is, does Glow Frosty make a quarterback call saying, guys, I haven't seen anything over towards A Street. Maybe we can get back over to A again. But no, instead, he takes his focus back towards mid, and Orgless will reset their defense with Johnny, the only one playing forward at B.
Oh, you could just tell Wiz wanted to work his way in towards top broken to have a different angle of approach because they don't know
Nice.
the info of where Johnny is going to be located, but the teamwork was on full display for the first blood.
Paul has to rotate over. Wait, Yuli catches one over towards the A side of the map. Spart follows up, but Houston are split here. They don't have a full focused approach. 30 seconds just under that now. Major Maniac timing through DVD. Able to catch one over towards Archway, but can't finish the elimination. Now over to try to help out into Paul X. The bomb is committed here. Up with the chase down on for Wiz is good. Just down to Paul. 1v3 scenario, and he gets caught from multiple angles, and Houston will stay alive.
They're just slowly working their way up the map. They found that first blood onto Johnny, and I thought Major Maniac, if he was able to get that clean kill through mid-dark and force it to a 2v2, probably a more manageable play. But once he falls, Houston Spartans already gained the info on where Paul X was playing. He was around Cage's area. They pounce on him. They're able to get the kill and secure the round. Now down 5-4. Orglis back on the offensive side where they've been finding a lot of success over towards B. If I'm using Spartans, I'm trying to get aggressive up and through broken and not give up that space.
That looks like exactly what they're trying to do here, at least initially. Double stack immediately over towards the B side, but no further push through. Just a little bit of a prod for maybe some deep utility throwing, and then everyone else just resets. Glow Frosty, very passive angle outside the water bridge. Major Maniac sees him. Maybe trying to queue up a bit of a nade. Wiz would have to try to go at least 1 for 1 here if there is a pop through this door, which Orglis I'm not committed to yet. Yuli opens the door. Nade to blow up the car. No hit markers. Is that maybe a bit of a fake here as Yuli tries to push forward? There it is. The shoulders are deep, and that's enough for now the information to go to the way of Orglis saying Wiz is nearby.
Yeah, 45 seconds still on the game clock. They're going to try to isolate Wiz the same way they did versus Johnny on the last round.
Yep.
So first blood in favor of Orglis. They have a little bit of control around the A site, but you want to fight for this mid-tank. You're at least able to back down a player, but here goes Smart through the smoke.
Able to find the first and keep his life. He's on the hunt for Major Maniac.
Oh my God.
He was held at bay by Glow Frosty the entire time. Follow up now from
Oh!
Glow Frosty, and Spart gets it done with the Renetti. What a push through for Spart. There may not have been another opportunity besides the play he makes, and it ends up resulting in 3 kills and a save of the round.
Yeah, if I'm Orglis, I'm not throwing any more smokes down because Spart loves those kind of plays. The fact that he's able to maneuver his way to eliminate the player on bomb and then slip his way into Cafe for the second, and then knowing that the pressure was still going to be on him with the Renetti, he's able to find a double. We now find ourselves in around 11, Alan.
Here we go. How does this one unfold? Houston on the opening offense, looking for some spam shots, topside dumpster. Spart, passive angle over the top of blue. Nade just to make sure no one has pushed up in towards broken, and, well, for the Orglis boys, they haven't really given that an offer yet. 2-2 stack, A Street left wide open.
Just make this very difficult for them if you are Orglis. Stow your shoulders, gain the info, force them to beat you by successfully planting that bomb. As it's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, but this is an individual play. You cannot put yourself in towards Cafe with no information gained, but at least Yuli's here to make up for it 3v3.
Oh, and he gets the second! Just as soon as the smoke goes down. Yuli was late to the gunfight, and it doesn't make a difference. Smoke at his feet, and he's out of there. 3v2. Spart has gotten tank control. Can he find anything over the top of the A site? Bomb needs to be collected. Fire just making sure there is no player over towards Water Bridge. Oh, the lineup from Spart! Cruise missile earned! Johnny has to go! He's got to go quickly! Is there any space for him to hide? He's got to make his way through, and it's not going to happen. Spart saves not 1, but 2 straight rounds, and Houston tie up our series.
That is unbelievable. Like, Orglis, you have the man advantage. They have yet to plant the bomb and successfully be good at it. But you try to double send it in through dark instead of working the deep pinch. There was so much time left on the clock. The bomb was also down on Water Street, and then you had a player in that position watching over it. You do not have to overcommit. Put all your cookies in the basket to push through dark to play for those gunfights initially. There's only 20 seconds left. The pressure is on the Spartans. But when you line up for Mr. Spart, he's going to make you pay for it. He's able to find a double, earn the cruise missile, give the commate to his teammate, and then catch that last player pushing up through courtyard. That was what, a 5-3 comeback?
Yes,
Houston
sir.
Spartans are not making this look easy, but they are showing tremendous ice at the end of these maps.
Absolutely the case. The adjustments perfect. Spart the hero in round 10 and round 11 after what looked to be another pop-off play from Yuli to save Orglis. Not coming through. Wow. What a series we have here for this grand finals. 1-1 the count, and you can barely tally the amount of points between these two teams on two hands right now. I don't even know if you can. I mean, legitimately, it has been as tight as we've seen. And special players making special plays, baby. That's all it comes down to. Spart the hero for sure.
That's unbelievable, man. The fact that he's able to make those plays multiple different times, he was put in a clutch scenario, he was able to come out on top. But if you're Orglis, you're beating yourself up about that map. That was one that you definitely should have walked away victorious with. But unfortunately, now you're full short, and you give all the momentum now to the Spartans going into this map number 3. It's just like, oh, we just got to play our situation is better. Like,
yeah.
I could understand the buddy system. It's always good to be right next to your teammate when you have the man advantage. But you can't be that damn close. You really cannot, because it's only 25 seconds remaining. You double slide through dark. And it just simply did not make sense to me, Alan. But the Spartans, they clutch up in the search to destroy. They tie the series up at 1. Now we got the invasion control up next.
Yeah, I mean, that really is, again, the byproduct of Spart. Even though Yuli finds a couple of kills outside the street, it doesn't manipulate Houston from getting out of position to where they were. So just, again, utilizing power positions to the absolute fullest. 1-1 the count. Best of 7 reminder. And an invasion control comes up next. And this is where Houston really started to hit the gas when they were playing yesterday on the winners finals. Yep. They looked unbelievably good on this map. And that's going to be a tall ask for Orglis to try to stave off what has been 2 heroic comebacks. One initially quelled, that one not so much. Now you got to go into one of Houston's best overall control maps.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because now Houston Spartans, they're feeling like they are in the heavy advantage of this series because you're getting your best control map for this map number 3, but then the surprise pick in that map number 4 for 6-star definitely caught Orglis off guard. Houston Spartans actually picked it. They let that map go through, and they decided we're going to play this map for that map number 4 to simply catch Orglis off guard. Like, it's as simple as that, because teams have not got a lot of reps on this new 6-star. We got new HPs, we got new spawns, but obviously for the Spartans, they had a long time waiting for this grand finals. They were setting up scrims. They were making sure they were getting reps on 6-star HP to catch them lacking in this finals.
Crazy scenes, but hey, it's been a couple of days worth of action trying to figure it out, and it will be guaranteed as one of our maps for sure. But before we jump into the invasion control, we'll step away for another break, and hopefully be back without too much delay as we get things going for map number 3. Someone help my boy Jay out. Someone help him. Welcome back, loading on into the Invasion Control. Near heroics in map number 1. Stopped just a bit short for the Houston Spartans. Not to fall the same fate in map number 2. 6-5 the count there. And now we jump to a map that Houston is going to be very happy, you'd think, to see show up here in the Grand Finals. They've looked great on the Invasion Control. But opening things up here, Orglis essentially going to be gifted a free tick of progress over towards B. Major Maniac able to confirm it and then step away. Chase is on, and that will be enough for a couple of extra kills to be tallied as Houston start to make their regain over towards the B zone.
But that one player in Gold Frosty who was the safety net over towards A, he does fall. So Orglis able to apply the pressure over towards A, get onto this point. And if you can win that one-on-one and Paul X onto Wiz, that's going to allow you to potentially complete this first segment. Johnny has stayed alive all this time in towards Cafe. First segment already done, but you want to start to stack this. Get it to the point. What are we doing?
I don't know. He's looking to help on the cut, but you already had Major Maniac there. And so now you get recontrol before a second tick gets tallied. Missed moment, it definitely felt like right there for Orglis. Now Fire playing in the backside of the B zone. Pistol out. Wants it versus Yuli. Help from Spart should be here to at least get this trade, but no. Instead, it's a team nade and an exit from Yuli. Finally, Wiz in place to deal with the monster. But with that, Orglis have regained some space on B. Second tick of progress going to get locked.
Big nade over the top, though, from Fires. Now can allow Wiz to try to get aggressive. Unfortunately, Yuli was there ready for that pounce. But the trade is effectively going to be there for Fire. So now you're taking a lot of space over towards B, but you still have a couple plays from Orglis trying to work up through the A street. Big read right there on the Spark to secure that kill. That's now 3, making all 4 dead in the feed. And Orglis now are trapped.
And Glow Frosty's completely set up perfectly for this. A read, though. Okay, Orglis actually scout him out, and then the clean shots from Paul X take him out of position. But the problem is, you still have to get through Dozer, you still got to get through B-Tank, and you still have to get through mid-map. All of it still going the way of Houston. Wiz will drop. 18 seconds on the clock. This is the hit here for Orglis. They do not clear out Fire. Completely unbeknownst. He's sitting over towards Dozer side, and then Spart again from the front side of the B zone, finding himself 2. 7 seconds on the clock. Paul would have to be likely the one to try to touch, and he will at least get in for a moment and actually catch a Spart off guard a bit. Fire also in trouble, not able to get his 6th elimination. It's a 3-for-1, and they will get on. 0.7 seconds on the clock. Here comes Glow Frosty, though, from behind. Gets the first. A step away, though, from Major Maniac. He's going to get the extra 60 seconds with the help of Johnny, and life is still in the lungs of Orglis.
And this is exactly what you wanted if you are Orglis, to complete that B point. Now you have 4 segments in your back pocket. But now with only 45 seconds left, you have to try to break through the setup of the Spartans. They're so spread around the map. You're forcing them to win a lot of one-on-one gunfights. Johnny is going to be there for the trade, but the more time you're wasting looking for these guys, the less time you have to think about that objective.
Yeah, and the first 2 kills skew the way of Houston on this reset. 15 plays 7, 30 seconds on the clock. And even on top of that, car blows up right in the face of Major Maniac. So not a lot of space here for Orglis to make much of a setup towards A. It would have to be a very desperate stretch to get over towards the point. Spart will drop at dark, but he really wasn't a key piece of this defense. The real one you need to keep an eye on is Fire and Wiz playing through the middle of the map. And wouldn't you know it, Fire dropped. Now it's just down to Wiz. Only gets one.
God.
Here we go. Spart, can he be a hero again? 4.4 on the clock. Just a 1v1 inside the zone, which Paul X takes. Second tick of progress starting to come through. Glow Frosty on the cross. Waiting for a little bit of help, but he can't wait for too long. Fire trying to pull the attention back to one direction and then hit from the other. And that will work, but it does come at the cost of that second tick of progress.
Yeah, you will take that if you are Orglis. Would look to be a very, very difficult round because Houston Spartans, what they got to clean for dead, they had you in the trap. But you walk away with this attacking round with 5 seconds complete. Now you just don't need to have that same blender that you had earlier versus Boston Academy in your defensive end because you're in the heavy advantage.
Absolutely the case. All right. Tall bar has been raised here in terms of what Houston's going to have to do to match it. 5 ticks of progress. An 11-3 start for Fire. Is that accurate? It sure looks like it, looking at the scoreboard. And that's a hell of a start, considering 5 ticks of progress had been tallied. Yeah, he's 11-3, so a mammoth opener from Fire. Now playing over in towards this DVD position. He can actually watch the defensive cross from this spot, and that seems to be the intention in terms of how Houston want to set themselves up in this attack.
Yeah, and they're so far just spreading a lot of the map, having one player on the point, and just fighting for a lot of those mid-map kills. Glow Frosty wins another one over towards the right street, so it's already going to be a double stack on both points. The Orgless now forced to make a decision. Which one are we going to try to stop? Great pinch setup right there from Johnny, but that's already one segment done at A.
Yep.
2 segments about to be done at B, and Houston Spartans coming out swinging in this attack.
And Spart playing in laundry, you have to get him out of this spot. You cannot allow him to stay here. Paul on the cross, doesn't check the corner. Spart follow up, predicts it on the doorway.
Oh.
Goodness gracious, Spart is having himself a couple of maps. Wiz right back into the zone on A. Extra 60 seconds tallied by B with fire and control. Spart calling in the cruise. Houston, double stack is on. Second tick of progress is in. Johnny's gonna fall to this. Here comes the contest. It has to come through the back door. It's predicted, but the win still decent. Just down to Wiz to try to hold it, and he cannot. Third tick being depleted, but Houston hold the 5 life advantage.
They hold the 5 life advantage, and they've already got the job done when you talk about the segments being tied up. Now they have 2 minutes to work with just 1 tick over towards A. 1 set of kills is all they need. And right now with Spart holding down this right street, he's just going to keep being a little bit of a rat towards this right side, just trying to allow his teammates to get pushed up on the left side to get a couple kills, but eventually for him to decide to go for that push.
Yeah, and if Spart, he needs to confirm this kill if he's going to pull the trigger, and he does. Now back onto the zone. Prediction towards Major Maniac, but the shots aren't quite there in time, and it's Mike with the rival 9 of all things to keep this A zone held for now. Orgless off the spawn. Have to deal with the OE, and Paul X starts it off nicely. First kill onto fire, puts a bit of a stretch here to this Houston offense.
And they're also able to find the second kill onto Glow Frosty. So now you're just looking for Wiz and Spart. But they have already taken a lot of ground up through Treehouse side. But so far, so good for Orgless. They've been able to stabilize the map a little bit. Major Maniac pushes up towards the left street. The rest of his teammates focus on mid-map and the overextension. And they're just making this play stagnant for Houston.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case. Just trying to delay as long as humanly possible. Stay completely covered. Johnny tagged to the desk, and oh, hold on a second. There's 3 straight kills coming through. Paul's the last one left alive, and he has to keep his life. It's going to be Glow Frosty into the zone. Spawns are not bad for Orgless. Fire trying to cut them off. The timing here is everything, and he gets caught. Here comes the retake attempt. Third tick going to be contested. Johnny and Yuli combined for 2. Wiz, what, the tack stance? He's able to at least help out to find the kill with Spart, but everything comes to a pause. Third tick gets depleted again.
Now with only 40 seconds left, you have to take care of these couple of kills still pushed out into your base. Able to find a double for Orgless. Now it's just trying to build layers. Get pushed up on their side of the map. It's a lot better to die on their side so you can effectively all spawn. Put yourself still in a good position, but 30 seconds left, 10 to 11 and lives remaining.
It has to be an OE push for Houston. Cannot afford to go all the way around the back, though. Major Maniac mid-map. How good is that? Huge double gets tallied. Paul, knowing there are more nearby, just holding on towards Ruggs. Yuli up top, backside gas station. Fire with a key trade. But there's really no one nearby. Fire would have to win this gunfight and then sprint to the zone. And yeah, time's going to run out on this play. A 1 life edge for Orgless when all things are said and done in that round number 2, which ends with tied tick progression to this point.
Yeah, but Houston made them work for that, man. You can only imagine the amount of pressure Orgless will feel in that scenario. Because you don't want to find yourself down 2-0 going on the attacking side where you weren't able to complete both segments, but at least you're able to tie it up at 1-1. But now you have to figure out how we're going to try to get another couple of segments done at that A point.
The bar was raised, and it was then instantly met. So everything resets going into round number 3. Only thing different here for Orgless on this offensive approach is that they will have trophies. 3-man hit over towards Dark initially. Only 1 defender in place for this. It's going to be Fire. And it's a double stack early. Wiz does get first blood through mid. Houston on their way back over, but Yuli slips through. Good team shots with Paul, confirms another elimination, and with that, the first tick of progress gets locked.
Yeah, first segment already going to be complete. Houston Spartans look like they're just going to try to give this one up. They're not finding any kills on the left side of the mini-map. You did have Glow Frosty work his way up through Water Street, but he's going to back down to reinforce his way back through the middle of the map. And Paul X right now, he's just dancing around with that MCW in hand. Unfortunately, does not win that 5th gunfight out to Spart, but the trade at least is going to be there for Johnny. Third segment about to get complete. Time is going to get extended.
Houston, an aggressive setup, trying to guard off this exit rotation from the B zone. Spart off the pinch through Dark. Paul sees him for a moment, but doesn't make a difference. That stray gunshot alerts Spart that there is going to be a battle. Caught trying to place a trophy. Johnny able to at least get the trade. Fire now at mid-map. Houston still really guarding this OE more than anything else. Glowfrosty's just kind of holding over towards the A bomb site. And with a little bit of a peek from Spark deep towards gas station, that's the only real defense over towards this A zone. And all of a sudden, Orgless find kills, and here comes the stretch over to A.
And now if you are Fire and Spark, you have to just stay alive in your positionings. You cannot afford to die. You know your teammates are coming all spawn, so they're not in the ideal setup, but a double stack is already going to be here. Spot was not holding down that left street, so that first segment is about to get complete.
Glowfrosty over the back. First one good, second one better. Oh my goodness. Glowfrosty has come up huge so often. It may not be the most Yuli-esque play style, but it works, and it's been working out pretty darn nicely. And here's the follow-up now from Fire. Prediction towards Yuli, but cannot find the final bullet to tally the kill. 19 plays 19, down to a minute 20. Wiz trying to get aggressive, but punished, and Glowfrosty survives by about a bullet worth of HP. Otherwise, Orgless were off to the races to A.
Yeah, that would have been a little scary of a situation. But now you just have to focus up off the spawn. Players already in your base. Yuli sitting at 12 and 17. I don't think I've seen him go negative all throughout this week. But he finds himself in a very, very crucial positioning. And at the same time, his teammates are getting kills around the map. Paul X is able to stay alive in towards Mannequin. You're able to put the game clock at a pause. The double stack is here.
Fire will also drop. Wiz would have to be coming forward to try to contest this. Johnny right next to him. Wiz still able to find one. Johnny's shot's not perfect, but he still tallies the kill. Third tick of progress being worked on, but it's just Yuli by himself. Johnny just trying to do whatever damage he possibly can, but is not enough to allow Yuli a chance to fight off the impending 1v2. 45 seconds on the clock now. 2 ticks locked again on A. Orgless trying to reset up towards the previously captured B zone.
Yeah, and they have 1 or 2 more good pushes at this.
Yeah.
So you want to try to find all the kills to the middle of the map. An unfortunate team kill right there is going to slow them down a little bit. And now with only 30 seconds left, Major Maniac has to be put in a very, very difficult situation. Everyone drops around him. With only 20 seconds left, what can he try to do?
Oh, he got a little too cute with it. Saw Fire, checked out his backpack, took a closer look, and Fire snaps around, finds the kill. So now Houston have a couple of rogue defenders in the middle of the map. Yuli shows face. Paul over towards Laundry, trying to slip through. Spartan cannot find the kills. Numbers good here for the side of Orgless. Getting on. 2 players.
They're in.
Can stack for it. Third tick of progress is on the way in. 0.4 in the clock. Glowfrosty, you don't have time to throw a nade. You gotta jump in. You gotta contest, and he's not able to. Orgless get all 6 ticks captured and a second round on the board.
And there was 0.4 seconds remaining on the clock. If you are the Spartans, all you got to do is simply watch the cross. But unfortunately, everyone loses their gunfights at the wrong time. Glowfrosty was thinking, I got to get a stun and a nade in there, but too bad there's a trophy system that's assisted them on the capture. Orgless get it done on the attack with their backs completely against the wall. Now up 2-1 in the control, up by 6 segments. This is their map to lose.
Absolutely the case. Houston, can they do the exact same thing? They were able to provide a response in their first offense to get 5 ticks of capture. Can they get the third at A? First couple of shots, good. And it's almost the exact same breakoff that Orgless put together. Just 3 players over towards A, try to get the, towards B, get the opening ticks. But the follow-up for Major Maniac clears off a couple of stacked players, and there is a chance here that Orgless could recontest, and Major Maniac is not done. 4 in a row, finally shut down, and here comes Orgless trying to step up defensively, but immediately responded as Fire gets a double. Paul able to at least provide a trade, but he's got to run for his life. Pistol out, that works.
Beautiful.
Somehow, some way. The follow-up, though, not so good, and Houston looking good for the second tick.
Yeah, the second tick is about to get complete, but Orgless are not going to try to get this up for free. They want to try to trap them over towards his B Street side, and Major Maniac with a clutch double kill allows the rest of the teammates to reinforce. That's now a clean forward. Dead Johnny sprinting to the tank to put them in the ultimate trap, or Houston Spartans are going to waste a lot of time simply trying to get out of this.
And Houston, they do know that Johnny's playing over towards this tank side, but they're also being pressured over to the front side of Ice Cream. Johnny will drop. Fire, does he get a read that he may be able to just sprint over towards the A zone? He kind of has to make this play just to stop the clock. Orgless defenders all in position, ready for it, so the clock keeps on ticking. Orgless looking good here in map number 3. 23 plays 16, 30 seconds, last attempt for Houston.
And you have to try to get out. It's just they don't know a way of their exit. We're talking about everyone stacking for Orgless over towards B Street side, so they have to hit that rotation through the middle of the map. And as long as Orgulus don't scam out of this world, they should be able to secure this defensive round. All it comes down to one more gunfight, but Wiz with that double is going to put the time at a pause.
Thing about this is you still have to get the extra 60 seconds, and the best option is to get to B. And Major Maniac is still in the way. Wait, teammate comes through, plus the kill on a Major Maniac. No way this happens.
Oh,
Wiz
no.
still holding down the angle. Doesn't quite get the second, but Glow Frosty's there. First tick is locked. Extra 60 is going to get tallied with fire over onto the B zone. Glow Frosty trying to step up to catch the defenders, moving over to rotate, but he cannot stay alive. But an extra lease on life here for Houston. 16 plays 11.
And now Spartan's in a very, very crucial position. Don't know if Orgulus is going to be able to spot them, but if he can get a couple kills, that's going to make them a little bit nervous. Only able to find the first. Has Johnny one shot, and somehow, some way, he's able to walk away with the double. That's now going to slow down the aggressive push coming in, but Houston Spartans, the remaining players, are still making plays happen.
And that's the thing is Houston doesn't have to jump onto the zone right now. They can just hold this laundry position and wait for the reinforcements off spawn. Here comes the next play. Fire in a little bit of trouble, trying to pre-fire the door. Help, though, from Glow Frosty. That's decent. The trades are good. 3 for 2. There's all 4 dead. They can stack it. 2 players on. Deep spawns for Orgulus. Second tick of progress looking likely. There is no trophy system, though, on the point. Fire gets taken down by Semtex. Wiz by himself, not a lot of help. Nade's still landing. He's able to catch one. Spart trying to get back to the play, but Orgulus will push him off. Just down to Glow Frosty. He gets eliminated. Final 15 seconds. Last chance for the Spartans.
And they got to go. And you got to go. You have to find a couple kills. Fire finds one through Cafe, but this time is starting to get away from you. You have to push up through the water tree. Johnny's able to find one Major with the second. All left up to Fire, and the Houston Spartans are gonna fall short when they had an opportunity to just simply stack that point. I would have liked to see Fire not put himself in such an aggressive angle. Let's just worry about staying alive to allow our teammates to get back to us, but once he falls and leaves Gold Frosty on that hill by himself, all the nades, all the stuns are gonna get invested, and Orgulus are able to reinforce with the numbers back into the point, not giving up an insane defensive round again like they did in the last series, and now they take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series.
My goodness, every single one of these maps, razor thin margins, unbelievable stuff from start to finish. And this time Orgulus find themselves just barely on top. The late heroics in the round 3 offense lead to, just at the last second, a little bit of an extra defensive effort to push off Houston from sending that thing over to potentially a round 5. Your damage numbers, I mean, for 4 rounds of control, those are some big numbers across the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody was shooting, Alan. Like, you could just tell both teams were ready for this war battle on this Invasion Control. We were finding a lot of success. We talk about the segments on the attacking rounds. You usually don't find it on Invasion. But it's Orgulus at least clutching up towards the very end. Just making the kills count when they needed to the most. Trading officially around that point. And if you're the Houston Spartans, you're beating yourself up on that because you had a defensive round where it came down to 0.4 seconds and you let them into the point to secure the round. That's one that they're definitely going to be thinking about in the back of their minds. We should have won this damn match.
I mean, both teams could have said that about every map that's been lost so far.
Yeah.
250 to like 248, 6-5 search. And again, slim margins on the clock here in this control, even though it will read as a 3-1. It felt like it was a 7-8. That's how tight it was. Here's your final kill tally. Paul goes bananas with a 31 and 26. And that may be the difference maker just right there. Plus the captures he was able to secure. So, wow. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Orgulus find themselves in a place of possible control, taking away one of Houston's best overall control maps. But now we roll the dice just a touch. 6-star Hardpoint. We did see it once yesterday, but that was in the Syndicate matchup. Neither of these two teams have played this map yet, at least not on our broadcast. So it's going to be about who has been able to learn the trends, the patterns, and the finesse that is now this new Hardpoint rotation on 6-star.
Yeah, that's all it's simply going to come down to. Who has played the map more to understand the map as much as you possibly can at this point, because you know 6-star, at least with all the new hills, the one main focus has to be for both of these teams is we have to maintain mid-map control. Because if you're maintaining mid-map control, you can lead to breaks on every single one of these HPs. That's what it has to come down to. Obviously, the rotations are big, but parallel spawns are, you're spawning over towards water. You're spawning over towards statue. Mid-map is literally everything now on 6-star.
Definitely feels that way. It turns into a bit of a blunder. We saw in at least the first instance yesterday. One of the teams seemed to realize that. Another, maybe not so much. Yeah. And we'll see what the awareness looks like for both of these two squads. Well prepared, it feels like, coming into today. But this one may be a bit of an oddball. I think the thing about it is, like, for Houston, you have to kind of expect that this map's going to get into the pool because it's a best of 7. Like, you could potentially finesse the vetoes to maybe allow it to stay up. Maybe you've been able to prep it up and be like, hey, it's, you know, the vetoes are everything in a best of 7 winners bracket advantage. Maybe this could be kind of our oddball and our little bit of a, you know, slider to catch Orglis or whoever we play a bit off guard. So you would have to think by the prep, this feels like a Houston Spartans pick, but at the same rate, you also just don't want to go down 3-1 having to put together 3 straight map wins at the same time if you're Houston.
Yeah, you can't afford that because obviously in the pick advance, they were the team that actually kept this one in the map. They decided to play 6-star. They did not veto it. They said, we have gotten reps on it because we're sitting cool and comfortable in that grand finals, just waiting to see what we're going to play. So we're going to team scrim here. Could probably play 6-star 5 to 6 times in a row to get as many reps as you possibly can before you spawn into this map number 4.
Well, as always, hopefully another abbreviated break before we jump into the 6-star. Study, I'm not going to lie, you're getting gifted up by like a lot of people in the chat right now. I've got a couple in my memes folder already with all your reactions, but they're very apt. I'm ready. I mean, again, we want to keep this going, so we'll hopefully be back without too much pause. Map 4 coming up after this. Yep. Here we go. What do you say? This has been a series, that much we know. And every map having been tight, we head into now a map number 4, Hardpoint on 6-star. And like you were framing up an hour ago between maps, Jay, this is all about who controls the middle of the map, it feels like, as we start to get to these new hills.
And so far, Orglis is controlling all of the middle of the map. They're finding every single kill, and they're leading to some much good time here at P1. It's already been 20 seconds uncontested. The use of Spartans playing currently on the back foot. Have to try to find an avenue on the way in towards this hard point. Great nades over the top. Nothing going to be able to connect, though, but at least wins that one-on-one. Put himself in a contest spot, but he's going to drop. Yeah. Just Orglis staying on top in these trades.
Absolutely perfect P1 right here from Orglis. I love the little bump up. Paulux getting into a corner, making sure that the challenge from Houston on the return is largely just a couple of members large due to the fact that he's able to find a couple of freebies. And now the rotation over towards 2. A little bit of pressure being established on the backside of the catwalks. Wiz does well to collect onto 1. Yuli now the last one standing. Sometimes that's enough, but not this time. Wiz and Fire combined for 3, and Houston getting their opening seconds here in the second hill.
And now you see the spawns for Orglis. They're always going to spawn over towards that water side, but they're going to rally the troops to bombard their way right through the middle of the map. Here comes the pinstone from Wiz, able to find a double. He's going to relieve some of that pressure, but Yuli finds a double of his own. Woo! He's going to be on the hill, and then it's Fire 40 time to attack. Able to find a couple kills to break right back into the HP, and now still in control is the Spartans up P2.
Immediate response to the convincing P1 from Orglis here from Houston. Last hit from Orglis, trying to get around the back, not finding a ton of success. Spawns again, just north to south the entire way. Paul tries to wander into the hard point. Yuli with the 1v1 with Fire, who has had himself a heck of a start. 7 and 3, 4 in a row. Cutting off the middle of the map is Spark, trying to get the rotation to Statue, but Orglis will get themselves some firm control, and we're handshaking 50s, it feels like, so far in these first 2 hills.
Yeah, just trading blows back and forth. It was basically all tied up, and now Orglis in the perfect scenario on the setup. You're watching the overextension through Sky Bridge, but you know if you are Houston Spartans, someone has to try to hit a route, and that's Fire winning that one-on-one over towards the water side. Yeah. But as he wins that one-on-one, everyone else from his teammates does fall, so now you just got to find this trade on the Fire, but they can't even do that, so Fire on 7 in a row picks up that cruise missile, gives his team another lifeline to try to attempt the break.
Damage not fully tallied. Wiz only able to take down 1. One more chance here, though, from Houston. Close spawns up towards the pool. Have them looking to try to break through this patio bar, but Orglis are firmly planted and fully prepared for it. 2 for 2 the initial exchange. Houston still committing through this, and Johnny has to back off. He's been able to earn himself a cruise missile as well. Kill number 7 gets collected. Orglis still in the lead, but the scrap time very nice here for Houston, all things told.
Yeah, that's good scrap time right there for Houston. Just keep this game very close, but now off the rotation towards P4, which is now on the backside of the cabana. Houston Spartans doing a great job of finding all the kills in the feed. It looked like Orglis are going to be perfect off the rotation, but that setup instantly gets broken. You can tell that they probably don't play this map as much, and Houston Spartans were able to capitalize on that moment.
So far, so good, but the cruise missile bails out Orglis, getting right back into the point. Spark, the only one really left alive. He's just kind of laying prone in the shallow waters. Pinch from Wiz on the backside, absolutely timed perfectly. He gets himself the double, clears out the space from patio, and now Orglis, 30 seconds to try to break this, but they've got no foothold whatsoever. Maybe Yuli can catch timing. Nope, not going to happen. Fire aware of it, and the Houston Spartans looking real good, surviving through the cruise missile and collecting every second here on our 4th.
And this is why they chose this map. They just feel like they are prepared for this moment. To spawn in on 6-star in the biggest of moments in a grand final. As they have grown themselves a nice little comfortable lead, but now it's over towards P5 when this is another money hill. Orglis are going to be the team early set up, but there's more bodies here from Houston Spartans trying to attempt this break.
Go across here on the back, tested by Paul X. Trade out from Wiz. Fire quickly, trying to get through and around the back. That will work out. No, he didn't even get shot at by anyone inside the actual hard point. Johnny will be aware of the mistake. Turns that into some clean shots to Fire. And how about it? It's going to be Orglis re-sustaining some control, and now they've got full awareness on where this next hit for Houston's coming from. Yuli trying to hit a bit of a pinch.
Yeah, and this is going to be very difficult for Houston to try to break it through the front, because there's only one doorway you can work your way, and that's the underground. Johnny's able to find a double. Still going to be pressure here. He's able to make it count. Finds all 3, tries to go for the 4th, but has Spark one shot. You cannot commit to the fight, but you set your teammates up for the freebie. Orglis take the lead right on back. But the spawns do flip, so the spawns are able to reinforce with the numbers right back into the HP for the final 10 and take the lead by a little bit.
Staggered spawns. Orglis will be behind the old hardpoint, but more focused on getting in set up on this mid bar. Yuli, good openers as he will take down Fire. Wiz will drop 3 now down. Houston, decent to get a couple of breaks for those scrap time in the last couple of hardpoints, but Orglis right back into a comfortable position here at P1. Fire's going to call down the Cruise. Split hit on the way here for Houston. Wiz will drop from the front. Cruise will not connect onto anything. Only a single kill tallied for Spart, and that is an empty cruise missile that finds essentially no value.
Yeah, and Fire wants to invest that cruise missile here because last go around, it was all P1 dominance out of Orglis. Yuli getting it done with the Renetti. He's able to find a double. Now you're still in control of the spawns if you are Orglis. Only 20 seconds remaining here at P1. They are starting to back up to play those spawns for the next hill. But Yuli's still trying to get a couple kills off the cutoff. Only able to find one. No cruise missile will be earned. But that's, again, some great time at P1 to give yourself a little bit of a lead.
Keeping yourself largely, though, for Houston off this break for scrap, right in the mix. Once again, though, empty from rotation over towards P2. Just trying to find timing on the way in, but all of it's been shut down. Yuli now with some freedom to hit a bit of a pinch through Aquarium. Yep, that will work. And now all of a sudden, Houston have to hit this from the outside, which means Major Maniac is in position for it already. And yeah, you can tell Orglis have done their homework as well here, Jay. They are forcing Houston to spawn over towards Pool, and they're ripping them apart, at least initially, trying to make a play around this back elbow.
Yeah, they had every single angle cut off. You already had Johnny pushed out towards middle map, so no one can overextend up through the middle side of the steps. But then you are forcing all of the Spartans to attack over through water side, and that's exactly what you want. They have not been able to successfully break on in, and Orglis have blown this game wide open. With this final 20, they're going to find themselves up by 70.
How does
That's
Yuli?
great shots right there out of Yuli.
How does he get that prediction onto Fire? Looked like he was going to be just see pistol out, full sprint, trying to get through bridge side, but turns, finds the shots, kill is tallied. Fire kind of doing the same thing, though, behind this play. I mean, Orglis was just about primed and ready to break this hardpoint, at least attempt to, and Fire has kind of staggered them just a touch, but they actually get spawned out. Yuli off the regen, working with Major Maniac on the re-entry back forward, and yep, it's a 3-for-2 exchange. Last one to stay alive is Glowfrosty, and as he gets taken down, Orglis have a chance to essentially win the game.
Yeah, and as far as I thought that this side was going to be a lot better, but they are just not watching every avenue of attack. Orglis found the opening. They're able to trade effectively, lead Glowfrosty behind by himself towards the back end, and just put their focus all on the objective. But the Spartans get those water spawns. They're able to reinforce with the numbers, clutching up at all those gunfights, and the final 30 is going to be theirs. And it's all about the rotation over towards water, where Spartans were able to chain that P2 to P3 to take the lead by a little bit last go around. So Orglis, your setup has to be a lot better.
Well, the thing about it is Spart, again, has already backed up over towards this top backside. Tiki, tough gunfight, though, with Paul X. The water maybe being a bit of a deterrent. Wiz trying to cut off the rotation in, but he gets punished for it. So what needed to be a rotation win for Houston goes a bit awry. Trophy system down. Orglis with numbers in the hard point, but they don't control that middle of the map. So keep an eye on the minimap here. Houston setting up for a break attempt from all angles, all at once, all the time, but the individual gunfight's not fully coming through. Wiz the only one to find any success. He's off the regen, now held off. Yuli finds the kill, and Orglis can win here.
Yeah, and the spawns do flip, so if you are Orglis, just one more set of kills, and this map number 4 is going to be yours. The press is going to be here from the Spartans over through water side, but everything in the kill feed is all white. Orglis are looking like they're going to close this one out and go up 3-1 in the series.
Yeah, it's Jay, I'll tell you, man, after we watched this map yesterday, it felt like it was going to be a mix fest all the way through, but I will say both of these two teams look prepared for this map. But, I mean, going to the conversation around playing through the middle versus playing on the outsides, this is legitimately going to be like a Hackney Yard map. It snowballs so damn quickly. I mean, legitimately, we were in and out of that map faster than anything else we've seen probably this year so far, and that was a pretty competitive game until the last 2 hardpoints, really.
And that's due to the fact that a lot of these hills right now in this state of the game, they're money hills. We're talking about P2.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
are spawning over towards water side, and if you have players pushed out towards mid P1, not allowing them to walk up those mid steps, you are forced to funnel your way in, and that's very, very difficult because you best believe the team that's holding the hill know exactly where the pressure is coming in from. Money hills at P2, a money hill for some reason for Orgless around P1,
Yeah.
and then when you get to the P4s and the P5s, that is when it gets even more scary. Houston Spartans, they fought their way back in by getting success at that P3 to P4 chain, but after that, Orgless made the adjustments. They did not die off the rotation, and they were able to close out this game pretty much with ease. 250 to 163 is the scoreline, and that is not good for the Spartans because you put that in this series, and unfortunately, it came back to bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, I just think that, statistically speaking, as we start to see this start to get added into the pool for the CDL, I don't think we're going to see very many breaks on this map. I mean, it's just
tough.
so difficult because all you have to do is chalk a, 15 seconds old time, stay in the middle of the map, lock down spawns for new, and it's just going to turn into 45-plus seconds immediately. So now you've got a 3-1 advantage to Orgless, a long lower bracket run for these guys, having not had to play up against the Houston Spartans before, coming out of the upper bracket as the winner's bracket, quote-unquote champions, if you want to call it that. Now you head to a Rio Search and Destroy, and we've seen tons of Orgless on this map. We know exactly how they want to play it. It's not exactly a treat, you would think, looking at this for Houston, saying you got to win this, and then back-to-back Karachis. Tough prospects here for the Spartans, but anything can happen. They pulled off a 3-0, essentially, versus Boston Academy yesterday, and that did feature a couple of Karachis. So I think the biggest thing for Houston, you got to get through this Search and Destroy, and who knows what happens after that.
Yeah, this Search and Destroy is obviously the most important. You lose this map, you're going to lose in the grand finals, and that's probably not what you were waking up thinking. We were going to fall short at the most important moment. You basically choked the Invasion Control because you had multiple opportunities to win that. And then once you lose that, you put your map in the 6-star HP that you decided to pick, and you get blown out of the water. But
Yeah.
as we take a look at the team pricing, there's a lot of money on the line. This is an $8,000 match to determine second and first place.
24,000 for first, 16 for second, but also the 15,000 challenger points versus the 10,000 challenger points. That is the difference of a major seed boost heading in towards Toronto, which, again, with the players that we've spotlighted to this point, not just on these two teams, but players on Boston, FaZe, SGP as well, having a great event at Toronto can change your life, legitimately. So these pro points could go a long way towards making your road just a touch easier on those longer days at the start of the event on Friday and maybe a little bit on Saturday. So now it just comes down to execution. Flat out, we know what we get for Orgless on this map. It's been a lot of smoke play. I mean, this speak to it candidly, but at the same rate, they're really good at kind of stretching the map with the timings of when they want to hit certain sites, I think in particular from the offensive perspective. So a big ask here for Houston to get the information, read it, and execute off of what they find.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because hopefully they have smoke grenades and hopefully they're great through this chaos in the smoke because you know Yuli and Johnny love those kind of moments where they can find themselves in through top mid for the retakes, even for the bomb plants. They love themselves a little bit of smoke action, but here we go into the game number 5 where Orgless are trying to close out this series in 4 and send us home a little bit early, but Major Maniac usually finds a lot of first blood, but this time it's onto his teammate.
Yeah, it must have been a bad bounce off the frag grenade. So now you got to go quickly. Smoke is out. Bomb was trying to be planted, but a little bit of a back off here from Houston, and oh, that's a great little measure. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. You know when that smoke comes out, it means there's a retake on the way. So you hop off from the plant, you give a little bit of separation, you let them push through the smoke. Scopes are up, and that's enough to find the kills pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there out of Houston because I was expecting him to stay on that palm. Well, as you said, as soon as that smoke grenade is popped, you have to know that the pressure is going to be on you. It's a lot better to have 4 players with their guns up instead of 3. So Houston Spartans, off the back of Major Maniac's team nade for the first blood, secure the first round.
Good starter for sure. Take advantage of the mistakes that are essentially gifted to you. And that's indeed the case. So now we reset. Orgless now on their offense. And with that round being as quick as it was, I was about to say, there may not be trophy systems ready to go for any of this opening exchange through B, and that's the case. Smoke down for Paul at the bridge. It does shake up the Houston defense just a touch, but Johnny, wow. I mean, that is an absolutely heroic first blood, essentially across the top part of the middle of the map. Houston looking to try to recontest immediately, but it's Spart who finds 2. Thanks to the extra push off the SMGs for Orgless, we have a 2v2 bomb down.
And Spart is on 3 in a row, all ready to start off this search and destroy. And I love this heads-up play right here by the Spartans to disengage from the pressure and work their way deep around this bomb, because that bomb is yet to be planted for Orgulus, and they're still just trying to get a read on where the hell the Spartans went.
Well, Paul's collected the bomb, and they may actually wrap the same way, long around the B site and into A, which is wide open for the taking. A little bit of a track back from Glowfrosty. Paul not going to catch the timing. I think Glowfrosty saw the slide. He definitely saw Major Maniac. So advantage here to Houston. Trying to come back and challenge. Clean shots from Glowfrosty onto the first. Predicts the second. Major Maniac trying to throw shoulders, but there's just not enough space for him to wiggle and wag around. So 2 rounds opening up here for Houston. Early advantage goes their way.
Yeah, and Spart makes that happen. The fact that he's able to find 2 through the steps, obviously baiting his teammates a little bit, but it makes it count. Turns it into a 2v2, and at that point, Orgulus is just trying to get a read on where the hell the Spartans went. The good thing is Glowfrosty finds that timing off the rewrap over towards A to spot these players crossing over towards the white van, takes care of the bomb carrier, also was able to get info onto Major Maniac, able to find that second kill with ease. So far the Spartans, even though we've seen Orgulus have a lot of success on this map, are just coming out swinging.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, fortune in the first round, but that second, good punish from Spart. Not allowing Orgulus to take that extra step, which they often love to do. Nades over the top. Again.
What the hell is going on?
I have no idea. This time it's Major Maniac who, did he get like stuck trying to go up the stairs? Like just walked in front of a teammate because his X is really far back towards that P3 lobby. Spart follows up onto Yuli, and I mean, this has been 2 essentially free rounds for Houston.
Now it's a 1v2. Thankfully, if you are Yuli, you're able to at least find 1 kill before falling. Makes this round a little bit more manageable for Paul X, but he has read this completely wrong, because Houston Spartans are working their way over towards A, but they're playing it really slow, not really thinking about that objective, trying to gain some kind of info where Paul X is playing.
No, Paul's not giving him the time of day at the moment. He's going to re-clear B, see nothing at home, so just going to keep finessing over towards this connector towards what is usually P2. And oh my, does he catch timing here? First gunshots are good. Backs off and almost gets a chance to reset for the 1v1, but just enough damage tally to make that a little bit easy. And yeah, Houston have essentially been gifted 2 rounds of the 3 they've had thanks to team nades in the first 5 seconds of the round.
Yeah, that's 2 defensive rounds where Orgulus have came out with a team nade. And that was Major Maniac with the Semtex dying behind the double door. So it wasn't him trying to get aggressive through top mid. I guess it's just Yuli. Bad placement with that Semtex.
Yeah.
At least the Houston Spartans now go finding themselves up 3-0. Back to the defensive side they go. And if you are Orgulus, just stop team killing and let's see what happens.
They're not giving themselves a chance on defense. So
No.
that automatically is a problem. Spart deep. Able to fight back Major Maniac, and that actually allows Wiz to take the 1v1 pretty cleanly versus Yuli. Now the push through after the stun. And Orgulus just doesn't feel like they've loaded into the map yet. They haven't had a chance to really play it because the team nades have been one part of it. The follow-up and aggression here from Houston have not allowed Orgulus to give even remotely a look at these rounds. I mean, these have been 4 very quick overall rounds, and it's just you blink in the first 30 seconds and Orgulus don't have a chance in the rounds, it feels like.
It's because Houston Spartans are just playing with a tremendous pace to them right now. On the defensive side, it's looking like they're on offense with the way that they are playing. Wiz just is all-out aggressive over towards Bridge, finds that first blood onto Yuli, but then gets the stun to connect onto Major Maniac and instantly sends it for that second kill. Just like you said, Orgulus have not had 5 to 10 seconds into the round to even think about the play that they're trying to make.
Yeah.
Because Houston Spartans are just sending it to them.
I know that this is a free cam from either Q or J Pros. Major Maniac just says, I don't want to be near my teammates anymore. Off the defensive side. Can't team kill him if you're not near him. But the thing about this is you don't have that AR presence over the top of B, and Houston will just jump on, get the plant, retake smoke already in, but the stuns are good. Wiz gets the first, backs away, finds himself a second. Now on 5 in a row, and wow. I mean, it's hard to put into words what we're watching.
How about Major Maniac at least makes it a 1v1. That nade is going to connect, and the pistol even better. So Major Maniac said, if you don't team kill me, I'm pretty effective in search and destroy. And he's able to clutch up in the 2v1 to stop the bleeding. A much-needed round at that for Orgulus. to finally put one on the board, and hopefully it starts to allow them to build some momentum going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I wrote this round off just based on the fact that Major Maniac had to rotate all the way deep through bridge side, but again, 50-50 nade, right? You either predict the left side or the right side, even if someone's there. Gets a little bit of luck, perfectly cooked, and then the follow-up pistol kill. So Major Maniac doesn't get team killed off the defense, and that's the key to success, apparently. 4-1 the count, but you've got to win another one here. You got to show us something on offense if you're Orgless.
Yeah, you got to chain a couple rounds together. And that's all about just slowing down the aggressive plays coming in from Houston Spartan, because every single time on defense, they are contesting through top mid. And Orgless have yet to commit over towards that A site, but this is a slow and steady win the kind of race kind of round, as they waited for the attacks to get invested out of Houston over the top to make them think that they were going to play a little bit slower or really aggressive through top mid, but still have yet to gain any info.
A little bit of a look, knowing that Wiz is playing over towards bridge side, but did they know that Fire's actually here up towards Billboard? May not make much of a difference. Fire's a little bit caught, trying to finesse the timing, gets one. The follow-up challenge, though, is decent. Glow Frosty Spar trying to follow up to help. Doesn't fully work out. Yuli slides, a mile with the pistol out. And now all of a sudden, Glow Frosty finds himself on a rogue mission. 1v2, he's being hunted, he's being chased, and Major Maniac finds the kill. 2 rounds in a row for Orgless.
Okay, Orgless, you're starting to come alive. You withstand that early pressure from Houston Spartans. They're thinking that they have all top middle control, but then when you decide to pounce, you do it as a unit. Able to find the first blood onto Wiz, who's been dominated over towards the bridge side, and then trading effectively through top mid. And I love that heads-up play call in the 2v1. We're not going for the bomb plant. We got the info where he is. Let's double chase him down to play for that trade. And that leads to Major Maniac now on 5 in a row. You're in that cruise missile, whole different game.
Yep, absolutely the case. Not to say it would guarantee a round, but it gives you a really good chance at being able to secure one pretty easily. And here we go. Orgless getting aggressive this time on the defense, but all the nades are landing for Houston. Did the trophy get blown up before it gets placed? That's what it feels like. And yeah, perfect isolation on the follow-up from Houston. No one will drop on this offensive attempt. It's going to be a quick B plant.
And I think if you are Major, let's just play this one slow.
Yeah.
In a 4v2, let's earn this off our cruise missile so we give ourselves a potential opportunity on fighting back into this game. And now in a 1v4, yeah, you don't want to slide your way in through top mid, but you want to try to at least find one kill. Cruise missile going to be earned, but positioning now known. They're trying to send it on to him so they can just close out this damn round.
Yeah. And with that cruise earned, Major Maniac will give this the good old hearty try, but yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have to go back and relook at it again. I just don't know if the trophy gets exploded before it can get placed on the ground for the side of Orgless's defense, because every nade, every tactical seemed like it was landing onto the defenders trying to play forward there.
Keep in mind as well that the trophy system now only blocks 2 things. So if you have 4 players on the opposing side throwing all the attacks through top mid, that's 6 total attacks that are going to get invested, and they're able to count for Houston Spartans to now be at game point. And I wouldn't change the strategy up. Let's just keep what's been working.
Yeah.
Obviously, it fell short in 1 round, but aggression has been the key to success.
Well, the thing about it is Orgless, I'm sure, is going to set themselves up for their cruise missile call in here just to get themselves their 3rd round, and that looks like it will be the case. Major Maniac playing deep away from the play, calling out where the Houston Spartans are positioned, and this may just be a quick plant attempt coming through. But no, Yuli once again kind of stepped forward. This felt familiar. This is the same thing they did versus Boston Academy in their search and destroy previously. But Houston have received it pretty well, all things told. Paul looking to maybe extend towards his playoff boxes. Damage is tallied. Is he going to go for the full chase down? Doesn't need to. Wiz will back off, and he'll be in a 1v4. Bomb already planted.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. He's not going to stand a single chance in that round. Orgless just do what they need to do. Invest that cruise missile to gain the early info. You're able to isolate Glow Frosty over towards the garage side for the first blood. And then just stand strong on your post-plant setup, knowing where the pressure is coming from over towards boxes. A clean round right there from Orgless, but now that cruise missile is not going to be here. You have to figure out an answer on defense, because every single time you try to get aggressive up through top mid, the stuns and nades, everything is connected for the Houston Spartans. You probably want to play this slow, wait for that plant to go down, or get some info that they're going to be sitting top mid and then invest that smoke grenade to make the chaos happen.
Absolutely. I mean, Orgless have been pretty predictable with that smoke usage in particular. It's just been safe for retake attempts on B. And now we're going to go to what was very successful for them versus Boston. Thing about it is Spart, ooh, he does get stunned up, doesn't get a single kill. And that's enough for Houston to bail off of the plant, but Orglis are not committing for the flank. And this timing, oh, this could be really punishing. If Wiz gets out, it'd be a lucky miracle. And yeah, Orglis not ready for the full contest. We go 3v4 post plant.
And now where the hell is the smoke grenade for Orglis? Because they have
the
3
wrap.
people conga lining their way up through the site, but the wrap, like you said, from Glow Frosty already finds itself behind enemy lines, but Johnny is able to get a read on it. The trade is going to be there for Wiz, but it's a 3v2.
Oh, but Wiz is able to find a second. No one's on for the defuse yet. And there's a 1v1 on the other side. Fire's able to take down Major Maniac. So now it's just down to Paul. And he's stuck, not able to be in really a gunfight condition with either of these 2 Houston Spartans members. First one comes out, second one plays down low, and the Houston Spartans take advantage of 2 different team nades in 2 different rounds from Orglis, and the gap just became insurmountable. Clean search and destroy, 6-3 the tally, and we're going to go into the Karachi Control.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Orglis would have looked like without all those team nades on the defensive end. Because you basically put yourself early into a hole 4-0. You started to try to fight back, but at that point, it's just too late. Houston Spartans, at the very end, even with Spark getting first blooded, were able to clutch up in a 2v4 scenario. Like, that's unheard of. We're talking about Orglis having all of top middle control, but instead of using that teamwork aspect to close out that round, it was a lot of one-on-one challenge. We're trying to get the trade for Johnny's kill. Yuli ended up getting 2-piece. And then at the same time, the other 2 players, we got one going for one guy, the other one going for the other, and it just didn't work out. We needed to have teamwork for Orglis to try to continue this SnD on. But Houston Spartans with the hot start are going to be able to close it out in a 6-3 fashion, keep this series moving on. And now you're feeling confident as hell because if you remember yesterday, Houston Spartans on that Karachi versus Boston, they dominated. So all they have to do is get through this Karachi Control, and they have their bread and butter search and destroy for Game 7.
Absolutely. And I will also mention that, you know, in a 2-day stretch here in this playoff run of North America where it's been a lot of retake smokes just diving into it, that was the first time we've seen a team say, as soon as that smoke is popped, get the heck out of here, wait for them to make all their push-throughs, and just receive it. Wait until they show themselves first. And it worked out not once, but really twice for the Houston Spartans. So 11-5 for Wiz, the top overall leader. Honestly, the dispersion across the scoreboard isn't terrible, but the quiet member in the map losses for the side of Orglis has been Yuli. It just kind of feels like when he pops off, they win. When he doesn't, things get a little bit more dire.
It's just hard to pop off when you're hitting team nades right off the rip. You're just killing your own momentum, and then in certain scenarios where you're playing that buddy system, you're just not too close to effectively find that trade. So Yuli now has to come alive. Obviously, you're still in the lead in this series, up 3-2, but Yuli's currently not having a good time. Wiz is getting the better of him, especially in those SnDs.
Yeah. But Karachi Control, how much do we just look straight to Yuli and Wiz on either side and say square up, young guns? Because let's be honest, it feels like they have been pivotal towards their team's success in the respawns one way or the other. Although that told, it has been all respawn wins so far for Orglis. Now, granted, 250, 247 is any one game. And if you missed the invasion control, it was 0.4 seconds for a heroic offensive win, and then a near rebuttal from Houston in the round 4 to get it to a 5th round. So that map was tremendously close. The only one that's really been a blowout have been these last 2 for one side or the other.
Yeah, 6-star was obviously a blowout, 250 to 163. Definitely caught the Spartans off guard, but then the Rio search and destroy goes in favor of Houston. And now you're going into a Karachi Control where this map, it tends to play at a fast pace. But the teams who find themselves finding a lot of success slow this game down. We're talking about doing the little things correctly. When you're the team on defense, consistently pushing out towards junk, making it a lot more difficult for the attacking team to push straight up to that B point. Just trying to trap them towards the backside is your best bet because it's very difficult on defense. It's the only control that we have where defense is probably not as good as the attack. So attacks are going to be very important, but if you're a defending team, we just got to do the little things right with the positioning plays.
100%. I mean, we've said this a number of different times. We've seen some of our top 3 teams make those mistakes. I mean, the sub base that we saw in the lower finals was like the epitome of that. Just over-chals and not really finding the way to manipulate the map in the way that we often have now learned as kind of a cemented way of playing it. So, yeah, I mean, not as much the case in those elements. You're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen teams in the CDL kind of avoid defensively playing straight onto A, trying to get the high ground control first. Same thing has been done from the offensive perspective, like trying to win the high ground, get yourself set up to be able to hit quick rotations has been everything in terms of trying to really, rinse out this map. It's been not as often seen as maybe it had been previous to a couple of patches. So it'll be curious, I think, just to see what we get from either of these two teams, who starts where, and who can, again, set the tone, set the pace like we saw in the Invasion Control.
Yeah, it's all about the pacing. And right now, Wiz is playing at a tremendous pace. The way he was able to set the tone in that Rio Search and Destroy, but completely different map, completely different angles, and a whole different kind of game plan going into this Karachi Control. It's going to be Houston Spartans early on the attack. How do they decide to go for the break-off? They're going to send 2 people over towards that chicken coop side, 1 towards top 3. They're just going to work this A objective.
Oh, Johnny quickly, though, through Palace and up on top. Able to take 1 player out. Trade is in. Glow Frosty makes his presence known over towards that back bridge position. Trades back and forth here, actually. And that will likely continue to be the case with spammed out, and Major Maniac just goes prone, hits the 180, pulls the trigger, finds himself 2, fire the next one up, and if Major Maniac wins this gunfight, he's got to feel like God's greatest gift to COD. Holy smokes, 3 up now for Major Maniac, and the defense of Orgla starting off hot.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They already have a lot of junk control, and I don't know if the Houston Spartans are going to get a read of this pinch. Great positioning right there from Wiz to win that one-on-one. But is he going to expect a second player to attack that angle? Yes, he does. He finds the double. First segment already complete for Houston.
And the fight back not really going to work out well for Major Maniac. So the second tick surely going to be locked. Paul, solo mission, through barrels? No, not going to happen. Spart predicts that perfectly, wins the gunfight, and now it's just about Orglis trying to set up some sort of a defensive line to hold off this Houston rotation. They get 1 member in the form of Yuli in towards Junk, but he doesn't see fire on the way over. So Houston may have an opportunity to try to rotate through mid-map. It's relatively unguarded, and the first couple of kills are good.
Oh, but Yuli with a big trade on to Wiz. That leads to his teammates finding another couple of kills around the map. So that's 3 dead for the Spartans. You already have junkyard control, so Houston Spartans are now forced to overextend over through that chicken coop side. Just got to locate where the last player was in Glow Frosty. Now all the players are accounted for. Starting strong on your first defensive hold.
Yeah, looking really good for it. Yuli even going to pop the ladder over to the previously captured A zone. Hello, how are you? Players down below him, but that's tallied up by his teammates. 1 more to find in this apartment complex. And goodness gracious. 4 and 1. It's been kind of a slower last handful of maps maybe for him, but not here. A hell of a start, eventually tallied by Glow Frosty, but the damage largely has been dealt as, again, Orglis stepped forward with now a 4 life advantage.
Oh, but Paul X, at least is trying to stay alive in that positioning, but now Houston Spartans can just keep their foot on the gas. You're getting those close red spawns. Just got to win 1 set of fights to get into the point.
Fire, though, turns away Yuli, who had the pistol out. Now, all of a sudden, it's just Paul. Left on the zone. Johnny's trying to help from afar. Oh, good prediction from Paul. Now maybe more through this back closet area. Help on the way from Orglis' defense. Trying to flush out the back alley, and Yuli will collect both. Yeah, great stuff here for Orglis. Good regain. 6 life advantage. Houston stuck spawning in the wrong spot.
And with Johnny in this positioning, he was able to work himself around a deep flank to find a freebie and then continuously spawn the Spartans all the way across the map. With only 20 seconds left, you do not have enough time to work a deep pinch. You have to try to retake through junk side. They find that first kill. You also have Glow Frosty working his way around enemy lines, and with only 10 seconds left, you just got to put someone on the point.
He's got to get there, and he may have broken the timing here. There it is, onto the zone. Can't quite find Johnny initially, but still able to collect. And now it's just down to, can he stay alive? Spart jumps in.
It's 3 dead.
2.3, like you mentioned, 3 dead. Here comes the potential for a stack. Wiz trying to play around the back, though, gets caught as Yuli enters right back in, and he's just not hitting the brakes. Quick push through. Spart able to confirm the trade. Follow-up, though, for Orglis. Trying to get over the jump wall. They're not finding the kills. It's just down to 1 player in Cubby. It's Johnny by himself. He gets taken care of. 5v3. No one's going to be able to get over the top of the wall, though. Second tick of progress looking good. Trophy systems are down. Can anyone get here to even challenge this in time? 3rd tick being tallied. No one's able to get here to touch. The kills are decent. And finish off the final kill. Not a lot of time remaining, but Houston still secure both zones.
Oh my God, if you're Orglis, like all you have to do is just get 1 set of kills through the backside, but if you are the Spartans, you will take that. They needed one perfect opportunity to unfold, and they found all the kills at the right time to get 3 players in towards the point. At that point, Orglis is very panicky off spawn to try to get over that damn half wall. But Houston Spartans take full advantage of the moment, secure the attacking round in the segments. They find themselves up by 6, but Orgulus have definitely beaten themselves on that one because they should have walked away with that defense.
How many times have we said Team A is beating them up because of this? It's just so many winnable moments have not gone their way. Orgulus, though, on this opening offense, clean start. Johnny able to take down all 3 towards this A street. First tick of progress, a guarantee, if not maybe the whole zone at this point. Glowfrosty, the last one surviving, has stepped in towards Junk. So Orgulus, they've lost only 1 life, but still the map manipulation looking decent for Houston, trying to set what is going to be a long battle for this B defense.
Yeah, they're going to have to play a defense for 2 minutes and 20 seconds potentially, but that kill on the flank, Glowfrosty is now going to have an avenue of attack. Only 1 player on the point, and Paulex is going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nothing but Houston players all around him are able to eliminate him off of that A segment. They do at least get 2 complete.
This is just all about can they get sparked, because here's the thing, the 2 ticks of progress is one thing, but the ability to rotate quickly from top AC in towards B, pretty heavy. Johnny on 5 in a row as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. There's number 6. Cruise missile now earned, and he's still guarding this jump up wall.
Oh my
Headshot
God.
after headshot. He's ringing the bell. Then the last player in fire has been red. Major Maniac has the read over towards backside bus. Semtex able to collect, and now all of a sudden the second tick of progress looking decent. Houston have to make a quick rotation through the middle of the map. First shots are decent, but Johnny's still piecing them up. Stack is in. Hit around the back from Wiz. Major Maniac doesn't like the look of it. Backs off for a moment. Help is on the way, but it's not here yet, and Houston will crack through the B zone again, this time from the defensive position, and clear off the 3rd tick.
And now you're going to force Orgulus to hit that rotation over towards A to try to extend this time. Because they've already done a great job of completed 2 segments over towards B, but an extra minute can play a big part for them finding success on this attacking round. As they are slowly but surely trying to work both sides of the map. A couple players roaming around red. And everyone from Houston Spartan is tucking himself into a nice little corner, but Orgulus coming on top in those trade fights.
And fire drops. Hold on a second. They're going to get the 3rd tick at A, and with these kills over towards B, they can get both at the same time, essentially. And Houston's just not spawning close enough. Have to go over the jump wall, but the spam shot through Glowfrosty at mid, that actually takes care of Yuli. The rotation for Orgulus tested. 3rd tick being worked on, but Paul's used a lot of his ammunition, has to back off. Pistol out, shut down by Wiz. Yuli looking to force the issue, though. Gets the first around the back, but not the second. Defense holding, and it's only a 2 life gap.
And Houston Spartans, they have brought it back in the lives remaining because they were getting outslayed heavy into this round, but now you just have to hold strong on your setup for 1 minute and 20 seconds over towards B. You're trying to get a couple players to get pushed out over towards Junk to block that close spawn, but the trades are a little bit more effective for Orgulus. It's going to turn into a 1-on-1. Wiz can't find that kill on the Johnny, but the teammates are now here.
And Johnny just has to wait. There's no reason to rush this. Houston able to get through, and wow, Glowfrosty pushes an extra step outside the zone and collects onto Johnny. Huge elimination. Yuli, backside lights, also dealt with clean shots from Glowfrosty. 16 and 10. Absolutely having it his way. Johnny caught off guard from behind, and now it's to a 6v5. Time is really not going to be too much of an issue, at least not immediately. Orgulus trying to work for this red control. Glowfrosty avoids the stuns, comes back into the battle, but the trades are favoring that of Orgulus. Just down to fire to hold on to the zone. 2v4 situation. Good opener. Stun locks him into place. 3rd tick of progress going to get locked in. Is fire sacrifice his life to stop them from getting the 3rd tick? He does. Heads up IQ play in a round that looked unwinnable.
Yeah, it's a high Q play, but I don't really know if you want to be the team on defense.
Well,
Keep
true.
in mind, that was Houston Spartans to completing all 6 segments, and if you are Orgulus, you're feeling great that we got it done through kills. Because we love to be the aggressors on the attack for Karachi, but the only difference is there. 1 segment and 1 cruise missile now earned in the back pocket for Johnny.
Yeah.
So going forward, if you are Orgulus, let's just put ourselves back on that defensive setup that we have in the previous round. This time, just not give it away.
Yep. 6-5, the tick progression. That favoring Houston for now. Will that be the right call? I mean, did Fire even read that situation saying, I should just give up my life? Let's find out if we get to round 5 in the first place. Quick contest for Orgulus, not trying to play around the outside of the map this time, mostly focused right through mid. But it's actually Wiz who kind of breaks the timing in towards Fountain. And that will pretty much stave off this defensive setup. Yeah, help from Glowfrosty as well over towards market side. Yuli does get 1 in response, but Johnny's going to call him the cruise missile here. And outside of the fact that it gets him off the zone plus a kill, Houston can just step right back in again. And That's going to be the second tick of progress for sure locked. Yuli gets the junkyard here, Jay, but I don't know. Cruise missile, is it worth it?
Yeah, nah, the cruise missile definitely is not worth it in this situation, but Johnny uses that cruise to simply allow his teammates to take a little bit more of that map control. That allows Yuli to get pushed out over towards Junk, and then you allow the rest of the teammates to reinforce their way through the middle of the map. But that one-on-one trade is going to allow the Houston Spartans to extend this time. Now 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, all tied up in the lives remaining. Your main focus now, though, is taking care of that player pushed out towards Junk and Major Maniac.
And he does well to just take care of himself. He's a grown-ass man. 2 kills for him. Johnny through the middle of the map also deals with Spart. Topside fire, so it's just Wiz, the only offensive player forward. Lots of time on the clock, and this is great space created by Wiz. Paul in the corner, no way to fight back, and the clock will continue to stop. With a minute 46 left, Wiz on the zone.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a one-on-one gunfight between him and Johnny, because the rest of the Orgless squad is more focused on finding these kills all spawned, keeping them trapped at bay. Just got to try to locate where Wiz is, and Johnny's able to come out on top in that gunfight, 27 and 16.
Yeah.
This guy simply does not miss with that Rival 9. What attachments does he have on? Doesn't even use them for ranked.
Yuli around the back, on the hunt. Able to at least reveal the position of Spart. But Houston still not able to clear out Junkyard. You got to keep in mind, though, look at this play on the minimap. Yeah, Glowfrosty's been in the defensive spawn for a while now. And the long OE is now all of a sudden leading to potential numbers for Houston to jump on it towards the zone. Johnny caught off guard behind the desk. Trophy system now down for Houston. 2 members on. More follow-up eliminations from Fire. Trying to cut off the rotation through mid. And this is how it happens again. First tick done, second on the way.
And if you're Argos, you have to get to this point. You have to get to it quick. You have a couple players working through red positioning. They were able to find the initial 2 kills, so now the last 2 players are on the point. You have the numbers. You just have to come out on top in these trade fights. Last player here is going to be Glow Frosty. You see the spawns for Houston Spartans are not going to get those close red spawns. So Orglis are able to successfully find the break, but there's still a minute left on the game clock, and Houston currently have a lot of map control.
And they still have plenty of lives to set up a couple of different hits for this. 13 playing 11. Yuli in towards bottom red. Help nearby from Johnny. Paul making sure there's no OE on the way over, but he gets caught. So now here comes the hit for Houston. 4 members large. Yuli tagged up, looking to chase his Spart, but doesn't find the kill. And then Major Maniac holds the position over the top of the heady, backside of the zone. Still an attempt, though, for Houston. Playing for the front side of Bus. Johnny gets eliminated, and here we go. Houston with 4 men trying to play from the front. Major Maniac. Don't know if that was an intentional mantle or not, but gets caught. Now Orgles have to jump over the back. Clock will stop again. Spart's the only one on. Tough gunfight for Paul, but Yuli able to confirm the trade. Has to get on in, though. How do you break back through this? Johnny's stunned. Still just Spart on the zone, though. Contest is in. Can they find a way to flush him out? 7v6, the current life count, but it's all about, can you actually retake the zone? No, you cannot. 4 men dead, and Houston take another offensive win.
And Houston just get it done again on the attacking side. When they are getting a couple kills around red, thankfully for them, they were still getting that close red spawn to instantly reinforce with the numbers. Just very, very difficult for the team on defense to try to stack over towards Cafe, because if you drop on that side, then you're forced off the respawn to work up through Soda Alley or to jump over the back alley on the dumpster, and those are not power positions to even fight any of those gunfights. Houston Spartans walk away with 2 attacking rounds now to go up 2-1, but now they're also up by 7 segments. So if you allow Orglis to win this attacking round, they were guaranteeing themselves another attack in round 5.
And these rounds have all come down to the final 4 or 5 lives per side. Quick offensive stuns. Have Wiz a bit hindered, but still shakes it off, finds the first kill. Not enough for Houston to get back over and contest his A zone initially. Yuli with an MCW off spawn has locked down that bottom side of the minimap. Fire stuck up top at Secret. He's got a bail, and the first tick of progress is secure at A.
Yeah, first tick of progress already secured, but at least if you are Houston Spartans, you got Glow Frosty in the position that he wants. So you're going to know where the pressure is coming in from. You're able to take down that player before that second segment is complete, and now that's 3 dead in the feed. Make it all 4. Last player up is going to be Yuli, but he is already in his base. And you have them in sort of a little bit of a trap. You just got to clutch up in these next couple of fights. Fire now finds himself on 5 in a row.
And this is number 6 as Major Maniac mantles over the top on the roof. So cruise missile now in play for the Houston Spartans, who can feel the game 7. Lots of pressure onto Orglis. This next break needs to start finding success in. Not only does it get back to the A zone, they've also dealt with one of the defensive players over towards Junkyard. This is going to be an extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, this time it's going to get extended. And Smart, you cannot afford to drop in this situation. Nades and everything are going to get thrown at you to try to get you out of that spot. But now the cruise missile is going to get invested. Is it going to connect before that capture comes in? No, it's not. So time is going to get extended. But if you are the Houston Spartans with that cruise missile, you know exactly where everyone else is on the map.
Yep.
And now you just got to stand strong on your setup.
Yeah, Spart is also freely able to get the junk because of that cruise missile. Double focus, though, for Orglis. Take him out of position quickly. OE also starting to be worked on for the Orglis approach. Major Maniac getting up top, it looks like, over towards that back AC alleyway. And he's going to find fire top red. Now he can just hold this position or decide to challenge over towards the hop. Looks like he's going to take the challenge, but Spart very wise to it. 3 straight kills for Houston. Yuli's committed to the play, and he will be taken out. So Houston now up big on the life count. Just 70 seconds remaining for this Orglis offense.
And they have instantly reinforced their way back over towards Junkyard side. Like, if you're Orglis, we have to hold down that positioning to even give us opportunities at this B point. But you see the lives column, 20 to 13. You don't have that many opportunities to work your way. And with 53 seconds left, you also can't take your sweet time around this deep pinch. So you have to get a move on it, and you have to take a lot of mid-map control to start.
You need kills, you need them quickly. And the only one tallied right now is fire. Paul off the pinch, though.
Good
Clears
pinch.
out Junkyard. Spart still tucked in the corner by lights. Johnny not able to really clear out the corner fully. Paul looking to get the trade and confirms it. Okay, Major Maniac spawning pretty close. He can get here to assist. Yuli stops the clock at 30 seconds. The approach, though, for Houston's defense doesn't come through by way of the jump up. They're just playing this right down the back soda alley. Yuli just holding his ground. 3-man stack. Second tick is in. Third on the way. Clearance looking decent. Wiz able to get 1 plus slip out. Major Maniac not going to get the second. Just down to Paul. Last one left. 5 in a row for him. Can he get a cruise missile? Can he keep this offensive play alive? So far, the answer no to both. With the quick rebreak already on the way. Houston still trying to hold inside the zone. Yuli through the desk. Able to find the first. Snaps over to the second. Pistol out for the win. Does he trail this? Able to get the reload off. Backside clock. Really doing it all himself. No, doesn't get the fourth, but Paul's there. And that may be enough. Third tick being worked on. This is the last 3 lives, though, for Orglis. Houston need to contest. They get into challenge. Paul trying to hold his life as long as possible, but he gets taken down. Major Maniac and Yuli. The last 2 left, Jay. They have to find a way to clean this up. More contest.
Oh my God.
Maniac pistol out. No, not gonna happen. And Game 7's on the way.
I expect nothing less, but Houston Spartans, oh my God, way to ice up at the very end. Those are the same situations that Orglis are in on their defenses. It's just Houston were able to reinforce with the numbers. That damn door right there is so annoying because you cannot move past the desk if that door is open through the front side. Paulus is trying to wiggle his way around, but not able to find a kill, even with Yuli finding 3. I thought when Yuli popped that 3-piece, all you have to do is get everyone else in towards the point, but every single time, Houston Spartans did not afford to them to go down a clean 4 times. Like, that's all it came down to. You find 3, but that 4th guy that was always alive was able to find at least 1 kill, get the 2nd guy weak, so the reinforcements, when they come back in, they're instantly there to respond. And the Houston Spartans, with their backs against the wall, clutch up in the last 2 maps, are going to be able to force a game number 7. What was it, Alan? We had all game 5 yesterday, a game 5 today, and now a game 7 today. We are going down to the wire for all these series, but nothing better. 1 map to determine our champions.
Unbelievable. I mean, legitimately, it doesn't get any tighter. I don't know if we've had more of a bang out series than this one right here, right now. And these last couple of moments, so close, so tight. Major Maniac off the regen. Clears out the corner, but Yuli drops, trying to challenge that out, and it comes down to 1 more pistol shot, maybe. Wow, look at the score. Through 4 rounds again. We have had some banger controls in this best of 7, but the damage dealt. Houston get the job done on the 1 defense that gets 1, and now we stay on Karachi for the map 7, search and destroy.
And I just want to tip my hat to Glow Frosty.
Yeah.
He puts up 30 and 24, but just the positioning plays that he was able to make. Always finding himself always towards junk. Not allowing Orglis to get those close respawns to reinforce over towards B. He was doing the little things right. He allows his team to walk away with that Karachi control, and now you're feeling so damn good going into this Karachi search and destroy for Game 7.
Absolutely. And there's people out there that say Control isn't fun to watch. Let me
That
get
one's
more of
good.
that. Let me get more of that. Wow. I may not have a voice by the time this thing's done. One more map, though. Grand Finals. Season 2 champions. Trying to take the throne that was vacated by Boston Academy. And when I tell you that this could go anyone's direction, believe me, you friends. Throw away the history. It's just one more map of COD. $8,000 difference between the prize pool. 24 grand for first. That's what's on the line.
A whole lot of stuff on the line. Obviously, you want to be victorious here. You get some good money in your pocket. You get the CDL points to go into Toronto to get a better seed. And obviously, you just want to be a winner. Who wants to be the first loser to get second place? So it all comes down to one map.
Unreal. I'm out of words. There was enough said, I think, in that Control to finish things off. So Karachi search is up. Like we already talked about, this was a dominant display for Houston yesterday. But that was against the Boston team that just looked like they were lost flat out. Did not really understand what was happening. They were getting caught all over the map. So can Orgles put together a better overall game plan to stay a little bit more composed, a little bit more complete? So that's what we got. I'm pumped for it. And I believe we're going to take maybe just one more brief break. Is that what I heard from production there before we get into map number 7? Quick break. Okay, quick little reset, friends. Don't go far. We'll be back after this with our final map here in Season 2. Map number 7. Grand Finals Season 2 Challengers Elite. Houston Spartans taking on Orgles, and it's a Karachi search. A map that, I'll be candid, Jay, I don't remember the last time we saw Orgles play this map. And of course, the recency bias tilts the way of the Houston Spartans after what they did yesterday, but throw all that away. We got one map of COD for $24,000 and a crown. Let's get it on.
Let's do it. Into the game 7 we go. If you are Orgles, let's just avoid the team nading. And already off to a good start on the defensive side. But I'm so focused on the matchup between Wiz and, you would expect me to say Yuli, but I'm actually going to say Johnny, who's taken over every single Game 5 for this Orgles organization. What's the difference in the Game 7?
Here we go. Quick play through Junk. Not just with Johnny, but another behind it. But, ooh, high-low setup actually kind of pushes off that play. So Yuli now has to be trusted to hold on to this B zone. He does well to get the first. Trade out. Oh, the snap!
Oh!
Spark! Holy cow! A true 180 onto Johnny. Plus, in the meantime, Glow Frosty gets his first elimination, and explosively, Houston Spartans now find themselves in a 3v1. Major Maniac in trouble.
And they gained the info as well. With only 28 seconds left, you're going to get at least one player to commit towards the objective, but you're trying to trap Major Maniac and put him between a rock and a hard place. Only 48 HP left. He's able to rejuvenate a little bit, but Houston Spartans know exactly where he's located.
Yeah, there's just no way he gets out of here, not for free. And the chase down is on. Decent prediction of the challenge, but still, 1v3 with the bomb down. Very difficult pretense to find a way to win. But once again, dude, Spart, that is, I mean, the definition of a true 180 snap to that top fire position.
That's the breakdown on the setup, though. Like, Yuli finds the first floor through the bottom of the scaffolding, and that's the bomb carrier. Someone else has to be watching over him, at least showing a little bit of presence in that trade scenario, because Spart just works his way right up through the map, able to get that first kill, and then, like you said, snap onto the second, and basically calls the round. He did it earlier on that invasion search and destroy. He was the hero for the Houston Spartans team, and already off to a good start.
Defense for Houston now. Double stack over. Trophy systems are down, and Wiz will get over in towards the bridge position. Glow Frosty, first blood. That's actually off of a crossing angle. Wiz trying to hold on the trigger at the archway, and Orglis are going to try to smoke their push through this. A couple of hit markers come out, but Yuli pushes through it? I mean, this guy's got no fear.
And he's able to win that gunfight versus Wiz. Now you have bridge control. You can potentially start to work this objective, but someone now has to fill that gap. Major Maniac is holding down top 3, but there's 2 players currently trying to watch over the middle of the map. Yeah, let's rotate over and assist our bomb planner.
Absolutely. I mean, this is still a solid defensive setup. Sure, you lose your forward defender, but you can still watch a little bit of this from the cross. Glow Frosty in particular down low. I think he's gotten to read that Yuli's on for the plant. Yeah, pulls him off before the bomb can get planted, and then follows up with another gunfight through mid. Now 5 in a row for Glow Frosty, and he may get number 6. There it is, a 6-0 start for Glow Frosty, and the Houston Spartans are up big early.
And Orglis just have to play that one a little bit faster. Like, we just went a one-on-one over towards the bridge side. Major Maniac takes his sweet time to rotate back, and that allows Glow Frosty to know that the time is dwindling down. Eventually, that objective has to get done, and catches the perfect Call of Duty time to eliminate Yuli before that bomb gets planted. And then it turns into a 1-on-3. Major Maniac sitting on top 3. You set up Glow Frosty for the freebie, and now he has a cruise missile in the back pocket. Houston in full advantage of this map 7.
It just feels like the Rio kind of all over again, but just in different ways. It's not team kills this time. It's just clean follow-ups and just some unreal snaps from the ARs for Houston. So now Orglis, their whole setup and approach to this map has to change because of this cruise missile. Glow Frosty sees Yuli up top, and Yuli says, all right, I don't want to overchow this. Heads back over towards the B site, and he gets caught. So now Spart has all the information. And that's enough for a Glow Frosty to say, okay, we know 100% where one player is. Let's see if this cruise can find maybe somebody else.
Oh, Yuli, I would have liked him to play a better spot right there. Probably tuck yourself in towards Browder Bridge. You do not have enough time to rotate back in towards Fountain, but that's going to be a free first blood. All map control at this B site in favor of the Spartans, but this flank by Major Maniac can play a big part.
Oh, but he's looking to take the bomb planner off. He's going to find that timing for the kill, but now he has to kind of play his own life with all this high ground control around him. The dive down in for Glow Frosty on 7 in a row, looking for kill number 8, and he will tally it. But all that's told, Major Maniac finds a second kill and actually makes this somewhat doable here for Johnny in the 1v2, but the problem is the bomb is planted, and as everyone knows, this is one of the toughest post plants to break down. There's so many angles you have to clear, and Houston will confirm the round and get themselves up 3-0.
Yeah, if you're Johnny in that situation, the only way you have a chance at that round, especially over towards B, is simply stopping that bomb plant. But he was thinking that the rotation was going to come back, and somehow, some way, up close and personal, Smart is able to win that gunfight with the Renetti versus Arrival. That thing is shooting nukes. But the Spartans now 3 rounds in a row. You invest a cruise missile early on just to secure that round. And Glow Frosty has yet to die. 9-0.
Yeah. Takeover. Absolute takeover. And that's after Spart's heroic performance and the little snap-on in round number 1. So it's been largely just the ARs carrying these first couple of rounds for Houston. But this time, a little tempo change. Oh, the angle from Spart. He got a couple of wallbang tags, but isn't able to finish the kill onto Yuli. The nade also not cooked long enough. And in the same breath, Johnny is able to make a mess of this rotation by finding a kill at Fountain. Tough 2v4 here.
Yeah, definitely a tough 2v4, but 30 seconds still remaining. Spart just trying to play slow. Play for the info that Wiz is able to provide to him, but he's able to at least spot one. Not going to win the gunfight. Now Wiz left in a 1v4. He's going to drop, and that's a great heads-up play from Orglis to change that attacking round. All out aggression over towards that A site. You find the opening kill of the sole man watching over that bomb site. You get the objective down. You're able to win these fights with so many different angles of approach. Orglis finally put one on the board.
Yep. And it's a tempo switch. Love that. Keep the defense a bit more, I would say, uncomfortable, especially for the ARs. So we'll see if that can be followed up with the defensive round here for Orglis, trying to get themselves back to within grips early in this search. Houston, bomb picked up and quickly looking to kind of do the exact same thing Orglis just did. Three-man stack over towards A with no pause anywhere, and Major Maniac is going to be late to the party here at A.
Yeah, but he has to try to gain some info for the rotation to get called in. That bomb is getting planted, but he's not going to be able to check it, so it's going to be your 4v4
Yeah.
for Major Maniac in a crucial position. You just got to hold down this spot. You're going to give the info to your teammates that no one is pushed out towards Cafe. They have to be playing over towards red.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Major Maniac hasn't seen anything, though, so you don't know how much is at red. You don't know how much is down low. You have to clear all the space out. This is going to take time. So here comes the play for Orglis. I think, yeah, they did see Glow Frosty up top, who, whoa, pushes forward. You think Glow Frosty's on a bit of a heat check? May not make much of a difference. 1-for-2 exchange. Yuli now, down low. Does he check the desk? No, he doesn't. Follow up from Wiz, gets the second, but Johnny right behind. No worries for the trade, and plenty of time for the defuse to get the second.
Yeah, that just all came down to those red gunfights. The fact that Glow Frosty was able to take one before falling, but Orglis just better in those trade scenarios. Able to use the buddy system to the best of his ability. Johnny finds himself in the perfect spot to find that kill onto Wiz. He also ends that round on 5 in a row. So what was a great start for the Houston Spartans, Orglis is slowly starting to fight their way back in. If you allow Johnny to pick up this cruise missile, it's basically a guaranteed round in their back pocket. So now if you are Orglis, just try to get this plant over towards B, because Wiz every single time loves to take over towards top bridge side, but all you have to do is eliminate him and then work the objective.
Absolutely. It's a brilliant call. It really has been a product of kind of nature here for Wiz, often playing deep towards B. Not the case this time, actually. Sitting over towards sandbags with Glow Frosty right around the corner from him. And this is all a lot of focus to see if anyone's going to cut through barrels. Not to happen. Not a lot of attention for Orglis through rubble. It's all of it largely just on what Johnny can find, looking for kill number 6, but a late stun check reveals his position and he will back off.
And he does get stun checked out, but it's still the call for Orglis. Let's rotate this bomb back over towards A, because we have no info of anyone pushed out towards bridge, so you don't want to waste a lot of time trying to clear out that area. So you're just going to send it out towards red. Fire's going to have his hands full in this situation.
And this is just down to, can he get the read and the reaction? First one is perfect. Stun over the back. That's also well done. It gets into the window, I believe. Plus the Semtex to follow. Now the defense is rotated over. 24 seconds on the clock. Have to make a move if you're Orglis, but it's a tough 4v3, and Fire has really planted himself in and around the bus. Spark traded out. Glow Frosty repositions. Fire dealt with. Paul on the hunt, but Wiz around the back. Not enough time here for Paul to do too much in Houston. Now up to 4.
Yeah, Orglis just have to play a little bit faster, because you're not gaining any info early on until you're attacking routes. No one watching crossover towards bridge. No one taking mid-map control. I would like to see a little bit more calculated risk. We're just playing really slow, like a little bit scared in these rounds. I know we're in a Game 7, but you deserve to be here. We have to go back to what's been working for us. And with them not gaining any info, they're forced to just tunnel vision their way to one of these sites. And unfortunately, just the plays out of Fire shuts that push down single-handedly over towards A. So Houston Spartans able to stop the bleeding, take advantage again, now up 4-2. Back to the attacking side they go, where they're probably just going to commit towards A, and this is a complete blind counter here out of Orglis.
Stuns and nades on both sides, though. Right over the top. Looked like Houston did connect onto some of it. But a little bit of a kill of noise, maybe to create a little bit of doubt here in this defensive setup. Like, is that a fake? Well, this little crossover, Paul Lux is going to see that, nope, this is not a fake. Wiz is still looking for intel, and the defensive Orglis will not move around too much, confirming that there are players still around B.
Yuli's in such a crucial spot. He's going to invest that dead silence as well. But you have to catch the timing. You could have pushed through the smoke grenade, and he is going to do so now. Switches up the corner, and there's no way in hell Houston are going to read this.
Yeah, no way. If they check this, that would be different. There's the slide through. Pistol out. No worries. Bomb carrier down. Yuli following up. No, Spart. Really solid trade. Really quick trade at that. And Orglis somehow not actually in position to fully read this defensive setup. A Paul up top at Castle. Just collects onto the headshot of Spart. And then Johnny on the follow-up means that Fire finds himself in a 1v3. A couple of knees and ankles are being shown, but largely speaking for Orglis, they're just going to play with their food here, let the time expire, and they do eventually tally the final kill.
That's a good play right there from Orglis on that defensive setup. Better plays, though, out of Yuli. Just getting that one kill onto Wiz just shuts down all the plays right there out of Houston. Because by the time they took bridge control and by the time they went for that bomb plant, there's only 30 seconds remaining. You take care of the bomb carrier, you had the effective trade, but now everyone knows where the pressure's coming in. We get that kill-off bomb, which Paul X was able to do from top castle. And that's basically an impossible round for the Houston Spartans to win. So back and forth we go. 4-3. This is the most crucial round of the whole game. Orglis need to try to take this one to tie it up.
100%. And how about the call? Trophy system down at mid. Full push through. Yuli MCW in towards Rubble. Trying to see if anyone's going to step forward and try to challenge this. Wiz. Wow, that's a lot of information that Johnny's playing up top. The defense now knows that they really don't need to over-peak at mid here. Just hold your ground and force Orglis to have to make a rotation somehow through the middle of the map.
Yeah, they have to work the objective to either one of these sites, but the smoke grenade does get invested. Now they're going to try to isolate Wiz through the back end, but somehow, someway, he's at least able to take down one before falling. It's already job well done. Instantly turns into a 3v3. But now if you are Orglis, you already have somewhat bridge control. You cannot fall into the same trap that you fell in last time. We got to get this objective planted before we run out of time.
Houston, yeah, I was about to say they're still trying to figure out where exactly this remaining Orglis offense is set up, but that kill onto Johnny will pretty much give them the idea that, yep, Orglis have to commit here to B. Paul X trying to re-wrap back over through Fountainside, not able to get there in time to save his teammate, but he does get a quick two-piece. Spart trying to challenge him out and catches Paul, trying to reposition the Houston Spartans on series point, looking for another 3 maps in a row.
And in the 3v3, like, there's no point for Johnny to try to go up the middle of the map and make an individual play. Like, our main focus at that round is if we get this objective down and play a post-pan at Bleed, it's a very difficult site to retake. But when he falls for free, then you're able to spot the cross for the player on bomb, instantly able to find that trade. When Paul X finds a double, it turns into a one-on-one, but just simply predicts Spart's positioning wrong. And that allows Houston now to put themselves at game point.
What a map from Glowfrosty. 11-4. All over the place. And what do you call here for championship point if you're Houston? 3-1 split off. Spart just going to try to create some noise over towards B. The rest of the focus, methodically setting up to try to approach A. Johnny, the one defender, at least playing forward, and he gets into a really good spot here up top. It just comes down to, do they get a read from Major Maniac that the hit is actually over towards A, because he could single-handedly win the round, but gets caught. Spart finds the kill. Bomb not planted. Major Maniac trades 3v3.
Oh, but he's still going to be trapped into the bus. Now you're going to set up Yuli on the deep pinch. He's able to find one. Can't find the second. It's going to be a 2v2. You still know where Major Maniac is.
Yeah, just popping up and down Glowfrosty. We'll see him. The question is, where is Paul X rotated into? And actually, they're going to trust that maybe Fire can isolate onto Major Maniac? Or are they just going to let him stay at bus? I mean, oh, Paul's been seen. And surely they teamwork out Major Maniac here. Or not? Major Maniac re-wrapping back around. Glowfrosty gets the plant and gets away. Has the jump on Major Maniac, but can't quite find an opportunity to collect the kill. Now in and out of bread. Here we go. 1v2 situation, stun out, not going to work. How do you choose to play this if you're Fire? Trying to guard this from the lights, double doors, but gets caught looking the wrong way. A moment of hesitation from Orglis works out great. It's Major Maniac for 2, and Orglis stay alive.
What the hell are Houston Spartans doing? You knew exactly where Major Maniac was. All you have to do is just jump into the bus and find that damn kill, especially because you gained the info already where Paul X was playing. We just had to isolate in the 2v1 onto Major. The fact that he's able to finesse, walk out of the bus with his life, puts down a couple shots, stays alive in the moment, but then is able to trap. Wiz in that scenario. Orglis, stay alive. forcing the round number 10, but this is where they have struggled on their offensive rounds. They're going to say, screw it, we're not going B, we're sending it right to A.
The only defender in place would be Fire, and he's playing way back on the diner, just looking for the push through. And wow, that works out. He almost finds 2 for it. Nade comes through. Trophy system denies it. But as Yuli drops, Houston hold an early edge. And there's the thing about it is Orglis really can't rotate back to B. They have no idea what the B defense looks like. So the only play they can make is either at A or trying to force something at mid.
And now this is going to force someone to go out and try to make a hero play. The only info that you have gained is the positioning of Spark, but Major Maniac working his way up through the ACs, trying to get a read of where Wiz is playing over towards the B site, but he's not showing anything, not showing no presence on that side of the map, so it's still the unknown factor.
And he has to try to make a play over towards Castle. Here comes the route. Does he catch one on rotation? He does. And now looking to see where is this B defender at. Wiz has stayed completely tucked, away from everything. 20 seconds on the clock. Orglis have to go. Major Maniac gets caught. Wiz finessing, stepping away, trying to call for a little bit of help. Johnny nearby. Prediction good though from Wiz for his second. Just down to Paul. 1v3 situation to stay alive, and Fire finds him on the backside of the truck, and the Houston Spartans through the upper bracket take it in 7 with 3 maps in a row to be your Season 2 North American Challengers Elite Champions.
Oh my God, Houston Spartans, man. We're talking about being down 3-1 in this series, backs against the wall. And they somehow, some way, chained 3 maps in a row. They knew that if all we needed to do was to get to Karachi for that game number 7, because we had the perfect game plan. Every single time for Orglis on their attacking rounds, they just played too slow. And when they tried to be aggressive over towards A, Fire with the great heads-up play. Previous round, he was aggressive with that SMG in towards the bus. But the last round, he pops a stun grenade, wastes his tack to just simply pop the doors open at Cafe to have a different angle of approach. Just great heads-up play. Great coordination out of Houston Spartans.
Yeah.
And just even better play out of Wiz to not bite on the bullet. All the pressure was over towards A, but he was standing his ground over towards B, knowing that they cannot work that objective on this side, and he's able to call game in the best of moments. Congratulations to the Spartans on being our champions.
And for all 4 players, unreal moments throughout this entirety of the series. But like we saw from yesterday, down 0-2 to the Boston Academy roster, 3 in a row, 3 clean maps in a row. This one, obviously, more tested, but after being down 3-1 and a clean search and destroy in map number 2, you start to worry a little bit because Orglis were coming out and shooting. I mean, that was one of the most fiery Karachi controls we've ever had, legitimately. And for Houston to survive through it in a lot of rounds that were 3 members left to 4 members left, a couple of seconds left on the clock, and then to follow up with the Karachi search and destroy, which we saw them do yesterday. Unbelievably brilliant. 11-5 for Glow Frosty, 9-6 for Sparty. And that's enough for the ARs, again, just taking over early to keep the heavy stat line in favor of Houston on their way to a championship. And here's how they did it. Well, kind of.
That's got to feel good. That's got to feel good if you are the Spartans. Obviously, that invasion search and destroy, you're going to be beating yourself up if you are Orglis, because that's a map you definitely should have walked away with. But just very, very nail-biter games between both of these teams. When Houston Spartans needed to come alive, though, is when they shut down that pressure on Rio SnD. We're talking about you just watch Orglis play that map. Every time they found success retaking that bomb site using that smoke grenade, but you studied your opponent. You were able to realize what they like to do best. Once you saw that smoke grenade pop, you're instantly jumping off of the bomb, and everyone is ready for the chow. It's just Houston Spartans are just prepared, man. That's what it simply came down to. Obviously, the 6-star didn't go their way. They're definitely going to go back and get more practice reps on that one because that one caught them off guard. But to come back down 3-1, you're looking like the 2016 Cleveland Cavaliers team. And you get it done to be the champions.
Unreal call out right there. And so far, I mean, with maybe the exception of the EU Grand Finals, we have had fiery Grand Finals both on land and in Elites.
Oh, yeah.
At least especially in North America. I mean, legitimately, Challengers has never been more competitive, flat out. So, Houston Spartans, your champions. And now the path starts to get paved further towards Toronto for all of these teams. And that's the biggest thing about it. I know after our day yesterday, some teams already saying, or players in particular saying that, you know, got to make a couple of changes. You got a couple more weeks before you get to Toronto. But these two squads are looking like some of our favorites next to EU, who won earlier today.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they're orgless. You know what I'm saying? So if you're one of these organizations that need to pick up a roster, you definitely want to pick up this team. They fell short in those final moments. Obviously, being up 3-1 and losing all the way into Game 7 is not ideal, but they played some stellar Call of Duty ever since the start of this playoffs, ever since the start of this elite. They were just turning heads left and right. Yulu was an all-star, was a little bit slowed down in that final series, but everyone as a collective unit for this orgless squad got it done to get in this position that they were in.
Now all those players firmly spotlight planted on them in terms of can they potentially come in and maybe save a squad. I think Yuli for sure has definitely impressed through and through, outside of, like you mentioned, a couple of shaky maps that he wasn't in his normal dominant takeover mode. He was still putting together near even stat lines and doing a lot of the dirty work as an entry SMG. He's flexing all over the map. I think he's by far, outside of the fact that he falls runner-up here, he's been, I think, the standout player without question throughout this season and definitely should be looked at. Houston, though, on their side, do you point to anyone in particular? Like, this has been a re-breakout year for Glowfrosty in a lot of ways since, like, the first Modern Warfare title. It's been kind of lingering in, like, the shadows of top 16s, a couple top 8s, a couple top 32s, but now all of a sudden he was on main stage of Boston. He wins the Season 2 Elite. He's got to be taking a look at, you think?
Oh, yeah, without question, man. That guy is making stuff shake down here in challenges. He's just trying to get his name out there, and obviously when you're winning, all the eyes are going to be on you, so hopefully he can potentially get himself an opportunity to get sparked up to the Pro League, but I'm more focused on one of his teammates in Smart, man. The way that guy just plays. I remember you told me this one thing, like, Smart, sometimes he can start off slow, but you can always count on that guy to finish strong, and that's what he was able to do for this team. Every single time they needed a clutch moment, Smart was able to get it done. And the Invaders Search to Destroy, he single-handedly brought them back. And then even in those final rounds, Smart finds that first blood. He just makes the game a lot difficult for the opposing team, and he's just so consistent at what he does. So I'm excited to see if he can also get the call-up as well.
Hey, it's a major champion and a meta shifter. Shout out,
Vanguard. Yeah, MVP.
Unreal stuff. So that's what we got. Challengers Elite Season 2 comes to a conclusion with the Mid-EU winning in Europe and the Houston Spartans taking it here in North America. So with that, Toronto is what's up next, and then Season 3 qualifiers followed up by the group stage, and of course, more crazy playoffs later after that. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's been 2 grueling days worth of COD, and if you stayed through all of it with us, you're an absolute legend. We got CDL this weekend, though. Still a couple more weeks of qualifiers before we fully get to Toronto. So we'll see you guys on the main broadcast Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we try to see who makes it to the winner's bracket and who will have to unfortunately start in lowers near the end of the season. Until next time, friends, have yourself a wonderful evening. Bye-bye. We are getting torched, my guy.